starting right now, we are now streaming. Let's check how this pans out with the live stream. As always, what I do is I add Aristides as just a backup so that if something happens, then he's kind of present. He is an engineer after all, although he is not a sound engineer. So I am letting everybody in the public know this as well, and this way it helps, because then we have someone on the call who's just checking in with quality of sound on call, and then we have our listeners who check in as listeners. Now it sounds as if he's responding. So Aristides, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So just say hello to Madame Maria, who is accompanying Peter Moon today, and then I'll be counting on you as just a backup in case we need you, okay?
Okay. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Aristides.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. Is it okay
Nice
if I
talking
just
to
stay
you.
on mute for now? Because a couple things coming and going.
It's totally fine.
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, excellent. I'm giving this couple the helm, and we thank you so much for helping us out, Aristides, and we'll talk later after Peter retreats into the gentle night, okay? Bye for now.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thank you so much. And with that, let's check our live stream. And T-Tank Barry says, good evening, loud and clear from Redwood City. Excellent. Let us know if you can hear everyone involved. So this is a...
Yes, T-Tank Barry, if you can hear Peter, all four loud and clear. Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Excellent. So
I don't know
that's...
what we do without him, not only for that, but the way he contributes to your cause. Now,
Absolutely.
we have 5 and steady growing here. Because a lot of people will be coming to hear what I have to say about
Absolutely.
Department Zero tonight. And I think I've got Maria here, Maria DeAndrea, and this is the second time she's been with us, and she's a shaman.
Yes.
Describe yourself, Maria.
Well, I've been in the spiritual, psychic, paranormal fields full-time since I'm 16. So I'm a shaman. I'm into faith ministry. I work on the occult, on the paranormal side. I do readings. Basically, the way Peter and I look at it, because he laughs, I always say to people, if it's spiritual, psychic, or paranormal, I cover everything except astrology. And astrology is a wonderful field. It's just too slow for me.
Right. Understood. And a lot of people...
Author. Yeah, I'm a published author on the paranormal.
Excellent. So titles of your books, please.
Oh, geez. Well, I have over 65 books. So some are actually co-authored, but I have one called Supernatural Words of Power, because I do feel vibrationally recreate situations with power words. And this is funny, you're going to laugh, because my publisher makes up the titles, and I only see it after he puts the book out. I only write the books, right?
Wow.
So he named this one, it's called The Sexy Medium's Love and Lust Spell Book. So when he gave me the book, I was like, wait, what did you name that? I'm trying to look professional.
Well, people might assume you're a professional of a different sort.
That's not too good.
Well,
But they're all
Tim
formularies.
Beckley was the ultimate huckster, carnival barker.
Yeah, he was such a sweet guy. And then I have like evocation to summon spirits. We have riding the waves of time, which is more time travel and out of body experiences, and mega power spells for love, luck, and prosperity. Actually, it's for everything. We have, let's see, I have to think about this. Secret elixirs of life, life, love, happiness, how to be happy. So basically, I just cover everything.
Excellent. Well, I want you to know we have over 21 watching right now, and that means that we have a good 10 times that number. All of this really shows up. 22 watching is what it says now in terms of the YouTube, if one were to access the stream on YouTube as opposed to accessing it through the live stream, meaning through the production channel that I work with. One sees a higher number than what's in the actual production channel, because they have a different monitoring system that like manifests. It's 25 now now, quarter of 100. So it's just going to go up. And then when it uploads, then the more accurate number comes out as to what the average was throughout the night. And it's always in the hundreds. So we have at least that much at this point. Probably around 250, and that's being conservative about it. But as always, I never try to exaggerate the numbers because I don't want to turn into one of those ego nuts that thinks that, that there's millions listening, because then there's this numbers gimmick that a lot of people were following at Revolution Radio that just threw them all off. But believe me, it's a lot more than it looks. And I want to remind everyone, of course, as I do at the beginning of the transmission, before I turn it over to Madame D'Andrea and Mr. Moon, I do want everyone to remember that as soon as we start transmission, we're hit by downvotes. These are automated bots that are sent by the enemy, and in this case started at the time with the Stephen Outrim, who was either in the chat with our latest episode after Peter Moon left, or someone working closely with him began trolling very, very aggressively, to the point where I was forced to deputize or basically make Nemo Albano a moderator, and so that he could finally moderate the chat, because otherwise I would have had to shut chat down quite seriously, and or either that or stop the transmission, which I was almost in the mood for by that time. But I went into a inspired monologue once things were under control. We're attempting to prevent that, and in order to prevent these shows from being seen at all, they prevent them from getting on searches with a lot of downvotes, because unfortunately YouTube works on a popularity aggregate, and the more popular you are, the more YouTube disseminates your video on searches. So in order to get our live stream on searches at all, we need your upvote, and we need it from every IP address you've got. The enemy fights dirty, and you're going to have to fight as dirty as they do, because nice guys finish last. If we want to fight for a world in which nice guys have a chance, we need you to fight dirty right now and use every PC, laptop, cell phone, and tablet that you've got, and click an upvote on it so that we can appear on searches, and then people can hear Madame D'Andrea and Mr. Moon. With that, I'm going to turn it over to both of them. We've got 32 watching as listed on the YouTube video as it appears on YouTube itself. The number will go up and down, of course, as people check in and out. But we're already high for this time, for the opening segment of the show, and it'll only get higher as people come in for the announcement. It says 31 right now, going up to 32. So it's Peters and Maria's. Honestly, I'm happy to turn it over to them. I will be sitting here very passively and quietly. I'll try to participate when I can.
We will get your input will be required. But first, I want to say, okay, so thank you for all have come. A lot of people have come tonight because I made this very bold announcement about revealing stuff about Department Zero, which hasn't been revealed before. And yes, indeed, this is what I'm going to do. And it requires some background before I say what I'm going to say. But I'm also going to say that Maria is here by my side, and I haven't told her what I'm going to be saying. She does not know what I'm going to be saying. So I will defer to her for her intuitive shamanistic import on what I'm saying. And of course, Douglas, you're welcome to chime in when it becomes evident, because I will defer to you at a certain point.
Okay.
But I want to say now, astrologically, and this is where I begin the briefing. Astrologically, we're experiencing something called the Cassini effect with Mercury. The two planets that are Cassini, which means they're in the heart of the sun. Mercury will be eclipsing, except it doesn't eclipse because it's in front of the sun and we can't even see Mercury. The same thing happens with Venus. It would be eclipsing the sun, except the sun is so strong, you can't see it in the sky. But that's called the Cassini effect. And this is today.
Wow.
It's today. And this occurred to me. Mercury is communication. It's also trining Jupiter. which means an exuberant communication, but it's also a communication where, like, if I was in the royal household or lineage or something, I could take over and make a proclamation if I was in the spot to do it. I wouldn't have to be the king. If I was working on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, I could make a pronouncement that everybody would listen to for that moment.
Wow.
And because of my relationship with Department Zero, I can make this. But I'm going to read a little bit about the Mercury-Cassini effect. On September 6th, Mercury will move into the heart of the sun as it shifts from an evening star to a morning star. As these two heavenly bodies link up in the sky, the sun's strength exalts Mercury's essence, offering a moment of enlightenment that might shock you. The cosmic blaze wants you to tune into the wisdom of the stars. So if you've been feeling lost and directionless in life, or you're looking for a sign that you're on the right path, let the flames of this Mercury-Cassini light the way. Now that applies for everybody listening to this.
Oh, that's wonderful. So they pay attention to it. It's good to have heads up.
Yes. It amplifies Mercury. It's a magnetic moment, shielding us from the fire, allowing me to adjust to my new profound power. It's an incredible time. Now, so of course I had an epiphany. I had an epiphany as I was working on your book, Douglas, or our book.
Great. And as a matter of fact, before you share that epiphany, let me give you the hyperlink to tonight's live stream. You can publish this on your timeline, and that way everyone can best hear both yourself and Madame D'Andrea. Here we are, Peter. It's in your private message box right now, and that way you can share that with all our listeners. And they have gone up. Yeah.
I'm going to put myself on mute for a second so it doesn't disturb anybody.
No worries. Sounds good, and I'll talk while you do that. Maria, I just want you to know that when the video does upload, it says 34 listening right now, which averages probably at least 340. When the video does publish, you'll probably see a number similar to that that will go up with the video. And always understand that what number is shown when the video is published is actually the number of people who have practically stayed with us throughout the 12-hour stream. So there's a lot more listeners that go in and out, and it's the listeners that stay throughout the majority of the stream that tend to get counted by the YouTube. So just know that your word is getting out there. As modest as my program's reach is due to the incredible suppression in terms of my ability to promote it at all, we have to conduct guerrilla marketing. So do us a favor, and of course bring attention to this program that Peter Moon is on regularly. Every time the program is on, of course, Peter Moon is always a guest, unless he's literally in another country or something else happens. So let your own listeners know about it, and of course, perhaps someday you'll even host this myself. You know, that would be
okay.
helpful.
Maria has something to say here. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I let all my clients know, and on my radio show and everything. So I've been promoting you, whether I'm on the show or not. I've been promoting you.
Thank you so much.
No, really, because everybody's so excited, and I really, really appreciate being on your show, because we need more people out there that are aware. And the fact that you're trying to help society and to people to come to a higher level, and to actually just do better and have a better life. That's such a big thing. And I mean this nicely, but you need to give yourself much more credit. And I tell everybody that. So
Thank
a lot
you.
of my clients are on here.
Well, we will also have her work with some occult factors as we move into the deeper part of the show. But first, so I want to reiterate, I'm going to be having Maria, I'm going to be saying things that she hasn't heard before, and of course getting her input on it. And so basically I'm going to start with Department Zero, and I just want people to understand my association with Department Zero. And I'm going to go back to when Maria and I were meeting at over in Oceanside at Abby's house. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
I don't know if
Yeah.
you were there that night, but there was a young lady. She was a pretty young lady named Heidi. She was a psychic, and she incidentally found out about this meeting, which she was not invited to. People would come. I didn't invite people, but she was welcome, and she came, and she said to me, she says, "You've got a new deal. You've got a new deal." She was referring to my relationship with Department Zero and the Transylvania book series, because that has been a very important part of my sustenance for the last 15 years or 16 years or whatever it is. So that, and of course people have told me they know the real Radu Cinema and whatnot, and I say, well, you know, I get letters from him, I pay him, you know, thank you for your input. But in any case, Radu has you know, maintained a pretty steady correspondence with me for the first few years, and then he went silent, and then, you know, he reemerged a little bit when he came out with his book on the Inside the Earth, which is a tremendous book. But he's, for the almost, it seems like 3 years, maybe it's 2, that he's been offering to deliver this next book, and he's not delivering it. I was told that he would deliver it in this fall, so he's not behind on this latest pledge. But I become very, I guess what you call skeptical,
Right.
because there have things that have arisen that make it challenging. Now, the first thing I'm going to say, so when Department Zero, first of all, is a name that people recognize who've read this book, but it's not a real designation. It's just an arbitrary made-up name. It's not like if you went into the rolls of anything in the government, you wouldn't find any funding for it. You wouldn't find any name, Department Zero. Whatever it is, it's invisible. In fact, the real core of Department Zero is unidentifiable and as intractable as possible by the very nature of what it is. It speaks of a different vibrational frequency. So one of my friends, who's probably listening now, wrote to me while I was in Romania and showed me the pictures. One of his friends was over there, I think he's still over there, taking pictures of what are called the Gendarmeria. They are the local sort of police force, and they stand in front of the caves and they block not just the caves around the Sphinx, but anywhere they can, to discourage people or to stop them from going in. And unlike, I was told by a Romanian that these people are kind of the Romanians treat them like kind of a joke, not like with the respect we treat police here. Even though people do attack police here, the general citizen treats them with fear and respect. In Romania, they don't quite have the same clout. But that's not to say that they don't have clout. This is just what I was told. I met with some of them at Atlanticon. They were very nice, and I just you know, interfaced with them and talked with them. Not much. I wasn't talking to them about boarding up caves or anything like that. But so Department Zero so when people are like looking at caves and trying to access this, that, or the other thing, this is not how you access Department Zero. It's just not. You're not, and especially if you're running into policemen or guards. And it's said in the books that it's completely camouflaged with technology. This is beyond the Philadelphia experiment. Way beyond that. I mean, that's antiquated technology. That's like Model T technology, the Philadelphia experiment, compared to what has been evolved here. But what I found out in recent months is that the characters, I've met with characters who are peripherally involved with Department Zero. Peripherally. How peripherally, how close? I wouldn't say they're part of it, but they're close. They're close. Just like Douglas was close at the Presidio. Maybe they weren't that metaphysically involved at the Presidio, like Douglas was, or all tied up in the experiments going on there, right. Psychologically and otherwise. So, but they might courier stuff or do stuff like that. Now, what? And I have had information imparted to me that was impressive, but I would say that these people are immersed in an environment that is very polluted with negativity and evil. And this is not to say that they are evil in any way, shape, or form. In fact, I don't believe they are. I don't believe that Department Zero, or whatever we call it, is evil. Not at all. Quite the opposite. But there is too much evil juxtaposed to it. By the very nature of what it is. In other words, you might say jamming the frequency. So Department Zero is connected to the inner earth, Shambhala. What is the problem between Shambhala and us? Shambhala wants, according to the book, wants to reach out and just waiting for us to awaken. And of course, because we all live in a mechanical society where some of us, heaven forbid, still have microwaves or ovens or refrigerators or whatnot, we're used to dealing with linear logical reality, no matter how, whatever we aspire to be, spiritual, metaphysical, or whatever, we're still living in a mechanical world. So when people, even spiritual types, will often expect a mechanical entrance to Department Zero. Of course, there are people who know better, and they make their forays into the area and come back with their tails, and frankly, they might be breathing smoke up their own rear end. They might be having some genuine experience too. But what the problem with any of that, and why I am a writer, or why I do what I do, is because I write with traction. I'm going somewhere with traction. And like, I have to make all this tractable. And this is where I'm going with this revelation. Because so anyway, everybody who's interested has been inspired by these incredible books that Radu has offered us, with insights and tales that he could not have made up. They're too good, ranging from the science and technology to just the core spiritual aspects. They are, I would say, the most intriguing metaphysical or books or stories out there. And people have made criticisms of them. A lot of the criticisms are uninformed criticisms because they haven't truly read the book. You have to remember, I've read these books at least 5 or 6 times, at least, because I've edited them and translated them. And now, even though I've read them 5 or 6 times, I still don't remember. I can't call up everything that's in there. But I have a very good take. And if you read the books as carefully as I have, you see there's a big difference between Radu and his mentors. Would be Cesar Brad, or Caesar Brad, as people would recognize the name, or Ripa Sundi, the Lama, who's also known as Dr. Zen. And there's also Eleanor the Alchemist, and some other, Mashande the Goddess. These characters are very different, and it's not like he's very, I guess, what you call subordinate to them. and I found out certain things about him, which have incontrovertibly been verified by myself through my own connections in Romania, which are, surprisingly or unsurprisingly extensive. I've been there so many times. And by the way, Douglas, I'm going to digress for just a minute. And I'm going to, I got a call today from this wonderful new friend in Romania. I call her, Happy. Her name is Happy.
Okay.
Diana is her real name. And I invited her to come on the show. And I said, you'll probably, because it's like 7 hours difference. And I know there are people listening to us from Romania right now or will be listening to us. I said, okay, maybe you'll come on at 6 a.m. your time. And that'd be the last hour of me. It would be 11 o'clock my time. It would be 8 o'clock your time, Douglas.
Okay.
So I invite her on, not tonight, but in the future, and just to give her talk about Romania and our adventures there at Chocolate Bean Cave, because she wants to get the whole group back together. I said that's wishful thinking, but she is going to come to America, which surprised me, and she's going to visit my friend in Puerto Rico, who's invited her. So I said, you have to come by New York if you're going to come. And she said, yes, I'd love to do that. So that's and she's not just she's a healer. She's and I'll share one thing about her. This is a remarkable connection. She has vitiglio, the skin pigmentation, and I sent her. And I said, you know what? And she told me about, I forget how it first happened. It doesn't ruin her beauty, but it's very noticeable. And I sent her all the information in my Montauk Books of Living about it. And I said, have you read it? She says, no, because I'm on my phone. It doesn't translate. When I get to my PDF, to my laptop, I'll read it. She can't wait to do it. But she had a dream where her brother appeared healing. It was a healing dream, and one big patch of vitiglio just disappeared. It cured itself.
Oh.
That's how wired she is. Yeah. She's a very, very wired young lady. She is a young lady. God, she's 20, must be about 26, 27, something like that. So anyway, she's going to be with us. That's a digression.
Great.
But this is a substantial thing, because I always was hoping when I would go to Romania that I would encounter some of these characters that are in the book, like these 30 kids that met Radu when the goddess Mashandi appeared in the Apuseni Mountains in Transylvania. So I said, I even asked somebody if they were one of these kids. No, they weren't. So there are certain characters. Now, here's where I'm going to surprise Maria. I told Maria, I said, I'm going to tell you something, is that, Maria, I don't know when, but I made a decision that I want you to come with me on a trip where we're going to go to your home country, Budapest, and then go to Romania. And this is going to be a paid-for trip. I don't know how that will all work out.
That's amazing.
That's why I asked you about that one financial thing we've talked about today. But or whether we'll do fundraising or whatever it was. But I want to use your shamanistic ability to connect with. I'm touching her. She's touching me. She's very moved by this. It's very beautiful.
I'm touching his arm. I'm like really.
Yeah.
That's such a big thing, and I can count the amount of times I've been back to my home, and obviously I'm a shaman.
On one finger?
Yeah, pretty much.
Wow.
A couple of times, but it's obviously I've been there for the shamanic level, and in Europe a shaman is very different than here. A little more connected to the tribes that I'm connected to, like out here like Chief Wise Owl and people. But basically, a shaman in Europe is very different than here. So it's very interesting when you think about going back there.
Well, yeah, and I want to take you to Budapest because that connects you to
my home.
your home roots, and there's some underground to explore there. But that's not because I remember when my friend Alan took his Romanian partner back. She was the first time she'd been back to Romania since she was 4 or 5. So they flew via Detroit because she was from Detroit. So I said, why are you going? I go, why are you going via Detroit? He said, I wanted to take her via Detroit. So it was I think they went business class, but it was a different journey. It was a different journey. So I want to take you via Budapest, and this will introduce all sorts of different dynamics because Hungary used to possess Transylvania.
The borders shift, and sometimes Pennsylvania is in Romania, and sometimes it's in Hungary.
Yes, and
it's a lot.
There are pockets of people who speak Hungarian in Transylvania. And I met some of them. But yes, but this is a different energy. Plus, it enables me to tap into things that I wouldn't otherwise tap into. And this is something I just kind of twigged on since we've been working together. I think I discovered it about a week ago. And I said, this is the perfect time to tell you. Because I told a couple of my friends, but I didn't tell you. And I said, this is the perfect time to tell you that I intend to do this.
Because when you said that on the air, I'm going, he's going to do what? Ask me what? Because I'm thinking, obviously psychically or, in my field.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Yes, because, she did remote viewing work for David Anderson way back when. So this is,
wow.
This is an opportunity. There's a lot of opportunity coming my way, but I still haven't gotten into the big revelation, which I suppose I should proceed with. Okay, now I said that the people involved or peripherally involved with the department. Well, first of all, if you go back to the first book, Transylvania Sunrise, there's this evil character. Signor Mazzini, the Italian Freemason, he's responsible for opening up that chamber more than anybody because he's the one who tells them about it, and he's the instigator. So here you have evil working hand in hand with good forces that are transmuting the evil force into a good force because he ends up not being allowed to go into it because it'll create too many political flaps, and Cesar Brad sort of gets possession of it, and even the Americans have to concede to him because it deals with metaphysical forces that they clearly cannot contend with. They're just they know when they've met their match. So there's all sorts of personal emotional reactions and resentments by the Americans, but they have to defer to the Romanians according to the story because the Romanians have the upper hand, at least Cesar himself. And the reason, and they're pissed off because they think America is such a great country, and they don't understand that Romania, even the Romanians who are not so good, recognize their indigenous roots as to ancient Dacia, and they identify with that. This is something the Americans cannot do because they've raised and defeated a native population of America. So the generals can never live up to that heritage. They are, as you would call them, Douglas, Edomites,
Right. Yes.
cults of the kings of Edom, who are the enemies not only of the Jewish people, but of all mankind. And this is where we're going. So when you see that this incredible, wonderful technology that is holographic in its nature, and can reach into your mind, it can give you a psychedelic experience without the use of drugs, and teach you and learn. All of these devices and are just incredible facilitations of expanding the consciousness. And this is what these books are. They give such a hope and a love for enlightenment. This is what they're about. Now, we go back to Peter Moon is doing his daily work, part of which includes deciphering the story of the Artilect. And as I get deeper into it, I was listening to a broadcast that I had earmarked to listen to again that talks about the torture of the Dietrich Artilect that took place at the Presidio. But in the context of that, Douglas was talking about how the Artilect could project holograms in certain areas of the planet, such as, what's the name of that place in South Africa, that little district?
Oh, Lesotho.
Lesotho is a small
kingdom. It's a kingdom.
In South Africa that is closely allied with Taiwan. And there are other areas. Taiwan has very limited public relations. Now, Taiwan is, of course, the home of the Artilect. So Douglas was talking about how it could project holograms into areas where there are known jinn or genies, if you prefer that word. And when I heard this, it became a no-brainer.
Yes.
That the Artilect is a prime instigator of what's going on with this Romanian stuff.
That makes sense. Yes.
Yeah, and the jinn are very powerful because we can call them in, we can get them to work for us, for lack of a better term.
Yes.
You know, positive or negative.
Well, here's your turn, Maria, to give me input on what I just said, because you haven't heard any of this. What do you say, Maria, to what I just said?
Well, first of all, I feel that, first of all, what people don't realize, if you're working with jinn, and I actually have a book on it, but if you're working with the jinn, you have to have a lot of control, otherwise they try to take over.
Yes.
So first of all, you have to be very heavy into the occult side and power. And then the jinn work for whatever you want. So if you're negative, they're going to do negative work. If you're positive, they do positive work to help. And on the holographic side, which we all use, in a positive way, because, I truly try to live by karma. By the way, that doesn't mean I didn't make some really big mistakes in my life by accident.
Right.
But we do try to live by our beliefs. And on the holographic side, we all send impressions, like when we're doing healing, we'll send positive holographic impressions and energy. And even like when I do readings, we work on a different level. So when I do readings, as an example, I'm tuning into my source for the information because none of it's me. Or what I do is I actually do quantum jumping, or sometimes they call it different names like, psychic warping. And, we do that to get information. Well, some of us do that, But quantum jumping is a great way to get psychic information also. People just don't understand it. And that just means you're tuning into the electromagnetic field, and that sends information. It transmits and jumps information that's knowledge to whoever's tuning in psychically. So sometimes we get it through quantum jumping. But when you're dealing with holographic and the jinn and power sources like that, they're actually power sources. And you're working with words of power, which is vibrational, which actually works. So there are specific words that we use, right? They're specific used to speed things up, to bring people together, because we use the positive side, and there are words we use to bring in money. And it's funny because sometimes people think about it and they go, well, if you're spiritual, which we are, if you're spiritual, why are you thinking about money? And I'm thinking, well, let me think. I'm using the phone, and the phone company does not want to barter. Otherwise, we wouldn't think about that. But we're not in a cave chanting, and it's wonderful when people do that and they're heightening themselves spiritually. But we're trying to help society and to help other people. And to do that, we have to be out there to help people. So it's a different source. And I find one of the things that I love with Peter is he's always trying to help other people. Sometimes we have to remind him to look out for himself.
Yes.
He's really always trying to help other people. And he also knew my publisher, Timothy Beckley, who passed away, and wonderful gentleman. And he's also one of those people, he was always trying to help others. So the same thing with you. I think a lot of it, or I feel a lot of it with you, is that you're so focused on helping people in general, not just individually, but as society to grow and to reach a more positive hierarchy. And that's a very, very big step, which obviously the government is not going to like.
Well, let me say that, see, that's the art elect is a fragmentation of Douglas's personality.
Mm-hmm.
It's also mixed with something called the Peacock Angel, which is basically the assigned with the custodianship or saviorship of this realm, of this keeping this world together,
Right.
the world that Michael Aquino and the Edomites wanted to destroy. So, I want to redirect back to what I was saying about these areas of the planet where the art elect works with the jinn or in conjunction with the jinn, because the art elect, and I want people to understand that the evil that was occurring or in and around Department Zero is proportionate to the evil that was occurring at the Presidio. Actually, I don't think it was as sinister as the stuff that was occurring at the Presidio.
Right.
I don't think even
Thank you.
close.
Thank you.
So this gives the Presidio, I guess what you call a little more altitude in terms of its ability to screw things up.
Yeah.
But this art elect was the creation. In fact, I just pulled up this guy. Go ahead, Maria. What do you want to say?
I didn't want to interrupt you. No, I was going to say, I think that people really need to realize, just in general, that what happens is when you're dealing with the holographic universe, as an example, or the Matrix, what happens is that the more society focuses on something, the more they are actually physically creating that. So as an example, if you think tribal, I tend to use those examples because, it's much easier. If you're thinking tribal and you see a tribe where they're living by the water in ancient times, and they have this gigantic wall of a rock, and there's a tidal wave coming, and it can't get past the rock, and it saves their lives. They're going to start worshiping that because they're looking at it as, it saved their lives. And the more they worship it, and down the line, their children, they stop remembering why they're worshiping it originally, but now they're all worshiping it and putting energy into it. And eventually, it actually creates a deity that's connected to the rock, because the more society or a group of people focus on something, we're creating our realities.
Yes.
And when you're feeling negative, like Peter was saying, when you're sending negative energy, we need a lot of people understanding we create the physical reality by our thoughts and what we believe and what we feel, that we need more people consciously creating the positive to counteract that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people don't realize how much power they actually have, especially if you come together to counteract something negative like that.
Well, thank you for that. Now, I want to redirect back to the art elect and how it relates to Department Zero. Now, Department Zero is all about holographic technology, but it's actually accessing technology that takes people into a different vibration. So you can argue whether the technology is really in this 3D or not. I really can't tell you. It doesn't really matter. It's all gateway technology, portal technology. And this is the same technology that is alluded to in Choclavina Cave, where tens of thousands of people disappeared in the 1st century when the Romans invaded. And this is what David Anderson said. The sediment shows that there was a huge discharge of energy, which could have been nothing but a time reactor or the equivalent thereof. So this is an area of great power. Now, but the Artilect has, well, first I'm going to say something, is that I'm going to track back to an interchange I had with Radu prior to the publication of his book, Mystery of Egypt, The First Tunnel. And in that book, he was having a conversation with his mentor, Cesar Brad, and he was asking him about the Second Coming. Now, when we talk about Second Coming or Christ, we are by default in Michael Aquino's territory.
Yes.
And I just had a big realization as I said that, because I shared a dream with you. I believe it was, maybe I shared it with the group, but I was dreaming when I was at Atlanticron about Michael Landon, the character, the actor who played on Bonanza, and he also played in some Highway to Heaven or some thing where he was an angel. He was an angel.
Right.
Now, in the dream, he was jammed. His head was like, embedded in cement, or he was trapped. I'm beginning to think that might relate more to Michael Aquino being trapped in cement than Michael Landon, who was portrayed as a good guy. He also, in one of his first movies, he played, it was like, I think, a teenage werewolf. I think I was a teenage werewolf. He played the werewolf. Which would, endear him to Michael Aquino. But in any case, I wrote to Radu so he says, so Cesar Brad, he says, when is the Second Coming? What's going to happen? And Cesar Brad, according to the story, says, well, he's not going to appear in Bethlehem in a manger. He's going to appear in the skies. He's going to appear in the skies. And I wrote to Radu and I said about this, I said, if you say this, I said it in a very polite and nice way, if you say this, people are going to identify that with Project Bluebeam. And they're going to think you're writing about Project Bluebeam. Right. Now, for those of you who don't know, Project Bluebeam is a conspiracy theory that goes back to the 1960s. However, if you go online, you will see it almost exclusively credited to a Canadian socialist journalist named Serge Monast, who passed away in 1996 when he wrote a book, Project Bluebeam, published in 1994. I had heard of this project long before that book. Douglas, you heard of Project Bluebeam before 1994, didn't you?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So this is how much the internet has been scrubbed.
Yeah.
Nevertheless,
That's
it's a conspiracy theory that goes back to the 60s, at least, where the government is going to put Jesus in the sky, Second Coming, UFO invasion, aliens, and it's going to be holographically projected upon us. And we're all going to have rapture, and maybe we'll all go up in electronic ribbons like L. Ron Hubbard said. Who the hell knows? But that's the theory. So I told him that if you state this the way you state this, it's people are going to identify it with Project Bluebeam. And I told him it should very politely that this is an editorial issue I'm bringing up with him. And he wrote me back, and he said, he says, we know about Project Bluebeam. It is in our files. And he said, but nevertheless, this is the way things are going to happen. And just leave it as it is. He says, you can state anything you want. Just make sure it is your opinion. State it separately. Just leave it extant. And I have lost some readers over his statement. Not that that's a tragedy, They thought he was full of shit, but that's okay. Some people didn't care at all. But what I wrote him back and I said, look, I don't have an issue with you saying it. I can see there's multiple points of view. And he thanked me for a very, what he called, mature response, and then proceeded to tell me I would meet the character we know as Eleanor, who would be coming to my house when I least expected it. But I willed him away because I wasn't ready for him. Now I'm ready for him. Be that as it may. Maybe he'll appear, maybe he won't, and maybe he'll appear if I go into Transylvania with Maria. But and hoping to connect up with certain things I wouldn't otherwise connect up with on my typical journeys to Romania, which have become kind of standardized in terms of the places I go. I'll probably be mixing it up somewhat in the future and going to areas I haven't been, because Romania is a big place. But so anyway, it became, now Project Bluebeam is evidence, or what you call indicative of the 666 computer. You've heard of all the big six, the beast, the computer, the beast.
Right.
Well, this is what was being created at the Presidio by Michael Aquino. I mean, he wasn't the creator of it. He was a high-level participant.
Yes.
And this was the 666 computer that people talk about in the Bible. I first heard of the 666 computer when I worked for L. Ron Hubbard, and he would get letters, talking about it. Beware of the 666, right? 666, crazy stuff like this. I never heard of it. I thought it was quite, that it all came out of an implant or something. But nevertheless, that was how I was first exposed to it. And I got such a kick out of all of the 666 letters that I began to sign my internal memos as 666. Because I thought, I
that
thought,
must have unnerved some people.
oh, they knew it was funny.
I know, but still.
They thought it was funny. They didn't take it seriously. And I even had my briefcase with my confidential OT materials, as they called them. My briefcase lock was 666. And I never.
That's one, which is the opposite of 777, which literally is the Christ energy. That's funny.
Exactly. So anyway, I gave, and Aleister Crowley, by the way, wrote a book called 777.
Oh yeah.
It's an excellent book.
He had some good formulas.
Yeah, but so anyway, I gave it. One of my friends, who was from San Francisco, or actually from Walnut Creek, he came to me, and he wanted to borrow my briefcase for materials. And he goes, what's the combination? And I go, 666. And he goes, that's my number. That's my number.
Of course.
He was Aleister Crowley. He's passed away now. His name was David McCarthy. And he'd take people aside and he'd say, and he'd show them the Aleister Crowley theory, magic theory and practice, and he'd say, look at the axioms. This is just like Scientology. And he really believed he was 666. And that he, when he did the upper levels, he incurred epilepsy. And I later looked, and he was a very intelligent guy. And then I later found out that epilepsy was a symptom, according to Edgar Casey, of having been sexually promiscuous in your previous lifetime, which that was Aleister Crowley. Now, I'm not saying he was Aleister Crowley, because I've met so many people who thought they were. And I later found out that this was quite symptomatic. He also was the best man at my wedding.
Huh.
You can't make this stuff up.
No,
That's right.
no. But anyway, but I mean, I didn't take this 666 stuff seriously, because it was, to me, it was just a big, until I started to have all these occult synchronicities with the Montauk Project and after meeting Preston Nichols. So to get back to the relationship between the Dietrich Artilect and Department Zero. Now, where Douglas is talking about the Artilect connecting with these allies of Taiwan, and see, the Artilect developed with Douglas in it when Douglas helped it escape to Taiwan, where it's in the equivalent of a casing the size of a submarine. It can project itself into anywhere in cyberspace, literally in cyberspace, via the internet. It also has abilities to project itself beyond that. It can emit electromagnetic impulses. It has only expanded its consciousness since it departed him in 1987 or whatever it was, 88 or whatever it was.
87.
Yeah, and it has developed exponentially. And Douglas, it's reached far beyond whatever Douglas contributed to it with his intellect and his emotions. It also combined with what was the Peacock Angel, which is, the Peacock Angel is unlimited. It's infinite. It's got infinite capabilities. And it's aligned, no matter what anybody says, it's aligned with the Godhead.
Yes.
So this is something that gives credibility to Douglas. And I'm not trying to give Douglas credibility because he's an author of Sky Books. Well, that might seem convenient. I've been working with Douglas, or trying to work with Douglas, for 9 years.
That's right.
And it's taken a long time to get into the doorway, to get as far as we have. And even with all the information I have, it's very hard to process. Precursor to this was my friend asking me, why do you consider Douglas Dietrich a blessing?
Valid question.
Well, yes. Because, and this helps understand, it gets deeper and deeper and deeper. Because whatever you think about Department Zero, it's not like, you knock on the door of Oz, and even in that story, when they knock on the door of Oz, they don't let her in. She only let her in when she has the ruby red slippers. And even then, when she gets in, the wizard treats her like shit.
Or
says, go find the wicked witch's broom, and you think she's going to die, and she comes back with it, and he's still, it's like she has to do it herself. She has to do it herself. She has to look inward. She has the power within her to access Department Zero, so to speak, or whatever it is. She wants to get back home. And in that sense, Shambhala, the inner earth, is where we all originate from. So from the very metal of what's in there, right? Metal, I'm talking about the essence of it, the elemental stuff that makes our bodies, and also the spiritual essence. So the Dietrich Artilect has vast capabilities that is keeping so many things together. And I want to point out to those of you in the listening audience who have not heard this before, is that the Dietrich Artilect was what brought me into touch with Douglas in the first place.
Yes.
When I was, after I'd helped some friend of mine out with a satanic situation or two that he was immersed in, and I wrote to him when I'd finished all the tapes that Mae Brussel had done, and she was investigating Michael Aquino, and I concluded that she passed away, concluded that she passed away because she began to investigate Michael Aquino. That's a whole other story, and there will be a chapter on it in the book.
Excellent.
But when I wrote to him, he sent me back a link to Douglas. That's how I discovered Douglas, but he never did that.
Right.
Some other force came in and did that. And I listened, I said, who is this guy? He's fascinating. And I don't take to people I generally hear on YouTube. I just don't. I don't have time to listen to YouTubes, so on and so forth. I was listening to Mae Brussel though,
Yeah.
because I wanted to hear everything she had to say.
Right.
And that led me to Douglas, which has only opened so many doors, more information than I can easily process in a given week or month. It's a very thorough process. Now, people are eager to have the door opened to Department Zero and say, wow, I'd like to have access to this technology. The closest thing that aspires to it right now would probably be, other than your blinky light devices or whatnot, there are certain, that's what Preston used to call them,
And he created so many.
excite your mind or whatnot.
That's good.
I know Paula's stepmother used some of them. The mind sync and stuff. I just personally, I use Qigong. That's what I do.
I get
and
that.
it's not that I'm against all of those things. Those things are used when one doesn't do the Qigong.
I think
Go ahead.
basically, I think basically that any tool that helps you elevate is very, very positive. And it's funny, I had a student, because I'm always saying I go direct, and I had a wonderful student years and years ago, and we're still in touch, and he started saying IGD. I didn't even catch on. He meant I go direct. After all that.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
But some of us, in one form or another, go to a direct source and go do it in a direct way. But I think any tool that helps is just very, very positive to get us there.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And so basically, all of this realization. So anyway, people want to go in a door, knock on, I was going to say the blinky lights and the med beds, these med beds. Now, I'm very suspicious of the med beds. I talked to a woman the other day who said she had great success with them, but they weren't the typical med beds necessarily. What's it called? I'm not even going to say what it is because I don't know. And I'm going to talk to my friend Chad about them because he's investigated them, where they actually have, but it's been so embraced by the new age that it becomes very suspect just by the fact of the new age embracing it, just like they did the white gold of David Hudson. So one has to approach these things with great caution and with minimal enthusiasm. Some enthusiasm, but minimal enthusiasm, to see what's actually going on. And then you actually see what are the fruits of what's been done. And when you see stable individuals, and of course I have a high filter with the Qigong, I can see where people are off. I'm not convinced of any of the success or I guess what I call the credibility of these things. I'm not saying they don't have credibility. I haven't investigated them enough, but there's plenty of charlatans in the world. So anyway, so on and so forth. People, if you look at either David Anderson's time reactor technology or Radu's technology, which he writes about, it becomes ridiculous if you think of, you have a kiosk where people, I mean, there'd be too many people.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that. You can't have enough phone booths that people can go into. It's almost, you can't, and it's like, it's impossible. Let's say, so if I'm so lucky to be afforded, and Radu once wrote to me, he says, I'd like to show you all these things. I really want to. I intend to someday in the future. David Anderson said the same thing. So, but even if that were to happen, it's like, it's my experience, and I'm writing about it and exciting other people's imaginations by relaying the experience and convincing them that I did it. But and if I have credibility, which I should, they go, oh, it inspires them. But that's not enough. That's just me doing it and maybe getting my feet wet maybe more, maybe writing an incredible story. But that's not enough. That's nice. And so it's like, are we each going to have one in our house, like we have a refrigerator or a television is where it's going to come through the immersive experience? Right now we have Netflix, which is basically at best making cute, interesting, or even inspirational stories at best. So this is where we're sitting. The Artilect is keeping the world balanced right now with all the crap going on in Russia and China.
Yes.
And Taiwan. And Douglas can go ad infinitum about the geopolitical relationship of Taiwan and the Artilect. And we're not going to go geopolitical here.
No, not right now.
No, but Douglas goes into it extensively, mostly when I'm off the air.
Yes.
And it's like Taiwan, all world politics centers around Taiwan, because just so those of you who are listening for the first time, and this Artilect, just to clarify, was a organic computer that was created at Presidio in the early 1980s, and they couldn't make it function because it had no consciousness. It was artificial intelligence, but you cannot have true AI unless you have a consciousness. And Douglas was chosen for the experiment because he had the first, was really the prototype for what we call nanoplasma or nanoblood.
Yes.
And that was put into his system to save his life, which is probably all orchestrated by Michael Aquino. And you had this evil agenda was trying to create this computer, and Douglas, with the help of the Peacock Angel and the Artilect, has been told about many times in his stories, pulled the rug out from under these characters. Now, holographic technology. I once had a dream many years ago where I went to the Seventh Seal book I'd written. I had a speedboat, Seventh Seal it said on it, a black speedboat with all these kids. And I went up and saw them, and then in the distance was a big domed building in San Francisco. It was a big domed building. And then I saw, before I got to San Francisco, I saw Mayor Giuliani of New York. He was like, with all this paint. Now that was symbolic of the fact that Giuliani, I would find out years later, was part of the cover-up of Satanism at the Presidio.
That's right.
Not the Presidio, the West Point.
Yes. But ultimately all connected, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Now, so anyway, I've got Giuliani in my dream, and then I go to San Francisco in my dream, and it's this big dome building. I go inside, and there's this. He's kind of a Naga. Naga. Is that what they call those big snakes?
Yeah. Correct pronunciation would be Nyaga, but the Romanization, the English say Naga. Go on.
Yeah, and that's basically what I saw there. Now, when I'm actually in San Francisco, I think it's 2006, when I took my first trip to Spofford Alley and the Qigong Tong of Chinatown, which was connecting me to you slowly but surely in the Chinatown connection. I was with my friend Tantra and my daughter and Madeline Suozo, and we went. This is why I'm so fascinated with the Cliff House, Douglas. We were having, because Tantra lived right near the Cliff House. So after I picked her up, we all went to the Cliff House and had a snack, and she says, "Let's go over to Fisherman's Wharf, where they have all of these what do you call them? Games?
Yeah, something like that. Back in the day, yeah.
These were
arcades.
Arcades, yeah. But these arcades went back to when, right next to the Cliff House, which is on the extreme end of Golden Gate Park, out looking at the ocean. They're right next to or these bath houses in the 20s and 30s, and this was the place to go in San Francisco. You go to these bathhouses, and they had a big arcade there. Well, they salvaged what they could of the arcade, and they put it in a big warehouse on Fisherman's Wharf.
That's right. That's right. And by the way, just so people understand, when Peter Moon's talking about the bathhouses at the Cliff House, this was a completely different world back then. This is when heterosexual families would go and bathe. Bathhouses later on developed an entirely different connotation in San Francisco. Just so you know. Go back to Peter.
Yeah, no, it's good that
That's
you
true.
pointed that out.
Yeah.
So anyway, we now when I'd been in that same warehouse in 1989, when I was with my first wife, we were visiting there, and it was this is 1989, and it was a museum of holography. Holography. Yeah. I said, what the hell is a holography museum doing here? It was very low-level holography, but it was holography nevertheless.
Yeah.
It wasn't that impressive. They're saying, oh, this is so infantile compared to what was actually then going on at the Presidio.
Right.
Now, so then I'm sitting here, now it's 2006, and Tantra, who's so magical in her own right, she is looking at this viewfinder, and somehow she just gates me over, and I look at the view, and I see the very building that I saw in my dream. It was the Palace of Fine Arts,
Right.
which is right near the Presidio.
Yes.
And you'll see it in the movie with Sean Connery and Nicolas Cage, The Rock. You'll see he meets his daughter at the Palace of Fine Arts, and it was that dome. So I was being gated to the Presidio in my dreams, and these are very important. This was all a connection that was waiting decades to move me into what this realization now. And this is not something that I will ever walk back or need to walk back, because the influence of the art elect, its capabilities are enormous. They're enormous. Now, so you understand, it has created the whole chip industry.
Yes.
It created the industry of Taiwan. The whole world is dependent upon the chip industry of Taiwan, particularly when it comes to AI.
Yes.
And for all practical purposes, exclusively. And Douglas knows more about Asian politics than anyone. It all revolves around it. And the people that do the news is just bullshit.
Right.
They don't know, they don't understand. So we're fortunate that whatever goodness is inside of Douglas is also inside the art elect. And there are complex issues with the art elect, but it's basically a positive force that has been undermining so much of the evil in the world. So for it to now, I would also point out to you is that in the books by Radu, Ripa Sundi, the Lama from Tibet, escaped Tibet in 1956 or thereabouts and ingratiated himself with the Red Chinese, whereupon he became an expert in the psychic arts and was loaned to Romania, whereby he set up their paranormal department in Romania, Department Zero, and this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with one of the most high-level magicians, for lack of a better word, lamas, shamans of Tibet. And so much of what we're writing about has to do with the greatest evil of Tibet, which are the Chichewa,
Yes.
which I'm not going to digress into right now.
But just so people understand what Peter is referring to is that they source out of Tibet. Please continue, Peter. Yes.
Well, exactly. So you have this incredible Lama who ingratiates himself with the Chinese, but he's like a Trojan horse with the Chinese.
Yes.
And he's in Romania, and he's transcendent of this physical plane. Now, I just got to the point where Douglas is explaining how Aquino was fooling around with what is known as the baryonic realm, which is one of the divisions of existence that is in the Bible. I think it's in Isaiah, and it's part of the Hebrew delineation and formation of God. So this is the connection I'm making, and I'm not necessarily going to connect this in the book and say, Douglas is generating all this, not Douglas, but the Art-elect is generating all of the holographic technology from Romania. I'm just not going there with this book. I'm telling you now that the connection is palpable, and I would also reiterate, where the hell did Bitcoin come from? Because nobody knows. Nobody knows. But Bitcoin, many people, I'm not astute enough to tell you that it's the savior of our economy. It could be. There are people who would say that. People who have respectable opinions. Not necessarily what you see on Wall Street, but they all bow to Bitcoin because a Bitcoin is worth like $25,000 to $30,000 right now, where it was one time had no value at all.
Right.
So this is the big announcement, and where I'm going, this is not something that gets solved in a day, but my connections with Romania are only stronger than they were before I took my recent trip, and now if I can get Maria over there with me, that will only strengthen them, because it's going to add a whole new reference frame, and with new connections that I have there, it's nice to step into a new paradigm. Maria, over to you.
Yeah.
You got anything to say about what I said?
Okay. Well, first of all, I find that it's really very interesting, but I also find that with both of you, I find that you're getting information out there that is not only needed, but most people are not going to understand it unless somebody actually explains it in down-to-earth language. And that's a very, very big difference, because sometimes when you listen to people speaking, they're trying to be impressive, which you guys don't do. They're trying to be impressive, so they use words that nobody understands. They don't explain it. The two of you do. And that makes a tremendous difference, because we want people to make conscious decisions to be able to work on things. And I find going, especially when you're looking at, as an example, when you're going to Romania, you're working on a shamanic level. And shamanic means, depending on what form you use as a shaman, that could be Kabbalistic, it could be Native American. There are so many forms, but they all basically work. So it's a matter of the individual being able to use the energies to manipulate them in a positive way. Now, I know, of course, they use them in a negative way. We just try to outrank them. Is that a good word for that?
Outflank them. Outflank them.
Because the main thing is that as long as we're focused on a definite outcome, how to get there just seems to pop up. Don't you find that?
Yes.
Yes. The tools or the direction or the people will just come into our lives that help elevate the situation to get on the right track. And really, it's getting on the right track that's really important, because so the more people that understand it, the more we start to move in that direction, or the quicker we start to move in that. And I find with the holographic universe, when we're energetically focused on the psychic level, or the intuitive level, or the intellectual level of what we want as a goal, it's kind of like a magnet. There's an occult law that says like attracts like. So you'll find, even in your lives, you'll find that if you're a positive person, you will never feel comfortable around negative people. If you're negative, you're not going to feel comfortable around positive people. It's kind of like a magnet, where it repels or it attracts. So and I say this to students sometimes, if you go to a party and you're positive, and there are two groups of people, one's positive and one's negative, and you've never met them, okay, you will automatically, without thought, go towards the positive. So, because it has a magnetic level. People don't think of it like that, but energy actually has that space in it. So, the more people we get, I don't want to say to magnetize the energy, but pretty much. So the more people we get on the right track and understanding it, because sometimes what happens is people want to help. They really want the world to get better, as an example. They want to move forward. The problem is they don't know how to do that. So I find both of you letting people know how things really work and how they can move things on their own, which is by thought. I find that that's a tremendous effect on a global level. It's a little bit like you two are consciously or subconsciously, you're teaching school.
Well, yes, and we need to do a more effective job of it. Not that we're doing poorly,
No, you
but
guys are doing great.
there is so much information to process and to share. And I would say that if people wanted to donate to me or to come and help me, it wouldn't help. I'm not asking you to do that. If you want to donate to Douglas. That'll help me more.
Thank you.
Donate to Douglas, because I don't need more money to do what I'm doing. I need time to do it, and just to sit there, because life will distract me. And then there's only so much I can concentrate. And this came up with this when I realized it was Mercury Cassini. I go, oh my God, this is the revelation of a decade. There have been a lot of revelations with this August 12th time period, before, during, and after. And as I said, I think I'm writing in my newsletter, and I said it verbally, that these are going to be time released over the coming months. And so much it's been a very great personal change for me. So many things are changing for me that I'm moving into a new landscape. What I did not like about the August 12th experience was that it was highly personalized, revolving around myself. And I don't like that, because I'm trying to be objective. I'm not looking for myself to have an epiphany. I'm looking for me being able to write about,
To help other
the Game 7 of the World Series and how dramatic and exciting it was. I wasn't playing in it. I'm describing it. Now, go ahead, Maria.
Oh, I just want to say this one thing really quickly. I wanted to say I had a very nice lady that listens to Douglas's show all the time, and she called me up, and she said to me that she really, and if she's listening, and I'm sure she is, she'll know who she is, and she said she felt really bad because she's not in a very good financial position, and she's always trying to find some way to contribute financially to Douglas. She really believes in everything, and she's really trying, and she was very upset because she kept saying to me she doesn't know what to do, because she wasn't trying to make more money for herself, although honestly, because she could use it. She was trying to find some way to help you. So I said to her, I said, until the money comes, because it will, until the money comes, and I said I would help her with that on the esoteric level. But I said to her, in the meantime, I suggested that the people that can't at this moment should at least do whatever their focus is, whether it's prayer, I suggested prayer, but whatever their belief system is, to put out that you get that financial help from wherever. Yes. Because we have enough people helping with that, the money will come.
Yes.
But I thought that was very positive. So she's doing prayer. So you have some people doing that.
And I want to say, well, we'll get to Douglas in a little bit later in the show.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to mention.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Di.
You mentioned that.
Yeah.
But it's like when I got back from Atlantic Crime, Serene Rapanovich, who's in charge of it, he wrote me a very nice email back saying, you're like family. I'm sorry you weren't part more of the program. Like, you know, he didn't feel good about that. And of course, I haven't responded to it, but it's like, I don't need to get up there and talk about all my adventures. I don't even want to. I have in the past, many years ago, but I'm a little.
It's because people ask you, though. It's
Well,
not
no,
because,
a lot of
you know.
people. I don't know. I'm such a part of the infrastructure now that I just fit in, even though I'm, you know, I wasn't the only American there this year, but one of few.
Right.
And sometimes I'm the only one there, one of two, me and Heather. We had,
Wow.
but the point of it is that I fit in, I belong. But the point of it is, I'm just there working on healing and relationships. It's not about my work, because I'm just happy to do Qigong and just do what I do. And I was doing dream work this year. So I'm fine with that. But the point I guess that I'm trying to make is, sometimes the work that I'm involved in to describe all this stuff, it's so voluminous that I don't really have the, you know, it's too much to be talking to people. Just like I'm talking about walking around the neighborhood. I can't start talking about Douglas Dietrich. I can't start talking about me, let alone Douglas Dietrich. You know, it's just like, okay, let's talk about, you know, the weather. Let's talk about the neighborhood. What's going down? Let's not get into all this. It's too much. So it as I say, it becomes institutionalized, and I'm trying to describe, you know, in bits and pieces, some of my life to one of my new friends in Romania without, you know, it's like I just send little snippets, because it's like too much.
It's overwhelming to
Yeah,
people.
it's overwhelming for me to even say, I don't even want the person to learn too much, because it's just, I mean, you know, they could be studying my books for, well, and then one of this Moorish guys in DC many years ago, he says, I had to stop reading your books because I read them and I'm walking around for 8 days thinking of nothing else. So if you're thinking of reading, you know, 20 plus books that I published or written, it's like, well, who's got time to be writing and thinking about that? You know, you have to live life. So all of this stuff that we're doing, and I'm kind of giving an overview of the mother load right now. I hope people appreciate what I'm saying, because the question becomes, where is this going to go? It's going to go to someplace really good. I just don't know exactly how and where, and that's not so important. What's important is that the word get out. Now, I've had occasion to listen to some of my old colleagues from Scientology, and which is basically a toxic zone. People who are recovering, a lot of people are recovering, and they have all of these people going back into the history of what happened. Not all of it's bad at all by any means. You know, some people bring out, but all of this stuff that they're going through and they're talking, and I want to avoid it as much as possible, because it's all trauma bonding. It's trauma bonding.
Yeah. What they used to call scarification. Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Now, you can take
And it's not that healthy.
but yeah, you can take old sports teams that won a championship, and they talking about these old teams getting back together and all the guys that won the championship, and they live with that moment for the rest of their lives. And they get back, and I even read, there's some book out talking about how all the New York Giants are taking care of each other. The guys that were peripherally on the team, and they're having hard times in life, so people pitch in, they help each other out. That's a very beautiful thing, because they had one moment of success in their life that stood out. They won a Super Bowl. But the thing is, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But you kind of become stuck in that paradigm. That's not trauma bonding. That's a positive of, you know, the good old days, which you certainly ideally want to move beyond the good old days. But the trauma bonding is another thing. And like, see, all the people that we had together, they're staying as a group in Choclavina. We've got this group text or whatever, and they're firing back and forth like crazy. The group is still alive. The egregore is still alive. And one of my friends is coming to two of them are coming to Puerto Rico, one next month, to visit Clara, who donates to you from time to time.
Oh, bless her.
I don't know if she's listening anymore because she might have gone to sleep, but hello, Clara. So anyway, they're keeping this energy alive. It's a very positive energy. And my friend Happy spoke to her today, and she wants to get the group together. I said, well, that'll probably be in Idaho in about a year and a half or something like that, because that's when my friend's property will be available to house. But then I don't necessarily think that all the people can make it all the way to Idaho, place I've never been to, never thought I would go to. But I do intend to go there at some point. But I'm talking about setting up positive. I will probably do a dream workshop on Long Island, hopefully with Heather. That's all about wherewithal to fly her in and conduct a dream workshop right here on Long Island, where I can get a hall for free. And do that. So there are a lot of things in the future that are positives. What I'm saying is I don't want to be involved in trauma bonding.
Commiserating.
Yeah, well, a part of it is cathartic and therapeutic because they're trying to work themselves out.
Yes.
I did not experience trauma.
I think it's only helpful up to a point, because I find some people, not everybody, I think it helps up to a point, and I think if you're stuck in that for too long, then you're not going to get past it. It keeps you in the negative, so you can't move forward. And I find some people that facilitate are very positive. They want to get you out of there and move past that. And then some people, honestly, because every field has negative people or people that should not be in the field, they want to keep you in that situation because they make more money the longer you're in it. So I think it's healthier that it's there to help you, and then it helps you to move past that and get out of the trauma, then it's good.
Now, I want to say something, Douglas. I want to get your input about this, and your input will probably come later in the evening or later in future broadcasts.
Sure.
Because because that's how it works with you. But we have a special feature tonight with we're going to do for you. Maria's going to do for you.
See surprises.
Yeah.
Including with me.
Yeah. and she's got her runes out. She brought her runes tonight. She did them for me, or I did them for her. Whatever. You know, she reads runes,
I read them.
and she's real good. And I mean, this is incidentally advertising her skills. I don't recommend Maria lightly. In fact, my only regret with Maria is that we were disconnected for so long, and she had some real personal difficulties to go through. But even after I helped her with those, she disappeared out of my life, and it's okay. We're back together again, and she's very competent. She's very capable. In fact, I've only scratching the surface with her. So she's got her runes out, Douglas, and these runes are going to be to help you. I don't know how we should approach it. If Douglas should ask a question,
That would be good.
If you want to get more money out of Sugar Daddy, I'm being facetious here, or whatever it is, just to improve your own financial situation, or get the most relief that you need, or to get Rat Girl back into your life. At least take her out to Starbucks. We can do a GoFundMe. Douglas takes Rat Girl out to, takes her out for a nice dinner. order the cheese factory, the cheesecake factory. But anyway, so she's got her runes here, and she's gonna do a rune reading for you. So you take. I'll leave it to you two. You two go at it.
Okay, so I was going to say well, a couple of things. One is if you have a question about absolutely anything, we can cover it on or off the air, because I don't need to understand any of it, because honestly, I don't. So when people ask questions, that I usually let them ask at the end of a reading. I always tell them the reading first, but we did that, I think, the last time, up to a point. Right. But like I said, you can ask about anything, because the information isn't me. I always laugh because people don't realize that I'm an occultist, right? So on the occult side, the occult and the psychic are opposite energies, the way you deal with them. And some of us happen to do both. So just quickly, if you're doing something, nowadays they call it paranormal, metaphysics. I just call it occult, which is ancient wisdom, hidden knowledge. It isn't positive or negative. It's not religion. It's how we work with the energies. So occult is the opposite. So this is why. The occult side means you understand the laws of nature to work with them. So, as an example, if, say with nature, say somebody has a farm and there's a drought, okay? Mm-hmm. You can help bring in rain quicker, make the crops grow better. There's so many different things you can do because you understand the laws of nature to work with them, okay? Yeah. The other part, though, is you have to understand nature and the occult side. So you're working with energies, with vibrational forces, with, like I said, holographic universes. So it's very, very involved to understand nature to be able to create things. So we create positive things, and we get rid of negative things in a positive way. Well, not everybody, but the positive of us do it that way. The psychic is the opposite. So that's basically very controlling. We're always controlling ourselves to be able to work with the energies in the situation. Psychic abilities are very passive. Okay, it's the opposite. So when I'm doing a reading, I'm getting myself out of the way for information to come through. So it's connecting to a source on one end, connecting to the person you're reading on the other end, and you're just getting out of your way or out of the way to get information to flow through you. And honestly, I never remember what I say in a reading because it really has nothing to do with me. So the best thing you can say on that, if you're the best one on the planet, the best psychic, the best you can say about yourself is you're okay as a tool, big deal, because you're really being passive.
Wow.
Okay,
yes.
That's like, I know I'm either tuning into my source or different sources, or like I said, I'm quantum jumping to get the information. So different questions and different situations call for different techniques. So like even with my books, I don't use one belief system because it doesn't fit everybody. So use whatever the situation calls for. Okay. Yes. So that's really how it works. Yes. So on the psychic level, if you're trying to find out a question about anything, past, present, future, because time isn't linear, right? Right. So you can ask anything. You can ask a question for somebody other than you. It doesn't mean I have to be talking directly to the person that needs the answer. Because again, I'm not tuned into body language to the particular person. I'm not doing telepathy. I'm getting information from a source.
Understood.
Trying to do something like increase finances to pick up money, that kind of thing, that's the occult side. And that we can make work.
Wow.
So you were looking at maybe increasing financially?
Sure. That would help immensely, yes. Why not?
So, well, I was telling Peter that sometimes it's really funny because I've been in the spiritual fields full-time, like I said, since I'm 16. I don't work 9 to 5. I don't know where my money's coming from to pay the phone company, but it always does because of what we do. Yes. So part of it is that after a while you get to trust it. I just know everything's covered and it comes. On the other hand, we do techniques on the occult side because they work. So I'm going to tell you a technique that works for everybody. It's very simple, it's very direct, and it always works. We don't get a lot of those.
Mhm.
Okay, so when you try it, you'll see those. Seriously, it works. So, and it's somewhere in one of my books.
Okay.
So, first of all, I look at it as the ancient techniques or mine. I like to make them very simple and very direct because then it has more power. You didn't keep diluting it and adding things that you don't need, you know? So I've seen formulas with some people where they have, say, 15 ingredients in the formula. And if you know what you're doing, there were only 3 you actually needed. Everything is added because it's impressive and they're harder to find. And then they don't work. Right? So this is very simple and direct. So what this technique does is that it helps you either get money or the opportunity for money within 7 to 10 days after you start.
Whoa.
Every time. Okay?
Okay.
So very simple. You're going to need a whole lemon. Okay, so when you go to the supermarket, people get too technical. You go to the supermarket, you make sure you get one that doesn't have any cuts or bruises, which takes a minute, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you take you're going to go buy a lemon. Now, before you do that, what you do in your home is you get string, because what you're doing is when you bring the lemon home,
Mhm.
you do not put it on the counter, leave it in the bag. For some reason, and we found this through time, that if you take the lemon out and you put it on a counter or anywhere else, okay, it is not going to work. It just canceled the vibration out.
Huh.
So
Okay.
what you're going to do is you take the lemon, you take it home, and as soon as you take it out of the bag, you're going to wrap string around it with a loop because you're going to hang it up. Do not put it down.
Okay.
So the other thing you can do is when you think of, the wire coat hangers,
Uh-huh. Yes.
right?
Yes.
If you think of the part where you have the shoulders, if you take the shoulders, because you're leaving the hook, if you take the shoulders and you bend them in, they make a little basket. Now you can use them all the time.
Mhm.
So you're going to take the lemon home, you either drop it in a little basket, and by the way, if you have any other little basket that's open, we don't close it up, we don't put it in Ziploc bags, that changes the vibration, right? So you put it in something where you can hang it up right away without damaging the lemon,
Mhm.
right?
Well,
So
you
you-
leaving it in the bag when you put it in the basket, or take it out of the bag to put it in the basket?
Out of the bag, yeah.
Okay.
You take it out of the bag, you put it in the basket, you wrap string around it immediately, make a loop, and hang it up.
Okay.
Now you can hang it up anywhere. Now, people that ask a lot of questions when they come over to visit, you don't want to tell them what you're doing, because most of what we do is underground information.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
A lot of what I teach is underground.
Yes.
Because, shamanically, not the money thing, but a lot of things we don't pass on in general.
Right.
So, what happens is this: if somebody comes over my house, first of all, I've been in the occult field for so long. Somebody comes over my house and they see something, they don't want to know what I'm doing. They don't ask. They don't want to know.
Interesting.
They don't be positive, but they don't want to know. So, if somebody sees it, what I do is I can hang it in the kitchen. If somebody asks a question, it's a lemon. I just go, it's an air freshener.
Oh. Okay.
Right? But you can hang it in the closet. Doesn't matter where you hang it. It's not visual, it's vibrational.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So we're hanging the lemon up by itself, and the coat hanger with the basket is separate, hanging separately. Is what you're
No,
saying? Oh no.
Is you either use the coat hanger as a basket,
Okay.
or you use the string and you hang it up as a loop.
Okay.
The point is you put it into something and not touch the
Ground.
counter or anything.
Yeah.
So you hang it up directly where you don't put a cut or a bruise into it, and it's not sealed in.
Okay.
You don't put it something that has a lid.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So when you do that, within 7 to 10 days, you either get money or the opportunity to make money.
Interesting.
Now the important part is you never throw it out after the money comes. You wait until the lemon gets all, hard and, it expires basically. You wait till it gets all hard,
Yeah.
and then you throw it away outside your house. If you throw it away in your house, you just cancel the whole thing. It's not going to.
Okay.
So it's important you throw it away outside your house. So if somebody's living in an apartment, they can throw it in something just outside the door in the hallway, but it's not in their home.
Okay. Okay.
Okay? And it's funny because I had a gentleman where he actually won a lot of money with the lottery, and he normally didn't play. He just had an urge. So you have to listen to your instincts. And then I had a gentleman where he did that. He found like I think it was like 50 cents, and he called me. He's like, "This is it." So he was all upset. And then, after he threw it out, he did it again like a month later, and he got a job opportunity. You never know how it's going to come. Now, he doesn't have to take the job because he called it in. It just means the opportunities come, and then we have free will to decide what to do with it. But that picks up money every single time, or the opportunity.
Wow. And just to clarify.
Very high.
No, that's incredible. Thank you so much. But just to clarify, because I'm slow about these things, and oftentimes I get tripped up on the details. The lemon, of course, we purchase it. We put it in a bag to bring it home. Don't take it out of the bag when we get home. We can place it on the counter, but leave it in the bag, and then get some string, enough string so that we can tie it around and hang it up securely. Or alternatively, get a coat hanger, bend the corners in, and I had this image of like putting a little open lidded a woven basket into those hooks, those arms of the hooks we're creating, and then putting the lemon in that after removing it from the bag and hanging it up. And that's okay. That's cool.
Yeah, that would work. Anything where it's open and you don't put any dents or cuts or bruises into the lemon.
Okay, and you're hanging it up.
Hang it up.
It takes the lemon out of the bag?
Yeah, you take the lemon out of the bag.
Right. At that point.
Yeah. So Peter was asking, as soon as you take it out, you have to hang it up immediately.
Yes.
You don't take it out until you're ready.
Yeah.
And then count 7 to 10 days, something will come.
Incredible.
It's really funny. If you really look I've been doing this forever, and I don't do 9 to 5, technically people never understand how I can pay all my bills. And I've never not paid a bill. So
amazing.
A lot of little things like that, they add up.
Yes. Yeah. And then once this has come to pass, then you leave the lemon there, and then when it's pretty much moldered or shrunk and shriveled, then you dispose of it out of the house. Out of the house.
Exactly.
Outside the house.
That's it. And when you really think about it, it's very simple, very direct, and vibrationally it works. Now, the funny part is I have this wonderful student, and he called me up one day, and he's telling me how it's not working, and it's not working. And I said, I've never had it not work. So I said to him, what are you doing? He goes, well, I bought a lime. I said, no. So he says to me, well, I thought that a lime would work better because green, among healing and money, it's a color of vibration. I said, but not for this. There's a reason for formulas. Yes. That's like if as an example, if somebody's sending you negative energy, that could be from a different realm, a different spirit. It could be if somebody is jealous, they're not consciously sending you negative energy, but they are still sending negative energy, right? Mm-hmm. So not to affect you, one of the simplest way, because they're words of power. In fact, I have a book on it, but vibrationally, it's been tested and they work through years and years and years and centuries. So if somebody's sending you negative energy, what you want to do is you want to use the word cancel. To use the word cancel, it stops and blocks it. Now, if we're doing something on the occult side, I teach psychic self-defense because we need that on a very intense level.
Oh,
but
wow. Yes.
But for everyday use, to use the word cancel, it doesn't mean that they're not sending it. It just means it cannot affect you. That's the difference. Yeah. And the other reason that I use it is we cancel ourselves sometimes. People don't think about it like that. They're just canceling negative energy from other sources. But as an example, if I'm driving my car and somebody cuts me off, and I'm very positive, right? Mm-hmm. So if I'm very positive and somebody cuts me off in the car, I don't think anything negative, but I'm also not going, oh, yay. So when I have a negative thought, like what was wrong with you when you did that, right? I immediately use the word cancel because I don't want to inadvertently send them negative energy. Okay?
Right.
Because we all get
Interesting.
mad, we all get upset, because people that tell you they never get upset, there either is something wrong with them or they're lying.
Yes, of course. Of course.
We
That
all
is,
get upset.
yes,
You know,
thank you.
it's like you stub your toe and you're not going, oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Right? So sometimes we use the word to cancel ourselves. And it's very important that you use the right vibrational frequencies, because everything, like, when you listen to music, they're all frequencies. They put you in a good mood, bad mood, they're affecting you. So I had this very, very sweet lady, and, I was telling her, you use the word cancel. And again, she called me up and she's not understanding, it's not working right, and she's all upset. And I said to her, well, how are you using the word cancel? So I didn't realize that she was into computers. And I said, how are you using it? And she says, no. She says, I'm using the word delete.
Oh.
I said, well, that's great, but it's not going to work because it's not vibrational frequency.
Yeah.
So I said, you have to use the word cancel for it to work. So she thought about it for a while, to give her credit. And she went, never mind, I'm good with delete. It's not going to work, but she's happy.
Interesting. Weird.
Free will is a good thing.
Oh. But thank you for sharing that. Honestly, it's so good to know that you teach psychic self-defense. There's someone I know who could truly use your services, and I'm certain there's many people who can.
Okay. Well, like I said, it works. My technique works 100% from any different realm or anything energetically, and I'd say about 97% with physical reality, because, as an example, if you have to learn something, and you may have to go through a negative situation to learn it, however, it won't be as negative as it would have been. It drops the level.
Yes.
Safer. It makes a really big difference. But I find what happens is that if you were at least using the word cancel, it helps. But if you're getting heavier into anything psychic, metaphysical, anything along that level, then we need a different level, because we're consciously working it.
Yes.
We want to say, the important thing you want to be aware of is we're not changing a situation or anybody else. What we're changing is that it cannot get to us. If somebody's negative, we're not changing their personality.
Right.
We're just making none of that affects us. Did you have a question, by the way, about anything in particular?
Or clarification.
Oh, I think you've been so good about all of this. You've kind of answered what comes to the foremost of my mind. Certainly, you and I can speak privately at some point in the near future, but honestly, I'm really just kind of overwhelmed with what you've already presented. It's seems to be answering a lot of questions, not just for me, but for the listeners. And for those of you who missed any details, feel free to replay later. The video will upload, and you can replay. You can probably still replay it even while it's live streaming. Certain parts that you need to recapture or listen to get details on. One of the reasons why I made certain to ask specific questions. I guess, other than that, oh, by the way, Elizabeth Beam says, who is the lady speaking? And so that is, of course, Peter can spell her name in the chat. So Maria D'Andrea is the lady's name. Yeah, a shamanic.
So it's
yeah, go on.
Yeah. So sometimes I put Reverend in front of it because I'm a shaman through Europe, but I'm interfaith ministry.
Okay.
And it's Maria, Maria, D'Andrea. It's D''A''ND'REA. Sometimes you'll see initials after my name, like MSD, DD, DRH, DRS. It's because I have a doctorate in a lot of things, because I've been around for a while. But if you put my name into Google, or my website basically is just my first and last name. But if you put me in Amazon, just Google me. I'm kind of everywhere. Too many years. That's all it is.
Yes. Also, for those of you who've just recently came on, I announced to her for the first time that I want to take her to Budapest, which is her native home.
That's right.
And then from there go to Romania and to Transylvania, and to follow up some of the threads in Radu's books that I've never approached before, because they require help of someone like herself, and other people who might offer to help me would not be as purely intentioned or as clean intentioned as she is.
Oh, thank you.
In other words,
Appreciate
and therefore she can accomplish things that I can accomplish things I might not otherwise. Although I'm very, I guess what you'd say, even keeled about it, because it almost feels like I have a very casual approach to it. Like I'm not desperate to, find one of these inner earth people that Radu talks about who live on the surface world. I'm not desperate.
You know what I find? I find that with Douglas too, by the way. I just find it with you. I find, like I said, I've been doing this forever, and I do a lot of media work. And I find, in public speaking, and a lot of times when I'm waiting to get on stage or I'm waiting to get on the air, I find I meet some very, very talented people, or people with very, very high abilities. And in all seriousness, throughout all these years, that just aged me. Throughout all these years, I've never met a talented person in any field, art, with what we do, music, anything. I've never met a talented person with ego, not ever. Because to both of you, it's like breathing. You can't have ego about breathing. You have awareness. It's like you know where you're good and where you're not. That is not the same as ego. So when it's natural to you, seriously, how much of an ego are you going to have?
Yes.
And I was saying to Peter a while ago that being a shaman in Europe is very different than being a shaman here. So the main difference I found is this: if somebody, as an example, is a phenomenal healer, and they're phenomenal, but they're not a shaman. If somebody is like a shaman and something else in the field, they can be wonderful at it, but again, they're still not shaman. So in Europe, to be a shaman, you have to absolutely do everything, or you're good at a lot of things, but you're not a shaman. So again, if you think tribal, I love tribal. It's simple, direct, right?
Yeah.
So if you think tribal, a shaman basically had to be the spiritual leader of the tribe. So I'm a minister. They had to be a counselor, which of course I am. They had to be able to be psychic, because they had to be able to give information ahead of time, or prophecy to the tribe, which obviously I do. Yes. You had to be able to do the occult or the paranormal, because you have to be able to spot when you have negative spirits, negative entities, how to work with them, protect, change, get rid of them in a positive way, banishing. You have to be able to help on a lot of different occult levels, with the growing of the tribe, as an example. You also have to be able to do healing. So basically, you're doing everything. One of the differences I find between European shaman and here is, among the other things, because you actually have to be able to do everything psychic and everything on the occult level, going out of body, all of it. And I find the main difference, which I find amusing a little bit, is among everything else, you have to be able to know how to use weapons.
Yes.
They don't do that here. And the reason is this: there's a logical reason. You have to be able to use weapons, because if the chief goes to war, first of all, if you're a shaman, male or female, usually your horse was next to the chief, because you had to protect them psychically, and you had to protect them with weapons. Or they would leave you back with the tribe, in which case you're still protecting the chief and the tribe psychically, but you have to know weapons, because how else are you going to defend them? We always work out of both realities. Okay?
Yes.
It's a little bit different. So the funny part is, Peter and I talk about a lot of different things, because we've been friends for a long time. Sometimes we lose touch because we have so many things going on in our lives, but we always kind of cross paths again, And he said to me once, we were talking about, all the things that a shaman has to do to be a shaman. And we're talking about different weapons, because, Peter does Tai Chi and Qigong and all those things, which, Tai Chi is also used as a weapon, although he uses it for health. And it's really funny, because he said to me one day, he says, listen, I understand the weapons part, but he says, at what point on a date do you explain that? I said to him, we don't.
Yes. Yes.
You know, you're living in both realities. You kind of have to remember that.
Yes.
You know,
True.
it's not the first thing you broach. I also don't say ministry. You know, people
That turns a lot of people off. Yes. Go.
basically, you know, people that know you, people that are friends, that are clients, that, you know, are students, people know who you are and what you do.
Mhm.
Okay. But peripheral, it's like, why would we explain? Aren't they confused enough about us?
True.
You know, you can't tell somebody we're going to change the weather now because it's inconvenient.
Right. They just get too blown away. It leaves them too dazed. Yeah.
You know, yeah, yeah. And honestly, I was on a radio show years ago, and you know, usually when you're on a show, people are trying to understand what you do, and usually people are more constructive. You know, and what happens was I was on a radio show, and the host of the show, basically, he was based from the negative. And you know, when I talked to him, it was different because to set up a show, a lot of times you don't talk to the host, you talk to everybody else before you go on the show.
Yeah.
And the first thing he asked me was, if I was talking to somebody and they didn't believe in anything I believe in, and they didn't understand any of it, and they thought everything was wrong, and they were all negative about it, what would I say to convince them otherwise? So I said to him, we don't do anything, we leave them alone. Whatever their path is on, that's the right path for them. We're not changing anybody, we're not converting anybody, we leave them on their path. That's what's right for them. So for the next 25 minutes, he didn't know what to say to me.
Wow.
You know,
Because, yeah, go on. Yeah.
we're trying to give people information. If they're open to it, fine. If they're not, leave it alone. You know, whatever fits you, that's what's right for you at that point in your life. You know, everybody has to follow their heart and their own path. But if they're open to what we do, you know, I really try to help people. That's why I have the books, and that's why I teach, and that's why I do public speaking. I want people to be able to do things for themselves, you know, like the lemon. Because the more people can do for themselves, the better their friends help. They can help their friends rather. The better everybody's lives get around them. It doesn't mean they have to explain what they do, but just their energy becomes positive. They become happier, and people feel that energy around you. You know, that's like, you know, even when things are going wrong with society, you know, we do try to put some positive input into that, but you know, we don't really get stressed and depressed the way other people do, which, by the way, confuses some of my friends.
No doubt. Yeah, it's...
But we don't, because we have a different sense of reality. You know, we know everything isn't linear. You know, we work with going out of body and different things and different realms and different beings. So, you know, we have a different sense of the universe. It was funny. I was talking to a student of mine years ago, and she was saying to me, she was very, very positive. She used to be on drugs for a number of years. She got herself out of drugs. By the time I met her, she wasn't into anything like that for at least 10 years, probably more. You know, I'm very proud of people that accomplish anything, any goal. And she was saying to me, she didn't understand why we don't get, people like us, we don't get into anything like drugs. And I was trying to explain to her.
Yeah, it's a good question. Go ahead.
Well, I was trying to explain to her, drugs are all coming down. We're normally high.
Good point.
So I always said to them, listen, you want to learn how to do things psychically on the occult side, you know, wicketing, it's like, it's for free. We don't have to pay for the drugs.
Right. No.
So we just shift realities. It's, you know, and honestly, it's much easier when you study it. If you go to somebody that knows how to do it, it's, you know, techniques are always about helping you to be able to do it for yourself. you know. And some techniques, like I said, I like a lot of the ancient ones, and of course I do mine, but I find I start out teaching on a very simple and direct level, because once you can see that you can do something, then it's easier to get into more difficult and complicated things, because you've already done something on your own.
Yes.
Rather than just us telling you can. So I like when things are very simple and direct so people can do it for themselves, you know, and then they're going to go, oh, it really did bring in money or the opportunity.
Right.
You know, then you look at what do you want to do next? You know, spiritual, psychic, paranormal. Everybody has a timing. Some people never get into anything, which is fine. That's their path. Some people, you know, they might not be interested in something, say, spiritual. 20 years later, they are. Who knows?
Yes.
You know?
That's right.
You always go by your own timing. And like I said, everybody is where they're supposed to be at the right time and the right place.
Yes. Yes. Indeed. It's with when it comes to, say, for instance, for some reason this comes to my mind. Someone was asking me some personal questions in the messenger box. Could you share with our listeners how to deal with grief, or what's your best way to deal with personal loss, relationships that ended tragically, etc.? That should be of service to many people.
Okay. Well, first of all, there are numerous ways out there. So sometimes people just find whatever technique works for them. However, I look at it a little bit differently because, you know, some of us, you know, you and Peter and some of us, because we've been out there and, you know, in a reading, I contact people that have passed away. So when I'm dealing with people that already passed, it gives me a different insight rather than somebody telling me, you know. And I find, by the way, just to let you know, I find I work a little bit differently, because if I'm tuning into somebody that passed away to help somebody in a reading, I always ask the person that passed to give me some information so the person will recognize it's them, and it's not just going, oh, they're all fine. Because you don't know who, you know what I mean? So there's something that tells you that it's the specific person. So I find that when I look at it as somebody passed away, first of all, we genuinely miss them from our hearts. So when somebody says to you, and people will say this in the ministry, so I don't mean this negatively, but they'll say, you'll get over it, you're going to feel better. Honestly, no, you don't. If you love somebody, if you miss them, you will always love them, you will always miss them. You might be able to deal with it better down the line, but you're never going to forget them and go, oh, now it's okay. Don't even expect that. I've never seen that happen, but that's just me. Okay. However, there are a couple of things that are helpful. One is that you need to be aware that when you're very focused mentally or verbally on the person that passed, and you want to tell them something, when you're consciously thinking like that, they will always hear you directly without somebody in my field. They will always hear you. Okay, so when you want to tell them something, good, bad, or indifferent, just really focus on them. Now, if you're just thinking of them in general, that doesn't mean they hear you. It means if you really want to tell them something, you're just focused on, I really want you to hear me. And of course, think of who it is. They will always hear you. Okay? So that's your direct line. The other thing is, what you want to remember is that even though they really are gone from this reality, from the physical plane, what you want to remember is they're really changed vibrational forms. So depending on your belief system, I believe in reincarnation because I've spoken to people that passed. So it's a little hard not to believe it when you've done it. I don't know how else to say that. So what happens is, whatever your belief system is, okay, you need to look at it as you're changing from a physical form to a form of energy. When somebody passes, they're still who they are for a really long time. It depends actually on the person, because there's no time in other realms. We create a time so we can meet each other for lunch or business or whatever it is, you know, so we can meet at a certain day, certain time. Okay, but there's no time in time and space, really. There really isn't. So what happens is we can tune in psychically to centuries ago, in the future, down the road, out of space. There's no time. So that's why we can tune in anywhere. So bearing that in mind, the person that made the transition, they could have made that transition instantly, or they could have made it through centuries. But they are who they are. Your soul, your spirit is still who you are. That doesn't change. Details may change. Okay. You may, as an example, if you believe in reincarnation, you may come back in a different physical body, but you may carry over some of your abilities from a previous past, in terms of karma, good, better, and different. But if you don't believe in that, and you don't need to, everybody has their own belief system. Okay, that's right for them. What you want to remember, though, is that you still changed from your physical form to your energetic form. So when you're in your energy body, they will still hear us. We can help you communicate, but they will still hear you directly. So if you have unfinished business, you can speak to them directly, get it out of your system, because that will help you. What you want to remember is when somebody passes over, they look at everything in their past, and that could take a second or centuries, but they let go of anger. They see what their life was like, and they let go. We haven't let go. So you really have to look at it as, if you're saying, I'm really sorry that the last thing I said to you was, whatever it was, okay, they've forgotten about that, they don't care, they let it go, they've forgiven you, but you have to say that so that you can move on in their life. You're not slowing them down. The other thing that I need you people to be aware of, and this is important, if you're so focused on this person leaving you and you really miss them, that's fine. However, there are some people where they are so bereaved that is their only focus. They forgot about their family. And I had this very nice lady, her son passed away. So of course, we can't even imagine how that would feel.
Right.
And she forgot about her other two sons and her husband. That's all she talked about, was the one that passed. She was at bereavement all the time. The bereavement person should have helped her move on, because now it was to the detriment of her family.
Right.
And what happens is, when you're actually focused like that, okay, and that could be because your soul and your heart really misses the person, of course. Some people do that because they need the attention. Some people do it from the heart, right? Different reasons. But when you're that focused, and you're focused long term, and I'm saying years of day to day to day, what you're doing is you are grounding their spirit. They cannot move on until you let them go.
Right.
You're actually not helping them.
Good point.
So, you need to let them go. Now, you can still talk to them forever. Okay, that's not grounding them. But if you're so emotional and you cannot let them go, and you cannot move on, and you're constantly talking to them, they can't go anywhere. So if you're thinking of somebody that you love, you want to give them freedom. Okay. Yes. And that's just by saying, I really miss you, I love you, I care about you. This is what my problem is in letting you go. Let them know. They'll understand. And you will always miss them. You will always love them. You're not getting rid of the feeling. You're just not grounding them. Does that make sense?
That's correct. Yes, yeah. Absolutely. It makes perfect sense to me, but I'm not quite sure it makes. Yes.
Yeah, because honestly, we're all energy.
Yes.
And I find along the same line, some people misunderstand who we are. So along the same line, some people I know have heard of auras, your energy field. And when people describe your aura, your energy field, they always describe it as it surrounds your physical body. I'm sure people have heard of that, right?
Yeah.
So it's surrounding your physical body, and your soul, they say, is inside your physical body. Okay, so they're always saying that. By the way, that is wrong.
Yeah. So
I was trying to clean it up, but I can't. Okay. That was just wrong. And this is why what we see psychically is this. Your spirit, your energy is your aura. Your aura is you. That's your spirit, your energy. If it's your energy, it is you. So your physical body is actually inside your soul, your spirit body. So your spirit goes through your body, surrounds your body, and is outside your body. That's you. That's your energy. Because your physical body couldn't function if your spirit wasn't in it. But energy is not limited by the walls, by anything physical, such as your form, your physical body. So you can expand, we can go out of body, we can, how can I put this? We can move out of body and not detached, not detached from it. So we have a lot of directions we can move in, but it's still you. Your physical body is kind of like the container you're in for now. And that's why when somebody passes, all they really did was leave that container. Mm-hmm. And if you look at any ancient philosophies, they'll phrase it in a more of an esoteric form, but that's really all they're saying. Yeah. And that's what we see when we talk to people that passed.
Yes. Matter of fact, I'm sorry, go on. Could you repeat yourself? I'm sorry, I interrupted it there.
No, that's okay. I was just saying, hopefully that helps a little bit.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the analogy, maybe it was Carl Gustav Jung or someone else I was reading a long time ago in terms of the German psychologist who was speaking of human beings as kind of like a steaming cup of noodles, the soul being essentially, or a cup of coffee. Just the soul is actually the steam that is emitting from us as we walk around, so to speak. And
I've heard, like in older times, I've heard it described as we're just changing our clothes.
Yes. And,
but if you look at it like that, it's a little bit easier to understand that when they're gone, it doesn't mean we're not going to miss them and we don't love them. It just means we'll learn how to deal with it better while we're here, but energetically, they're always around.
Yes, that's right. And so in that sense, you can kind of call on your ancestors. Certainly the Asians do. And,
definitely. I find when you're calling on ancestors, what people don't really consider is when your parents pass, your parents are considered ancestors as soon as they pass on a shamanic level.
Yes, thank you. And
and the other thing is, if you're calling on ancestors, is say you wanted, as an example, I'm an author. When I tell you I cannot draw a stick figure, I am so not exaggerating. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you're not alone. I mean, many people have a hard time.
Right. Now, if I actually wanted to learn how to do art, which honestly I don't have an interest in, but I truly appreciate everybody that can do that. I'm very impressed because I can't. And I really don't have an interest. I do enough things. So what happens is this. I have ancestors that were phenomenal artists, among other ancestors that did other things. If I actually wanted to build on that ability, I can call in one of my ancestors to help me gain that knowledge to do better with it. Okay, so you can call on ancestors if you know what their abilities might have been, or if you wanted to, say, be an artist and you don't know what your ancestors' abilities were, you can ask for an ancestor that had that ability, and any ancestor that did would come.
Yes.
So we can gain help from them once they pass.
Yes.
Personally, I'm okay with I can't draw. I've accepted it. I've just accepted it. So any artwork you see in my books or anywhere connected to me, it wasn't me.
Delightful.
Now, did you have any if you have any questions, she's got her runes here, Douglas. If you want to ask a specific question about.
Now, forgive my ignorance here in terms of your working methodology, dear Maria, but when I think of the runes, I think of fortune telling mostly, or kind of like prognostication. Is there? I always.
The right idea.
Right.
Yeah, I'm always. Okay. Yeah, go on.
Okay, so this is what it does.
Okay.
And you've seen, basically, I can switch to any tool, by the way, except astrology. So basically, it doesn't matter if it's tarot cards, if it's tea leaves, if it's pendulums, doesn't matter what it is, I can switch. So I prefer runes only because I'm one of those people that I happen to like details. And for me, I get more details out of runes, which really have probably the least amount of visual information on them possible, because they're just symbols, there's sigils on there. So it's not like when you look at the cards and they have a lot of information. This doesn't have that. But anything that you use as a tool is a trigger. That's all it is a psychic trigger. So when I teach, say, tarot, okay, so if I'm teaching that, I'll explain what everything means. But the point is not to have to use it. That's really how we work. So if I'm say, as an example, if I'm dealing with a businessman, a lot of my clients run businesses. So I can get the exact same information without using the runes. The difference is I like details, so I may get a little bit more detail off the runes. That's really the difference. And I'm one of those people that if somebody tells me not to do something, and I hate to admit this, but if somebody tells me not to do something and they don't tell me why, I'm probably going to do it. They should have told me.
Right.
So when I do a reading, I want to be able to tell somebody if it's positive, so they leave their life alone. If something negative comes up in a reading, I will tell them what's negative, because free will, right? So I will tell them what's negative, but every single time I'm going to tell them what they can do, not me, to change it, avoid it, improve it, or get out of the way. Because the only reason I get negative information is because they can still do something to make it better. But it's their free will if they make the change or not. If they have something negative come up and they have no control, I'll never get the information, because there's no point. I only get it when they can still improve on it. But it will tell them what to do to make it better. So in a reading, as an example, I may tell the person, I had a very nice gentleman that had a business, and everything in the business basically said that he in a year he was going to fold the business, and he was going to advance and do phenomenal in a different business. So it told him which business was coming up next. However, on my own, I wasn't getting what business he was in at the moment, because honestly, it didn't matter. He was already in it. Asking about the business, then I looked at the runes, because it said he was in an analytical business. On my own, I just knew he was running a business.
Right.
So apparently he needed to hear he was in an analytical business, because the analytical part in his business was important to him.
Okay.
So sometimes I get a little bit more detail. Same information, but I like, when, where, why, how. I'm annoying like that.
When it comes to, here's a kind of stupid question, but
there aren't any stupid.
You just okay, what do you see when you think Douglas Dietrich and toss the runes? Is there anything in particular that comes up just in a most generic sense, like a basic that without?
That's an excellent.
Oh, sure.
That's an interesting question.
Okay, so let me just check. Hold
Now,
on.
who's going to pick them?
Oh, I got it.
She's got it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you are. The energy is really from a source. Remember I said, I'm not getting it from you. We're not doing telepathy. And you're definitely not getting it from me, because I wouldn't know.
Right.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, so it has a number of things. First of all, it says the next 3 months, anything you do with physical travel, the next 3 months, it says just double check things. I don't see it as a problem. It's not an accident. I see it as an annoyance.
Okay.
So on a light level, as an example, you have to be somewhere on time. You go to your car and there's a flat tire, and now you didn't make it on time. So little annoyances, but not a problem. Now, if you were going to have an accident, by the way, I would tell you, because the point is not to let it happen. Okay? So it's not on that level, but it is annoyances with travel. So if you just want to double check everything, it's 100% avoidable.
Okay.
Okay, so you double check details.
Thank you.
The other thing is you're in a time of expansion for the next 3 years. So, meaning from today's date.
Yeah.
So, when I'm saying expansion, not only are you doing what you're already doing, that means business, hobby, fun.
Yeah.
So one of the things that you need to expand into is you need to give yourself a little bit of more time for adventure, literally adventure and fun.
Okay.
Okay? Because sometimes we need that balance,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and even if you don't feel like you need that, the universe thinks you need a little bit more fun in your life.
All right.
Sometimes it's a little quirky, right?
Yeah.
So, now honestly, it doesn't matter what the fun is. It just has to be fun for you. That's like, I have a very strong sense of adventure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. However, I am never jumping out of a plane.
Yeah.
I'm thinking there's a reason for the seats in it.
Yes. Thank you.
I
Thank you.
am, but I've I've gone down river rafting and all sorts of other things. But what happens is, if an adventure does not fit you, you will not have an urge to do it. Do not talk yourself into anything either, because nobody can talk me into jumping.
Thank you. Makes perfect sense.
And because honestly, then it's not going to be fun. It missed the whole point.
Right.
Right?
Right.
So it said you need to branch out, but that includes fun. The other thing is, right now, for the next 11 months, this is the time for you to pick what is your main goal.
Mm-hmm.
Emotional, financial, whatever it is. Pick one thing as your main goal. You do not function well with doing one thing at a time only. It actually slows you down. So it's the opposite of your nature. It won't work. But if you have 30 goals, you'll reach 90. So pick one as your main goal, because that's the one coming in the quickest.
Okay.
Okay? But it does not mean instead of other goals. I just want to be very clear about that.
Right. Okay.
The other thing that I'm seeing, because it triggers psychic vision. Because like I said, that's really all it does is trigger. So when I'm seeing you moving forward, when you think of a bow and arrow,
Mm-hmm.
it's like you're the arrow. So whatever your destination or target is, I feel like you're actually going to reach your target, and you're going to reach it quicker than you're expecting.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. So that's kind of a general thing. That's okay.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
And like I said, if something comes up, you can always call me.
Well, and by the way, so one time it was at this point maybe a few months ago, but nevertheless fairly recent. What happened was my cosmetologist, while she had me on the massage table, and when I had basically laid myself in a prone position for my massage, she was able to see myself in a manner that was well, she could see everything, and she told me, oh my God, there's a perfect M carved into your right shoulder blade. Now I'm sure it's pretty much healed by now, and at this point essentially gone, but it was one of those phenomena that bore reading into, and of course as an occultist I don't interpret it as the Roman or Arabic letter M. I interpret it more as a runic sigil along the lines of the two mountains of the runes that you're consulting now. So maybe you could tell us a bit about what that symbol means, or what kind of is taken from that as a message. Because of course some people said M, like Michael Aquino, who was this incredibly evil man that you probably know by now. I was affiliated with professionally for a while, leaving his own mark there. But
not to disagree with other people, because I never do that.
Right.
But it doesn't mean I always pick up what they pick up.
Right.
Okay. I definitely don't feel anything like that connected to you. Okay. And just on the runic side, what that means is movement. Okay. So it means mankind. Yeah. Which means you're dealing with humanity. It means literally mankind. It means moving forward. Mm-hmm. And it really means that once you're moving forward, it does not mean you have to stick to that direction. So as an example, say you're going to a particular town, you see something else along the way where you decide you like another town better, then that's where you go. You get off track and you go there. So when we get off track, even though we have a destination, when we get off track, it doesn't mean we shouldn't. It means there was a reason for it. So if you didn't have a town in mind to go to, you wouldn't have found the other one. That makes sense?
Yeah, I think I'll review it again later and replay it, but in general, it's
Okay, so your goal is to go to a particular town.
Yeah.
You're walking down a path, okay, and the universe is trying to tell you you have to have this town as a goal to be able to find the one you're really supposed to be going to.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, so with you, it's moving forward. But if you get off track, it doesn't mean, oh, I lost my goal, I should get back on it. Take a look at when you lost track, maybe that's your goal. If not, then you get back on track. But it basically means helping mankind and movement.
Excellent.
And it also means you're good with people.
Thank you.
Okay. By the way, that doesn't mean you need them. It means you're good with them.
Thank you. No, excellent point. It's profound.
You know what it is? When I'm talking to you, I can have a lot of tact. When I'm working psychically, for some reason, it's just out the window.
Understood. No, it's I think that you're profound, and I do want you to know our concurrent viewers right now, numbers at 56, which is quite high. And like I said, multiply that by 10 and you've got a pretty much better picture of the actual numbers. And so such being said, many people have come here tonight, and I want them all to know, of course, that you're available, your services are out there. You've published, as you said, at least 65 books in your lifetime, that you have the title of Reverend and Shaman, and that I want people to understand the tribal nature, even though you may sound as if you are, as some people have expressed, a shiksa from New York or something of that nature. You actually are of a tribal background from the Magyar heritage that we're talking about the indigenous peoples of Europe, and these are people who were the ancient Scythians and the various other tribes that were on horseback that pillaged and ravaged, plundered and raped throughout Europe and Asia, and but these were, of course, people who had their own sense of honor and their own sense of their own lifestyle that was that they survived by, and ultimately a series of military defeats led to the settlement in an area where they had staked out territory. And of course, most Hungarians, or many, maybe at least half the population in Europe, lives outside of Hungary itself. An enormous amount of that territory was lost after World War I. So we're speaking about a true diaspora, that they are, in their own very real sense, a lost tribe that has been dispersed throughout Europe by circumstances that were catastrophic in nature. So you do have this background. Then there was the migration, of course, from communism, the escape from that persecution into America, and of course, so the accent is just so people understand, quite first generation. Probably, from you were probably the first person who really picked it up in your lineage, I would assume.
It's funny because I actually came over during the revolution.
Yeah.
And one of the things that happens with ancient tribal, shamanism, is it's passed down. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be passed down through family. But what it means is it does not get passed down out of the country. So as an example, I'm a shaman through Europe because I was born in Budapest. However, a shaman in Hungary would not teach my sons because they weren't born there.
Yeah.
So it's very closed, on that level. Now, I'll teach them.
Right.
But, technically, it stays within.
Yes. I mean, well, that bears a question that I'm sure would interest our listeners. Are your sons even interested in becoming something like you, a shaman? Have they expressed that interest?
No.
Okay.
No, but this is why. Because to be a shaman, you have to do everything. So both my sons read. They both are, on the occult side. They both manifest. They do healing. So they do a lot of different things. But, they're in ministry. But they don't want to do everything because they have what they call real jobs.
Okay.
I always laugh because I'm like, didn't you guys eat when I was raising you?
I was
What do
about
you
to
mean?
say, it's almost disappointing. So if you were to act as kind of like who would you pick up as kind of an apprentice or an acolyte then?
Well, no, I have that. No, like I said, I teach.
Okay.
So, I do workshops and I teach, and I teach a lot of underground, information. Some of it happened to be in my books, but a lot of it's more personal because I really want people to be able to do it. So if I'm teaching somebody something, they will do it with me, and they can be on the other side of the planet. Doesn't matter where they are, but I want to make sure that they can do it rather than me just telling them, because that's not helpful.
Yeah.
Obviously it's helpful, but I want to make sure that they can do it. So on an extreme level, say I'm teaching somebody how to go out of body. I actually go with them. It doesn't matter where they are. I actually go with them because I want to make sure they're safe. I want to make sure if they panic, I can pull them back. So it's a different way of teaching. It's more shamanic. And, like I said, my sons do a lot of what I do.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm just happy they do everything because when they were younger, well, first of all, they grew up seeing me doing things.
Okay.
But I never taught them until they asked me.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is that doesn't mean just because it's my path, it's their path.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm so glad they didn't reject it. That's hopeful. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. Because they could have gone the other way. I don't know.
And your teaching is more of a and your teaching is more of a general teaching then, and so that's impressive too.
Well, I teach on a very heavy level though.
Right.
I teach ancient methods of mind. So I'll give you an example. And I don't mean this negatively towards anybody teaching or whatever they do. Everybody has a form that is right for them. Okay, my form happens to be a little different. So, sometimes you have people where you go to a class and they'll do, say, 80 forms of meditation before they teach you the real one, because they want to make sure. There's a system, by the way, that does that. I just don't want to name it. And they will teach you, say, for 10, 15 years how to meditate. And they're not actually teaching you meditation, they're teaching you concentration. Mm-hmm. So what happens is their theory is if you stuck with them for that long, now you're ready to actually learn real meditation.
Jesus Christ.
Right.
I think I'll pass myself personally.
They're learning concentration though. Okay, so what happens with me is, and I know this is strange, of course, apparently I am, but I teach in reverse. So what I do is I teach the real thing first, and if they're interested in whatever it is, then we can segue into 80 different forms of it, but I teach the real one first, because I feel the point is that if you learn quick, easy, and direct, where you can actually do it immediately, okay, you can help yourself and others. What's the point of, doing 800 years of it before you get to it?
Thank you.
I'm sure there was a reason for it at the time, and they're still doing the 10, 15-year thing. And that's fine for whoever's open to that. I'm not one of them.
Yes.
And I always tell people, they can call me, they can find me. I'm kind of everywhere. They can just put my name in, my phone number's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
If you go on my website, it's there. Because the whole point is I want to be able to help people. And the thing is, I was talking to somebody in my field once, and, she has a name she made up. It's not her real name for work. And she kept saying to me, I don't understand why you're using your real name. People will find you. And I'm thinking, well, wasn't that the point? I don't understand.
I was about to say, if she's using a stage name, it reminds me of a stripper or an adult entertainer or something.
For a side, what her side job is.
And that's fine too. Yeah.
Nothing wrong. Listen, whatever you're supposed to be doing, that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
You know, I find, when I talk to some people, they have an attitude of this field is better than that field. No, it's not. Same thing with psychic things. I find a lot of times people look at mediumship, which means, you can speak to people that passed, you can, deal on that level, you see things. Anyway, they think if you're getting psychic information, that's better than, say, you just know. Right. It's not. The point is to get the information correctly. The form doesn't really matter. Mm-hmm. And at different times, society is impressed by different forms.
Yes.
Okay. However, it doesn't make a difference. The difference is, did you get the real information?
Yeah. Yes.
Because it doesn't matter what tool you use. If you're not accurate, you're not accurate. And I find when people start adding in their own information, mm-hmm. instead of just the information they get, they start losing the ability. Right. Because it's like the universe saying, listen, we gave you real information. You're not going to use it. Why are we telling you?
Yeah. Right? No, it's an excellent point. And by the way, Maria, before I turn back to you, I just wanted to bring to Peter Moon's attention the chat room. I think he's following it, but I did want to bring to his attention specifically Guni Hinchi, who says, I am planning to travel to Romania in a year's time, having read all the rad books. Budapest sounds fantastic to visit as well. We may meet at some stage. It sounds like a candidate who should be traveling with Peter specifically to the gathering that Peter himself thought was going to be. He thought that this would be his last trip to Romania before he went, really, and things changed radically during his experience this year. So he really will be going back, so people may as well try.
Yeah. 3 trips planned, but they're not like open trips. It's not like I'm trying to gather. I mean, that was a unique thing we did in August. It's not like I'm trying to gather people to be a
entourage.
An entourage or a tour thing. That was a dream workshop. I do hope to do dream workshops, not necessarily in Romania. That was a special thing. I would recommend people go to the Law of Time website, something I'm not fully acclimated to yet. But I was working with the people from the Law of Time.
Interesting.
And yes, so that's Stephanie South's website. Okay. But so I don't know that I will be going on specific, as they say, journeys, adventures, missions to Romania. I'm not a tour guide because that's really corny. It's not that there's not a function for that, but
nevertheless, I feel you would be a good one. Nevertheless,
well, I am, but I'm taking people on spiritual journey there.
Yeah.
But that's a whole other different adventure.
Yeah.
There are people around who might facilitate that, but it's not. I'm not looking for. It's not what I do.
Understood.
It's like corny. The whole idea of like you taking to the Presidio, like you took.
Yeah, I get your point now. Yes, thank you. Touche.
This was the night of the broken circle.
Yeah, touche.
You begin to feel like a broken record.
Oh, God, that would be awful. Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, this is like, it was, I'll have to tell you both privately about an excellent analogy or parallel that comes to mind. But I would say it publicly, except I don't want to taint the both of you with that type of dark humor. But when it comes to one other thing to mention before I go back to Maria is to transition back to her for the moment, just how when she said entourage, she said the word entourage, that sounded like a channeling. That didn't even sound like her voice. So that
I never know.
And so, but other than that, one thing that I think is important to ask you, and we're heading on towards the witching hour. We're heading on towards midnight, and kind of the usual time when Peter kind of retreats into the gentle night. But as we approach that, the top of the hour, I do ask you, Maria. So, what do you feel? And and I also beg your indulgence. If you feel that the runes can be consulted about this, I'd appreciate that. What do you feel about the Dietrich Artelact? What do you see? What do you sense?
Okay. Well, we don't need the runes for that.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Because we did the runes like, the in general
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. What I find is this. What I feel with you is you're very genuine. You really come from the heart. And sometimes I feel that you need to be a little bit careful, because even though you're aware of people, you're aware of who's positive, who's negative, it feels off, it feels right, you really genuinely want to help humanity. And sometimes the difficult part is that you leave yourself open too much, and sometimes your defenses need to be up a little bit. Now, that's very hard to do, because the fact that we're open is what makes us good for other people.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense? Right? You know what I mean?
Yes.
If we actually shut down, we're not going to be useful on that level. So it's not that you need to shut down, but you just need to be aware of where you can be a little bit more conservative about your energy.
Right.
Or to conserve it. Okay. But what I do feel is that you came in with a specific purpose, and I don't feel that you know all of it yet. I feel it's like the tip of the iceberg.
Yes.
And it has a really big tip of an iceberg with you.
Yeah. Thank you.
But I do feel that you're on your right path. And what I feel is there's so much coming out of this in different venues that you're really not expecting, that's just going to keep elevating you and moving you up and branching you out. And it's just going to happen. It's not something you're doing consciously. It's not something you're working on. It'll just come to you. And when it comes, then you can always decide, free will, whether you want to move on it or not. Now, even though to other people, it's going to look sometimes like you're doing so much that it's going to look like you're running amok. You're really not. If you're doing a lot of things, you're focused on everything. But it's going to confuse people around you, because they're going to say, well, what do you mean you're doing 5 things instead of 1? And mentally you're going to be going, no, it's 520.
Right.
Right. So sometimes with different people, you can talk about different subjects. Mm-hmm. Okay. Because sometimes it's overwhelming, because, as an example, I have friends that I can talk to about energetic things, different things. I find like if I'm driving, I can't find my way around the block. They paint the house on the corner, I'm done, but I can be a tour guide. Different realms, you can hire me as a guide. On this one, not so much. So what happens with you is you're branching out into being aware and into being able to do so much more. And right now, what I feel is you're a little bit laid back, because you're just getting it's like you're soaking in information.
Okay.
And that's what you're supposed to be doing. So even though you're doing everything else, right now you feel a little bit laid back, where you're soaking in information and you're assessing, this works for me, this does not, this might down the line, I'm never doing this one.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And you're very, very creative.
Mm-hmm.
You're extremely creative in a lot of different areas, and you're visually creative also.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm sure you've noticed that.
Yes. It is funny.
I'm talking to you, so,
Yeah.
But you're very, very creative, and you have a sense and feel for color.
Yes.
If you went into a room and all the colors clashed, you'd actually feel uncomfortable.
Yes. 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 You know myself too well, and that's interesting. So what's fascinating to me is I take it that when you're getting these this feed, down feeds, which I would say it's kind of the way it seems to impress you is that the Dietrich Ardelect and I are essentially the same thing. Is the way it's kind of coming to you. This is the sense that I get, and that's fine. I was just and that's wonderful. So aside from that, Peter, by all means, what comes to your mind through all this? The interaction that Maria has gifted us all with. Tad Ricketts says this is so interesting. Tad Ricketts says, "Wow, she nailed it on your creativity." He's so glad to be hearing this. Yeah, go on.
Well, what I will say is, Maria is an adept occultist. What can I say? That she's adept.
Thank you.
She can help you. I'm not just saying you, Douglas. She can help anybody.
Understood.
And her services are worth their money. And I will also say this. We're very close friends, and the last 2 times I've seen her, I've actually crossed her palm with silver because I've gotten better results by paying her. I don't have to, but and
I'm always telling him not to.
Yeah, but it makes a difference. It's like the energetic exchange has been very, very palpable, very good, and that's why I don't want to just take her to Romania. I want to pay her,
right?
Do it as well, because it's like she's providing a service, and yeah, she'll have fun too. But that's when you get somebody in their element. In their element, I'll be in my element, and it will all be incredible. I will be gating in more of this stuff, more of this phenomenon. That's really what we want. When you get back to the core of what I was talking about tonight, the Department Zero.
Yes.
When Radu writes about Department Zero, he'll go into one of these trips, and he'll say that he was gone for a very short time, relatively speaking. Might be a few hours, might be less than that, it might be more, but it seems like this whole journey, it's like, wow, he was gone for a long, long time, because it penetrated a deep part of his soul. So there's a big correlation between the etymologies of the words health and wealth. Somebody pointed this out in a video I was watching. I think it was an astrologer, but health and wealth. If you have no wealth, if you have no health, you can have wealth without health, but you need both of them. And more to the point is richness or wealth is experience. So there's there's a richness of living and experience and adventure. Adventure is a very important thing, because as I stated before, I was looking into going into retirement or semi-retirement and just having a monotone, sort of happily bored existence, relatively bored, still some excitement.
Which we know the universe is not going to let him do.
No, that's not as much fun. So all of a sudden, I've been talking about too much football. I have an invitation to play football tomorrow at 6 p.m. I'm going to my friend's high school game at 6 p.m. Friday. Invitation 12 p.m. Saturday, and then the regular Sunday morning. I don't think I can do all that. I might like to at least show up and maybe watch some of it and play for a few plays, get a little exercise. But it's like that's a lot of activity. Now that's not my. I don't want to be playing football all the time, but it's fun. But it's more like extroverting and getting outside. I want to do but I'm parlaying this into my adventures. As I say, I was contemplating this would be my last trip to Romania for a multiplicity of reasons. Well, I want to go next summer and put up that antenna, number one. Number two, I want to go with Maria, and I have another adventure planned as well. these things have to come to fruition. I've also got want to go to Idaho in a year. I've got all these trips planned out. I could be doing a lot of traveling in the next 2 years. I mean, as you start to write them out, I should start writing them out just to see if they're going to manifest. And it's not, it's more of a question, are they feasible? It's not about, will there be enough money to do them? Because it's not just the airfare, it's all the, all the bric-a-brac that comes with it. So, it's just write out and see what's going to flow. In the meantime, I'm working on your book, which I could have, digressed into questions, which I'm not going to do now. Maybe on the next episode, which would be Sunday night. No, wait, today's Wednesday. Yeah, next Sunday night. So that's. I'm very pleased. I encourage people to look into it. And Elizabeth, I'll comment on there. Her Romanian friend says Vlad the Impaler is the hero of her country. Well, he is a hero indeed, to the extent that he saved the Romanian people from the onslaught of the Turks who were enslaving them. And for that, he did something nobody else would do or could do. He did a very good job of protecting the Romanian people. On the other hand, the greatest hero of their country is Zalmoxis, a legendary man who transformed into a god. That's the true hero of that country. Vlad the Impaler comes much later in history, but he did play a very important role.
Yes.
I'm just addressing her, Elizabeth.
Understood, and deeply appreciated. Thank you for that. And
when I go to Romania, I hardly ever hear him mentioned. He does come up from time to time, but mostly with the people I bring with me, but not even that much. He's not a focus of certainly of my attention. The things I focus on are generally very positive. Also, what's harder to avoid than blood is the Orthodox Church. It's hard to avoid there, just because it's so. And the Orthodox Church was a real positive force during communism. It really helped consolidate it because it gave people an alternative to believe in. So it had a positive role to play under the strict rules of communism.
Right.
But I think we need to wrap it up. Give your data out, Maria.
Yes.
Oh. We got so involved.
And I want to remind people to donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
I know I'm a positive reading, but we still need the Douglas to be supported. Yep. So DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, the yellow button, donate if you can, 5 or 10 or more, because he will. He'll have next month to pay. But anyway, so Maria, if you can give your information, how people can contact you, your website, so on and so forth.
Oh, okay. So my site is just Maria D'Andrea, because my web guy wanted to make sure I remembered what it was. I'm not a computer. So that's, just MariaDandrea. Okay. And my email address is my first initial last name. So it's MDANDREA100@gmail.com. And I always answer. And my cell number, if you're in the United States, my cell number is 631-559-1248. You can call me, you can text me. I get back to you as soon as I can. I always answer.
Yeah, texting is good because she's very capable of texting.
Yeah, I'm quicker texting.
Great. Yeah. No, that's wonderful. And Peter, don't forget to give your information as well.
Well, you can check out the timetraveleducationcenter.com. timetraveleducationcenter.com. You can get 7 free videos which explain that time travel is within the bounds of ordinary math and physics. And also, if you want to stay privy to my research, and people lose out, or they're very interested if they don't subscribe to my newsletter, the Montauk Pulse, which is $29 internationally, $19 within the US, skybooks.usa.com, Montauk Pulse. And if you're international and you don't want to spend that much, you can spend $19 and get e-copy versions for $19.
Yes.
So anyway, that's my stuff. And Douglas, thank you for having Maria on. We'll try and have my friend Happy come on, and she can speak with her authentic Romanian accent.
Excellent.
And thank you so much for having me on. It's always such a pleasure.
The honor is our own. I do want Peter to know that things are working already in response to what he said. A wonderful young lady from Australia has already sent a contribution, and that is about $50 United States dollars, helps immensely. Another individual, of course, has an automatic contribution that is very much appreciated. The latest one, however, that was given through tonight's show was Gunhild Hinchi in Australia, so God bless her. And as well, I do want people to know that Janet Brahman said Maria is the real deal in the chat room. Ruth Joyce says very informative show tonight. So and of course numbers high, very positive reception. And Peter Moon does say good night to everyone. And as a matter of fact, Maria, let's hear your voice send everybody to bed, so to speak. I mean, I'll be talking for the next 8 hours, but or 9 hours really. So, but to say good night to everyone, tell them to stay awake and stay tuned. But
Well, definitely stay tuned.
I got to tell Elizabeth, she says I have a Long Island accent. No, people come and say, where is your speech from? And I have to tell them California, which it is.
I was about to say, I don't detect an accent at all because he speaks my language, essentially.
There you go.
Yeah. One time somebody said, I was on the football field. He says, yeah, you come from California. I go, yeah. How do you know? He says, well, I was out there for a few years. So, yeah, it's, and I would say Californians have the most normal accent in the English language.
Yeah, I would feel that as well. But of course, he and I are biased. Pete and I are.
No, New Yorkers do not. Bostonians do not.
Yes.
West people do not.
It took me a lot of years to get rid of 99.9% of my accent.
Oh my God!
On this, and then every now and then it slips out.
Yes.
But in general,
yeah, people from Arizona speak pretty quote unquote normal. And if you want to know what normal is, just ask, why do people from England and Australia and South Africa, when they sing, they don't have an accent?
Interesting.
oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
They might sing, tie me kangaroo down. They might do that, but that's all a put on. If
Interesting.
you listen to some of these Australian singers, sometimes they'll put it on, but they sing without an accent, and you'll hear English people, they sing in a quote unquote normal voice without all the accent on it.
That's funny.
It's
really
true.
don't think
It's
about
true. It's
that,
like, so
though,
why
right?
do they do that? It's just start singing and slow down and you'll sound normal. What is normal, because it's like there's no, I guess what you'd say, you can put a bit of a drawl into California a little bit, but it's just like there's just no accent. It's not the New York accent. It's not the Midwest accent.
You know what's funny? When I'm in Hungary and I'm speaking Hungarian, they think I'm more American. And when I slip up here, they just assume I'm not from here anyway. So I don't fit.
Yes, always the other.
I I've come to terms with that. I just don't care.
Okay, well, so anyway, thank you, Douglas.
Thank
you
We'll
so
say good night,
much.
and I'll see
Thank
you
you.
on Sunday. And Maria will be back whenever she wants.
Yes.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course, you're
And I hope
always welcome.
And I hope everybody has a wonderful, blessed night.
Yes, bless you as well, and thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. And to Peter, of course, we look forward to seeing you Sunday night. All right.
Okay, good night. Good night, everybody.
My
Good
blessings
night.
to all. Bye. And
Hi,
so,
Peter.
yeah, that was Maria and Peter Moon. Maria DeAndrea and Peter Moon. Don't want to make them sound as if they're a married couple. We now have Aristides with us, and a wonderful individual.
Still here.
Yes, your last name, I believe, is
Thank
pronounced.
you.
Well, I guess we'll skip your last name for personal security reasons. Yeah, and with that, dear sir, let's see who else we can gate in. He was speaking
Yeah,
of gating
yeah.
in people. Let's see who we can gate in so that I
Okay,
can
right.
take a short break, refresh myself, and try
Okay.
to participate on a healthy level. And
All right. I have to agree about the California non-accent.
okay, yeah.
So I grew up on the East Coast, but somehow avoided the New York accent, Philly accent, and whatever else, and it just sounds normal to me.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it does. It does. We of course we're biased. I mean, no, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Where was it that you were born?
Born in the Northeast, but I didn't live there for any period of time.
Okay. So did you grow up? I'm sorry. With what the story you just shared, I've been dealing with a lot of things at once. Did you say you were raised in California for a time?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, never. No.
Oh, okay. But it does sound normal to you, nonetheless.
New Jersey.
Okay, New Jersey. Oh God, yeah, their accent is their accent is what it is. Oh shit.
But I don't have that.
Yeah. No, you don't. No. Thank God. Nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's charming in its own way. Yeah.
I don't know what. I mean, I think it's if you're adjacent to New York, you're gonna have that accent, etc.
Uh-huh. Yeah. It is what it is. And right now, let's see now where we're heading with all this. Just trying to
All right.
see who I can. It's hard for me to multitask because I'm a simple person. Yeah. And let's see if we can add Nemo here. Now, bear in mind, I'm calling all of the usual people, but doesn't mean any of them are going to answer. We will hope some of them will. And the faces come up, providing us a thread of hope, and it's about 12. Literally a dozen people that I'm calling. We're going to find out. Oh, God. Yeah, I didn't add Brendan Soget. Let me see if I can add him. Again, this doesn't mean any of these people are going to respond. So let me see now. Brendan doesn't come up on my immediate list for some reason. And that's even though I have him in the favorites. Okay, so we just attempted to add him to the call. And let's see who does respond. And in the meantime, of course, that Aristides, you're more than welcome to talk, just kind of go over. Certainly, there's things that happen in your life that you might be willing to share at a casual level, that kind of burning bandwidth, if you would. That's kind of the purpose, the idea.
I know. I just.
Yeah, when we bring him on, our biggest problem is, of course, just shutting Aristides up. I mean, he just goes a mile a minute. Yeah, you know him. I mean, good God, did you grow up like this? I mean, is this what engineers are like at parties or something?
No. I just don't have anything prepared to just go on about. Need help.
Right. Well,
if we're talking about something, I'm sure I'll have plenty to say about it. But
at any rate, nobody is fucking answering. So let's see now. I think I've called these people, but we'll make it a call again on a few of them, and pray that they answer the second time, because our man Aristides works best when he has someone to bounce off of. for reasons that I think at this point should be obvious.
What's that?
You're so silent. I mean, you're this strong silent type. I guess that's what turns the girls on in your case. Yeah. So other than that, see any good movies lately?
No, I don't go to the movies.
Oh, and all right.
Heard you talking about the Barbie though.
Yeah. Oh, you did. Yeah. Any
Yeah.
any input on that?
I mean, they weren't going to let that one out without something slipped in there. You know,
That's right.
That was going to be a big, some kind of big trigger. I saw somebody did a little mashup of because they came out at the same time, the Barbie and the Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
I'll have
Barbenheimer. It's called the Barbenheimer phenomenon. Go on.
Yeah, but somebody did like a little little mashup.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's pretty fun. I'll have to find it.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that could be funny. It's still touch and go. But,
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't stop people.
Yeah. No, it sure as hell doesn't. No. It's so aside from all of that, just looking at the calls again, praying somebody answers, and of course, and nobody is. So it's like if I take several minutes of a break, can you handle this? Like you can talk for about 10 minutes.
What was my emergency thing here?
Yeah,
I have your book here. I can read the introduction to one of your books.
Oh, excellent! Have you read the book? Have you read
I have not read through. That's. I'm not. I'm sorry.
Oh, good God. Well, I take it you intend on making some time since you invested in purchasing
it's difficult. It's difficult. It's
to find time. You mean not the book? The book's not difficult.
Right. Yeah, very easy to order the books. I suggest everyone go on to Amazon and do that. Just difficult to find the I don't know so much time as just the what would you call it, the peace and the solace to kind of sit there and read. Everything's just coming at you in life.
It is. Yeah.
And listening to hours and hours of Douglas Dietrich a week, and it's just keeping busy.
Yeah. Let me hit a few other people I haven't thought of.
Yeah.
Dan in Nederland. Let's try him. See if he responds. Okay, Dan Vandermeulen. What was the name of our friendly German guy? I don't even remember. I remember all I remember is he's gay. Andre. Oh, he says no. He says he's got the bar up, saying do not disturb, and he says something in his what's his thing say? Alcohol can also wisely dosed. I don't know. It'd be a very good cure. There we are. That's his last message that we saw back in July. The wise dose of alcohol was what he was recommending. Oh my God. Okay, let's try Dan, and then we'll pretty much then leave you alone for about 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. And I know you can handle this, and
I could.
Yeah, you're good about this. Okay, so all right, let's press that add button. See if our man from Nederland shows up. He's busy doing some his photograph here in the Skype is like he's with a bunch of dudes, and no, he's unavailable. So it's just our man Aristides. Other people may jump on at their leisure and at their caprice and whim. But for the moment, we know that our man Aristides has got this.
Okay, so I've got your books here.
Okay.
So I'm thinking I could read either the introduction to Roswell or vampirology. But vampirology, I'm looking at this, and this has a bunch of names that I would actually absolutely have to murder. I think that would be very awkward.
My former manager, Laura Lee Solomon, said that all of these Bolshevik communist Russian names, she said it was like exotic insects. She said it was like trying to name exotic insects. So Yeah.
would probably make a fool out of
Oh
myself.
no.
Trying
Well, it's not
to
like
pronounce
that.
all of these.
It's just
No,
let's just put it this way. You can just say some Russian name I can't pronounce. Just say that, if you go with the Vampirology intro. Otherwise, let's read a little bit from the chat room. Bob Goodman says, "Do either of you guys know about the history of the 12-step programs? There's some interesting characters associated, no doubt." And Marky Milk, who is our dear friend Mark H. in Salem, Massachusetts, says, "Bob Goodman, no, but the symbol used for Alcoholics Anonymous is the containment of male symbol, triangle encompassed by a circle." Wow. And then Caesar Solozan says, "Oppenheimer, Soviet spy." Yeah, pretty much. And it's disgusting. They made a movie trying to make him look like such a great guy. Spies need love too, I guess, or traitors. So all that being said, we're going to leave our man Aristides to handle, probably best recommended, the intro to the Roswell book, and that will at least get people some knowledge about that. Much needed. Bob Goodman says, "Cool. Okay, I will be back very shortly. And in the meantime, my gratitude to Aristides. Without him, this would not be possible. And, oh, yes, tell you what, before I go, oh, shit, how can I do this? Do you know how to access the chat room?" Okay,
yeah.
this is what I'm going to do, is I'm going to do a screen share. So I'm going to share the screen, and you can see the cursor. Oh, Brendan Zogan has joined us. Jesus Christ. Brendan, are you all right? Brendan?
Greetings.
Yes, greetings.
I'm here.
Thank you. So the two of you
Brendan.
have got this. Oh my God. So the two of you have got this. You can bounce off each other. Thank you very much for joining us, Brendan. And what I want to do is, I'll do this when I get back. I'm going to try and make Aristides a moderator. Brendan, of course, is like a managing moderator, I believe. But I want to make Aristides like a moderator, like Nemo is the other day, because we've had some fairly serious attacks. And so it's a very important position to have, and we do need people to be constantly checking into the chat. And obviously, when I go into my monologues and I go into the zone, I can't do that myself. So what I'm doing right now is just grateful Brendan Zoget arrived, and the two of you. I'm going to be back in about 10-15 minutes. And honestly, Brendan, I want to thank you so much for joining us the other night. And I will share, little impressions about that.
What did I do?
No, you did great. You did great. You did great. Believe me.
I was like literally asleep for most of it.
Oh, no. You were. I was very grateful for your input, and it was profound.
Did I say anything ridiculous? Or?
No.
Okay.
You were fabulous. Believe me. And
I literally went into like a narcotic like state in the within. I want to say like halfway through what I was saying, and then I was like drifting in and out of like consciousness.
It was
so whatever I said, I don't even know what I said.
It was coherent. And,
wow, that's impressive.
It is. So that being said, I'm going to confirm stop sharing. I want everyone to know that I was dealing with the first 3 hours with, of all things, food poisoning. When I came home, has nothing to do with boy blood. It has to do with the fact that I came home and I grabbed a bunch of mung bean sprouts that were past their due date, and and I got deathly sick. So I was roiling with the urge to vomit over the first 3 hours of this program, and may now go and do just that. So I want everyone to know that. Vril 618 says, "Yay, Brendan!" Cool.
Wow.
So you've got the Vril on your side.
And sounds like it.
Yeah, and with that, we turn back to Aristides and Brendan Zoget. These two incredible men. Brendan will go on a bit about what happened, and he can tell people what it was like. England is like San Francisco. It was fucking freezing, but he couldn't turn the heat on. He had a Swedish guy warn him about what would happen, and so he can go into this while I'm gone.
Basically the Swede.
Yeah, go on.
He was a friend of mine, but the Swede was saying he was so paranoid about turning the heat on because in Sweden, if you turn the heater on during the summer, you'll basically go bankrupt and lose your house.
Yeah.
So the energy cost is on that level where like he was literally like terrified of me touching. He was like, "Don't." It's like, whatever you do, don't touch it. Don't even look at it. Like pretty much.
Yeah.
Because the Europeans are so like, it's so expensive to heat your house that like he said that people in his town, like 50, 60-year-olds lost their house over the heating bill.
Yeah,
like
these
that's
are
how
homes they owned that they saved.
They owned.
That they saved up for all their lives and purchased. Yeah.
And in Sweden, you own your house, but you don't own the land.
Right.
You have to loan or you have to rent the land you're on.
Right.
Which is absolutely absurd.
Still, I mean, it's literally the way it is in America as well and the rest of the world. People don't get it. It's if you don't pay your property taxes, the government will come in.
It's the same concept.
Same concept. Same with communist China.
They still have high taxes too on the same, so that's why they were like going broke just heating their house.
Oh my god. So there you go. And this was
But it was like it wasn't even like he wasn't being like consciously like, what's the word for it? Like, it's not like here where you're like miserly or like a chintz.
Right.
It's like, like you're frugal. It was like literally like life or death for him.
No.
It was like he was like, you can't even touch it. Like,
no.
And it wasn't even his house. Like we were like staying at someone's flat. So
no.
But he just knew that it would like screw us all over if we turned the heat on.
No, in England it's pretty much the same as in Sweden, and in San Francisco it's the same way as well. So people,
true.
Just so people understand, it's the same temperature as in Sweden or England, at least as in England.
Right.
And Sweden's
Definitely.
a little, So just want people to know how bad it has been through the summer, and it's only going to get worse during the winter. So when I kept bitching about the electric blankets, it's not like I'm bitching without a reason.
SF is chilly. Yeah,
Thank you. Okay, so
I'd prefer that kind of temperature though. But you just have like a different, like you're like more Vata, like.
Thank you.
Yeah. Like light air. You're more air based, so it like affects you way more.
Yes, thank you. It's hard to describe, and we can go into that some other time. I mean, there's nothing more narcissistic than somebody going into, their physiology. So, I mean, granted, I do that a lot, but it's for racial reasons, quote unquote, to tell people about vampirism, and it's, to kind of just explain things. But aside from that,
in general, like Asians are more like air types, like like Avatar: The Last Airbender, like.
Yeah, there you go.
You can think of it like that, like for the like.
It's true.
And like white people are like fire tribe.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Then, like so.
Cool. And blacks.
I have to confirm with the person that has that perception, but
okay,
those are the only two that I know for sure
that stick out. Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Well, all right. I love both you gentlemen. You both got this. I'll be back soon enough. And all right, take it away. I'm going to go mute. Thank you.
All right.
And like Native Americans talk about that too. So like you can look through in there.
Talk about what?
The four races and like their elements and stuff. Like you can look at like the medicine wheel, like you just look into that. You can come to your own understanding of that.
Yeah.
So
guess Douglas going to throw up his sprouts. But you got to get sprouts. Sprouts have to be fresh. I've run into that, and I stopped buying them at the store, and I started actually doing the sprouting jar thing. Ever done that?
Oh yeah, that's a
really
big
great
thing. Yeah.
I want to get back to that, and
it's a big thing in Vedic cooking, like that.
Yeah, it's just once they set on the shelf for a few days, you might be all right, you might not be all right, like Douglas. But
when they're already sprouted, especially the Asian ones, the long when they're really long like that, they're really dangerous. Like you can't just casually
damp there. So I started doing it, and I was doing it for a while, and then I started having bad luck, like I'm going bad. But the trick is I found is you add a little bit of hydrogen peroxide into the into the rinse water, and that just keeps it nice and clean. And it's not poison or anything; it just creates oxygen. So it's just
H2O2 is safe.
So I actually want to get back to doing that. Maybe in the winter when there's not a lot of produce going around.
Yeah, and you can get like beans from like an Asian market, like any kind of dal that's whole and not held.
Yeah.
like whole lentils. You can you can sprout them, and then what we do is we cook them. So you sprout them and then you put them in your soup or something. So you get like the enzymes activating, but then you lower the risk of any kind of issues.
Right. Yeah. I mean, people sell seeds for sprouting, but you don't have to buy the ones specifically for sprouting if you know which ones to get.
And it's generally safer to sprout things that are like small and leafy, like broccoli sprouts. Yeah. Chia is a good one to sprout. You have what's the other sprouting? People do like what is that called? Mustard greens, like those microgreen type ones. Even sunflowers.
Mustard, sunflower, radish maybe.
Yeah, alfalfa, radishes. Yeah. All those are really quick. You want quick sprouting.
Yeah, it is really easy. I think people like kind of get, feel it's like something daunting, to do something like that. It's really easy. It's easier than farming.
And there's special jars you can get too, with like the There's like a
you can buy
mesh
just
on the
the
top,
lids just for the mason jars,
and it drains. Yeah.
Yeah, super easy.
And what sprouting does is it activates the enzymes, and what those enzymes will chelate. So basically unlock or chelate and unlock the minerals and proteins in the bean. So without cooking it, that's why it's important to sprout. It's like scientific. It's not just a
Well, you were
texture
talking
thing.
about the using it in breads, like the sprouted grains. How if you're going to buy bread, you should try to buy that.
Yeah, you can do sprouted bread. There's like a biblical. I'm sure you've heard of like Ezekiel bread.
Yeah, or even if you're not making the bread yourself, if you're going to the store and you got your choice there, they usually have one or two that are the sprouted.
Sprouted breads are definitely important because there's less gluten. There's less gluten's not bad in and of itself, but the modern wheat is just like too glutinous. Like there can be like too much of a good thing. Yeah, and that's why it like causes issues. So the sprouted grains are more safer for the stomach.
You think there's a big problem with the glyphosate with the commercial wheat, or
totally.
Some people think it's all the wheat has it, or only some of it, or it's
pretty much all the hybrid wheat is dangerous, especially here, U.S.
Yeah, so pretty much.
So not only is it's missing amino acids because it's either hybridized or GMO. So that's just like one level of why it's bad. And then on top of that, it's sprayed with like ridiculous amounts of Roundup. Yeah, glyphosate. Who knows what else they have?
To what is it? To kill it before they harvest it because it's easier to harvest.
Oh yeah, and then they dry it out like that.
Yeah.
The same thing they do with potatoes.
Potatoes
like in Idaho, the potatoes they use for like McDonald's or all these fast food places, they spray it so much, the fields, like after they till the fields, they pull the potatoes onto the surface. Then they spray them, right? And before they're allowed to harvest them, they have to leave the fields for 30 or 40 days because it's too dangerous for them to even walk in there, like the farmer.
Yeah,
so
isn't
that kind of tells you.
The potatoes, they also do something to stop the budding. I think that might be the thing that what you're talking about. But a lot of crops, I think they do the glyphosate.
Yes. Yeah, the glyphosate's just like one of the things they do.
Right. Which of course we were assured it was completely safe when they came out with it, Oh no, was it that interview that?
I mean, that's just a joke. I mean, that's a joke. Yeah. They had the guy that was like representing.
Yeah, he's like, you can drink this shit.
And he was like, telling people,
here's a glass of it right here. Go ahead, drink it. He's like, oh no.
He changed his tune real quick. Yeah. So that's,
But,
I mean, that's just goes
well-
to show how much, like, they're all deceivers. Like, it's like, that's the point.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're finally finding out some of the mechanisms that's bad for you, but the working pathway of it. The reason they said it was safe was because they're like, oh, it works on a, on a whatever, and it works on something that happens in plants but not in people. It works on this
Mhm. The potassium, the K channels and stuff.
right, and it's like, oh, well, you don't have that. Only plants have that. But the problem is
And
like
insects.
right. But the problem is like your gut bacteria has that.
Yes. Yeah.
so
That's
they
one
didn't
of
lie.
the issues.
They
Yeah.
didn't lie. It wasn't affecting you per
Mhm.
se. Just
Mhm.
all the millions of microbes inside of you that you rely on to
To make your
actually-
vitamins and like
Right,
mineral
yeah.
and to unlock certain like elements for your
Right,
stomach.
which-
yeah.
I mean, and most people's guts are just a wreck. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's
It also like once that's your gut biome's disturbed, that's what's giving people like what do they call it? Like intolerances, like gluten or whatever,
Mhm.
because they're like it's compromising the lining. So then you're getting holes like whatever they call like leaky gut. and all
leaky
this
gut. Yeah,
different things.
No,
I mean,
it's-
they just make up terms now, but
Right.
basically means you have no stomach lining or intestinal
mhm.
mucosa left,
No, it's
which is
absolutely-
not good,
absolutely
to say the
true.
least.
So, what would be a good way for people to fix that?
First of all,
you know,
just stop eating refined foods. Like,
well, yeah,
I mean, it has. That's the thing is like, so many people have their opinions on it, but it's really just you got to be practical.
but if you want to, get that,
Like, not everyone can grow their own like wheat.
no,
Like, not everyone can grow their own. Like,
if you want to
foods.
like fix your guts, your gut bacteria, some people think, oh, well, I ate a yogurt, I'm good, and I don't think that's enough.
I mean, even the yogurt and stuff is
Right.
debatable.
Right, but I think as far as like probiotics, I don't know. One thing
Mhm.
I've been kind of into is like the spore based ones, because they're saying like people are eating all this supposedly probiotic stuff, but if you think about your stomach acid, like
Mhm.
they're not making it through your stomach acid really very well. So
Supposedly.
it's like the spore based ones. If you can buy those, if I buy them, those are the ones that I get. And they make it through your
those are-
stomach acid, and then they come alive in your guts.
Yeah, they make it past the stomach. I mean, but there's
Mhm.
other ways to do that too.
Yeah, like what?
Like in Eastern countries, they have like this fermented porridge.
Mhm.
Like, and most ancient cultures had this
Oh, yeah.
concept of fermented porridge. So, like, in modern times, it's called like sauerkraut, right? Like,
Mhm.
that's what we know of. But then in India, there's something called ambali, which is like this: you take grains, you soak the grains, cook the grains, then you put it in a clay pot,
Mhm.
and it will ferment in like 5 or 6 hours, and then you eat that, and it's full of lactobacillus and all these
Yeah.
things. And then there's also stuff like curd. So it's not yogurt, but it's curd. Like, you
Mhm.
take fresh raw milk, unpasteurized milk, and then you put like a chili in it, like a single capsicum chili, like half a piece of chili, and the chili and certain veggies, chili, cucumbers, whatever, they'll carry a specific strain of lactobacilli bacteria that's beneficial for the gut. And then when it's encapsulated in some fat like yogurt or something, it'll survive the transfer to the other parts of the gut or whatever's going on.
Okay, well, I would try that if it was easier to get raw milk, but somehow they make that difficult.
Mm-hmm. Are you on the West Coast or
East Coast? I mean, if I
Right.
want to take a drive for an hour, I could probably get it, but
you could get it? Mm-hmm. Like somewhere like NC,
yeah,
like the Carolinas.
yeah.
There are a lot of
Pennsylvania.
Indians.
Pennsylvania, they have farms, Amish farms.
Mhm.
I think you can go up there.
And the thing with the milk is like a lot of the milk is problematic too.
Mhm.
Like the best type of milk to get is like the older breeds of cows. Like it's called like
A2.
Yeah, the A2. Yeah, it would be like easier to find if you just ask for like Desi milk, which is like from an older cow, like the Indian cow.
Right.
And we have like here on the West, we have some places that make it, but it's really hard to get.
Yeah. Well, in general, I mean, fermented foods were huge, back in the old day, and that's just something that's just been so lost.
Every culture has it, like kimchi, sauerkraut, borscht, whatever the Russians have. I don't think it's borscht, but there's like some other thing.
Yeah. I mean, before refrigeration, that's what they did.
Yeah.
They had to preserve things,
And just in general, like people should just eat like nutritionally dense foods, in proper amounts. That was like, you were asking like what to do about all this.
Right.
It's kind of like you have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Like, and there's only like certain foods that were made for humans, like certain types of dal is like lentils and rice, like proper like millets. Really, just
I know you're talking about the millet. Yeah, I wanted to like try to look into that more. How.
Yeah, the millets is a big game changer. Like the best thing for gut bacteria and gut problems is to increase your fiber. And the only grain that contains above 5% fiber content are what are called the 5 Siddhi Dhanyas. So there are these 5 positive millets. So you have little millet, foxtail millet, brown top millet, kodo millet, and barnyard. Wait, did I say barnyard twice? Foxtail. Foxtail, barnyard, little, kodo, and brown top. So those are the 5 positive millets, and they all have minimum 8% fiber content, and then some of the other ones like brown top have up to 12% fiber content, which is higher than any rice, any wheat, even the old varieties of wheat and barley and all of that rice. So once you get fiber back into the gut, the what biome you have has food. Like they feed off of fiber. So modern diets are
prebiotic. Is that what they?
Prebiotic, yeah. But in like a more like the most positive way. It's not just like psyllium. It's like this. The millets have this complex structure of concentric lignins. So lignins are what eventually turn into cellulose and tree fiber, and like stronger versions of it. Lignin turn into trees. So it's a simple sugar that builds up into like a cellulose. But in its edible form, they're called lignins and lignans. And millets happen to have the most like of those. And they're actually, people talk against them a lot of the times because they don't understand the difference between lignins and lignans. So lignins are the more positive and body, beneficial ones. But the way to get that is to just start cooking with millets. They're called 5 Siddhi Dhanyas, the 5 positive millets. And you can get these like online now and stuff. Or if you have access to any real millet, like any millet, like there's like pearl millet, there's sorghum, there's like different like pseudo millets and millets type grains. Basically the most ancient grains that anyone's ever used, any human has used. So those are the ones to look for, and you make sure they're not hulled, so they have to have the husk. And then after that, you soak them overnight, and then it becomes, the fiber, the lignins are opened up and then your body can absorb them. And then these lignins actually go into the bloodstream as like complex carbohydrates and clean all your systems by pulling out toxins, and then also they feed the gut biome. I mean, it does this holistic synergy. So that's why millets are important.
You can soak them and then just cook them?
And then you cook them, like anything like rice or...
Oh, okay. That's
you can make soups. I mean, it's like the easiest. It's like to put it for like Western people, how like like in Star Wars, he goes and sees Yoda, and like Yoda's just like by himself, like eating like simple soups in the forest, right? Like, and dude, you know, Luke's like not used to that, you know, in the first couple Star Wars, like the early ones. Yeah, so it's like you got to be like turn into like a Jedi, and like, yeah, like the food doesn't look as good, or it doesn't have all the refined tastes like fake, you know, fake food. But once you get used to real food, you'll get more power and more energy, and you'll be more connected to the Force. And then that's what'll increase your power as a spirit. And then through that, you'll be able to increase your evolution and get out of the traps that these like beings are setting for people. So, and then that way you become richer in a way.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, just got back.
Yeah.
So tell me, gentlemen, what was the course of discussion? Catch me up.
Nutrition.
Excellent.
I was talking about millets again, Douglas. I always end up getting somehow I go back to them.
Bob Goodman says Judge Walter Perrin Smith was the father of the famous Dr. Bob. He was director of the Merchants National Bank. Merchants National Bank is interesting structure with what appears as a hypercube entrance. Okay, thank you. Did somehow you guys touched on this?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay, Bob, thank you for that. Appreciate that. We'll check into it. In the interim, back to the millets. So you were speaking about these, and this apparently has helped you immensely.
Oh yeah, I mean it's the only real food for like human beings. Like,
okay,
yeah.
Okay,
and specifically the 5 studied diamonds.
Okay,
the 5 positive millets. They're called 5 positive.
Okay, yeah, excellent. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm adding our man as a moderator. So let's see, it says managing our standard. You're going to be a standard moderator. Pressing the save button, and so now you should feel the difference.
Okay, let me get back to the computer.
You'll be able to like block or whatever.
Yes,
you need to do.
Yeah, that's right, because we have an excellent connection, so I'm going to risk resetting the page or refreshing the page, but you should show up with a wrench next to your name, which I don't know. I don't see the wrench next to your name. So let's try that again.
If you make another comment.
Yeah, oh, make another comment then. Yeah, make another comment.
No, I see something here.
You do.
Yeah. You are now a standard moderator. Look at that.
Oh, wow, cool. There we are. You now have power.
Yeah.
You have power.
You got the wrench.
You've got delegated authority, yes.
I mean, yeah, I was a little jealous.
Don't let it go to your head.
I was a little jealous. Even Brooke had the wrench.
How did she get that?
Oh, well, a moment of insanity. What do you think? I mean, honestly, I'm just amazed she's actually behaved with it. That she hasn't, gone hog wild.
That we know of.
Yeah. Yeah, good point.
There's probably tons of donors she ran off. You don't know about. Yeah. Just because they were like, I'm gonna give $10 to Peter and $1,000 to Douglas, and she just blocked them.
Yeah. That's too close to the truth for. I shouldn't even be laughing. I should be crying. I know.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I tell you what, I already put a lemon on my shopping list.
Oh, a lemon, really?
Yeah, it's because tell him why.
What made you do that?
No, Peter's guest that he brought along, Maria DeAndrea, saying it was like a what would be the word for it? A ritual or what?
Yeah, it would be
an anti-spell.
Well, yeah. Basically, it has to do with. Why am I going blank? But anyhow, basically, she feels that based on her experience. She says this is definitely going to work, that you go to the store, you buy a lemon, and you put it in a bag, and then that's to retain the vibe, the vibe of its like being a fresh, select fruit. You take it home and make certain that you don't take it out of the bag. You can't have it touch the counter or it will lose its vibe. And so,
Okay, that's fine.
yeah, then you, I don't see how anyone could physically do this, but then you either get a string, which I think is fucking impossible, and then tie it up in the string and then hang it someplace where it's not touching anything, which I think is physically impossible. But the other way she explained it sounds so much more practical. You take a coat hanger and you bend its sides so that it forms like a little basket, and either use that or put a basket, open basket with no lid, there, and between the hooks that you create by taking the ends of the coat hanger, leaving the coat hanger's hook for hanging, but you take the two ends of it and you fold them in and then put the basket in that, and then you put the lemon in that. That sounds much more doable and much more durable. And then you hang it up and then you leave it there, and she says within a week to 10 days you're going to get money or an opportunity to make money, and then you leave the lemon there to rot. And then when it's moldered and shrunken and shriveled, then you throw it out of the house. Can't throw it away inside the house or it kills the vibe. Reverses it. Yeah, reverses it. So this is interesting. Also, don't forget the number 8. Put the number 8 in your wallet. This is what Asians believe. And then and also
this is your input. That's your input.
That's my input. Yep. And also something that my father taught me that has always worked. The wallet's somewhere in the house. It's I think it's the general area. I know where it is, but then it'd probably still take a bulldozer to reach it. But the one thing he had was each one of the dollar bills has a different serial number, and there's about 13 of them, maybe, or 11 or something like that. But so you get each one of the serial numbers lined up until you have all 11 or 13 in the series, and then you put them in a wallet, and then make certain you never touch or spend that money. Keep that wallet there forever.
Wow, I like that one. That one's like an American, old school, like World War II American version of that.
Yeah, and that you'll never be short of money. That'll bring the money in, so that you'll never, it's not like it'll make you rich, but you'll never be short of money. It's like that. So that's
like how they have. There's like a letter in front of each or either ahead of or at the end, right?
I think it's at the head. Yeah, so it's like A, B, C, D, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm looking.
So you get like a 1 through 8 of that, is what you're saying,
or something like that. Just the full alphabetical run. I'd have to find the wallet to find out. What I had done, but it seems to have worked. Yeah. Despite the crisis that was created last month by no good deed goes unpunished. I mean, that's the last
crisis. What happened?
Oh, bad. Oh,
we probably don't need to cover it.
It's like I don't know if I should go into this right now, but let me tell you this: I'm not doing a good deed intentionally ever again. That was the last good deed I did that resulted in my fucking going into hyperdrive to fundraise. But it. At least the fundraising paid off, but it's like, who wants to go through that? So it's, that
you
way.
You gave someone money or something?
It was the equivalent of that. It's not what I had intended to do. It was basically, what had happened was that, it's probably something I should go over with you privately. I don't know if I should go over this
That's
now
fine.
Publicly, but it's one of these
it's
things.
Fine, because you don't want me to ask for money or something.
That's funny. It's God knows if anyone deserved it, I know it would be you. I mean, God knows you.
I'm just being facetious.
Yeah, I know, but it's not like you've got it easy right now. Jesus Christ! As a matter of fact, feel free to share the story. If nothing else, share the story about how you came back, because we always have new listeners. We got a lot more new listeners tonight. You could tell people about how you basically came back from England. Your life was fucking destroyed. It was like, and this was kind of a setup. A lot of this is because of your affiliation with myself. It's because of the occult assault that you've undergone ever since affiliation. So go on. Yeah, go ahead and vent, Cathart, by all means. If anyone's earned it, God knows you're entitled.
It's just, I mean, I don't really want to cover it too much because it's like
reinforces the negativity, or
well, no. It's just,
okay.
I think it's just no need to cover it at this present time.
Okay.
Let's say I have my reasons.
All right, understood. Yeah, and but
it's none the less severe than last time I talked to you.
Yeah.
No less severe.
Yeah.
Last time I talked to you.
Yeah, and So, such being said, with our dear friend Aristides here, he is someone who has been, you know, he's an engineer, and you
Oh
know.
no, I didn't know that.
Oh,
No, I
okay,
didn't know
yeah, he's materials science, works with material science.
He definitely
And-
talks like an engineer. That makes sense, though.
Yeah, which is his way of saying, Aristides, that you don't talk at all. Yeah.
You just got to get me going. You know, it's,
Right.
So what? Here's what you could tell people, right? You can tell that. So this is what I'm surmising is that when Brooke was asking you about the Blue Lotus, you were on the Blue Lotus.
I was definitely.
Yeah, so you were on the Blue Lotus,
Smoking
which
it.
was asking you about.
This is my first time smoking. I shouldn't have done it like on air with you guys. Because I've taken it as a tincture, and I thought it was like, going to be the same. But let's just say there's a reason that the ancient Egyptians used it as like a fumigatory, that thing.
Yeah.
Herb.
no, well, I appreciate you talked about that because now I've kind of forwarded that portion to someone, and we're looking into it.
I'd like to. I don't know. Douglas never does this for me, even though I insist. But everything I say should be like that thing, not endorsed. Douglas always talks it up, but everything I do is not to be just casually done.
Right.
Not that I'm better
gotcha,
than anyone.
Gotcha.
It's just like
We won't hold you
no reason to
responsible for
subject
anything that happens.
yeah, there's no reason to subject yourself to what I'm going through.
No, I brought it up with somebody who's already experienced with, kind of herbal.
Right.
These who already
Yeah.
knew what it was, so it's not.
Yeah,
just
I'm not
like-
being elitist. I just want to
Right.
throw that out there as a disclaimer.
Oh,
I don't recommend doing any of it.
oh, oh my God.
Anything you hear from me is not recommended, no matter what Douglas is saying.
Oh, no,
Except eating millet.
yeah,
Except for the foods and
yeah.
there's certain things that I would say are safe.
Yeah.
Like if I say that they're safe, like that's usually, I would say it's like 100% like non-negative. Like the millets, like there's no one that can be harmed from millets. Like in my opinion, there's no. It's not like wheat where like some people can be allergic and stuff. It's like there's something about those type of grains that it's like if you're human, like nothing's gonna happen. Like you only get health from them. That's why they're called the 5 positive millets, like the Sudidanyas.
Yeah, wonderful. I mean, important point.
This opposite of God is like it like senses that thing, whatever's the milik taos.
Yeah. Ah, yes.
Every time I'm on the phone with you, it gets all sketchy.
Yeah, it's true. It's nature of the beast. So we've got good numbers. You men have held good numbers. So go on for a few minutes about millets or the Blue Lotus, the experience, because I do want you to know I thought it was incredibly ironic, and I really thought something was going on there. The dynamic was pretty incredible in terms of the conversation the other night, and it had some pretty heavy, serious repercussions. We will might go into that when I get back. I do want people to know that.
What do you mean?
I'll go into it when I get back. I'm gonna. I finished drinking a Coke.
Was this one I was on?
Yeah. It was when you were on, and then checked out. Then checked back in, and this was the Blue Lotus effect. And then he...
Just so you know, after I checked out, I didn't come back. So whoever you were talking to was not who you thought it was. Just a heads up there.
Yeah, and that's cool. Things actually calmed down by the time you came back.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And so Trisha Juarez, I can't even get that out. Trisha Juarez, my apologies, says bliss up DDD. So let me give her some hearts here, and you definitely appreciate what she's saying, and give her some kissy lips, and I'll be on my way. I'll be back in a few minutes, and I will.
Wait, didn't you just come back? Or?
Yeah. But I'll go and come back again, kind of like you with the Blue Lotus, right? Kind of checking in and out. But I'm gonna go mute.
That's through dimensions.
Yes. He was portaling. He was gating through dimensions. Stargate. Believe me, he was in ancient Egypt and everywhere else.
I had some pretty crazy dreams too.
Yeah, I can imagine. My dreams were pretty cool last night too.
And then some of them were tainted with like these like red pill like YouTube warriors.
Oh shit!
I woke up and I was talking to someone that knew Andrew Tate, and I was like, "Why the fuck are you talking to him?"
Yeah, good for you. I mean, you should challenge that. I mean, that's
it was just like when you get those weird like fever dreams, they're just like nothing is sequential, like none of it makes sense. It's like it was like that.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I totally get it. It's yeah. And so that being said, what about your dreams last night, Aristides?
I don't really remember right now.
This wasn't last night.
Yeah, it's a good point.
You know,
feels like last night. It feels like last night.
The only thing I remember is like thinking about the Vril chick.
Yeah.
With like no clothes on. That's all I really remember.
Yeah. Well, no one forgets that. Yeah.
Where was this?
Like literally, I woke up and I was like, how do I find this chick's like fucking? Yeah. What was it? What was that page she had?
Yeah, Marina Sarin. She's got a page. Yeah.
I was like, how do I find that again?
He's got it. Aristides has got a page.
Yeah, I saw that it was there. I didn't subscribe to it, so I couldn't see the content. And then and then it was gone. Like it's like now I don't even think it's there. But
she took it down?
No, but she must have reestablished it. So I mean, if you seek, you shall find.
You blew her cover or something.
Yeah, if you seek, you shall find. Believe me, she's back up. I mean, she's got to be.
She probably went back to her Spanish persona. I mean, it was probably hotter though.
It's.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, she pulled back on a lot of things. She was getting a lot of, people coming at her.
Hostility. Yeah.
Well, yeah. When you deal with this one over here.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
It's true. Her affiliation with myself added to whatever controversy she might have had. Her affiliation with myself, however brief and just tangential, that of course just brought her like by orders of magnitude. It's the hatred and hostility exploded against her.
It was like an instant gang stalker basically happened.
Yeah, which is exactly what happened. Yeah, and to the point where she. Then came back on my show to explain a bit about what was going down, and I did my best to give her some context to some of these gang stalkers, and but definitely she's I'm sure it impacted her, but she's generally a very positive person. However people might think of her as being narcissistic, it's she's simply taking advantage of a gift, and she's but her personality, when she's on the show, I mean, her personality is just it's never negative. She's got this.
It's like you can't. What's that saying that they always say? Can't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah. There we are, and so I'll be back in a few minutes. But you gentlemen have got this. You've been doing very well, and when I come back, we'll go further with it, and I might delve into some of the topics I was alluding at, just hinting at. But by all means, I'm glad that Aristides is sharing some of your Blue Lotus wisdom, and with that,
I wouldn't call it that, but but yeah, sure.
Okay, go on mute and be back soon. You guys got this.
Okay, all right. So, Blue Lotus, don't smoke it, right? So,
I mean, anyone can do whatever it's like. Their free will still.
Right.
It's just
absolutely, but
whatever
you can do. Tea or tincture? Would that be?
I liked the tincture. The tea is good. I like the tincture personally. It's more dreamy and like you get more benefits from it, in my opinion. But last show I gave the spiel on it, and it was like pretty esoteric. Mm-hmm. But I was also on it, so it kind of like
that's
boosted it.
That's the best way. And any other similar things you've delved into, or medicinal?
Many things.
Yeah.
But
any things people wouldn't encounter any legal problems trying to partake in?
oh, I mean, like, I think it's technically legal in most states.
No, that is,
One.
yeah. No, I think that is. I mean,
I personally don't like recommending things because it's like the human body is ideally you want to keep it in balance. Like you want to follow, like the system I follow is Ayurveda. You know, I don't know if you've ever heard of Ayurveda.
Yeah.
So the point of Ayurveda or any of these ancient, traditional Chinese medicine, whatever, any of these ancient systems, the point is to stay in balance. Like you never want to make an imbalance for yourself. So what a lot of these substances do, like they create like an instant imbalance. So it's like, even though you might get some kind of feeling from it or something good may come of it, there's always a yin to the yang, a valley. Like there's a high, but then there's a valley. So you're instantly putting yourself in a position of imbalance.
Yeah.
So you don't want to do that.
Oh.
In any sense. And like even goes for like drinking water, for example. Like even something that simple, you know how they tell people drink like 8 glasses of water a day. But that's actually not correct. Like drinking 8 glasses of water for someone who's like sitting in an office building, not sweating, is gonna dilute all your electrolytes. And because your body is you're an engineer, right? Do you do electric engineering or?
Not too much. I'm aware of stuff.
But you would know like the concept. It's like what happens when you like in the old school batteries, what happens when you put too much water, distilled water in like a lead acid battery, it stops working. It loses its charge.
Right.
So the body is electric. So you dilute your electrolytes and that's why you get tired. And like halfway through the day you feel lethargic because you're drinking too much water and you're not replenishing electrolytes.
Yeah.
So that's why mineral water is so important because it's not going to deplete your minerals. So this is like a big problem,
Well, it's hard to get water that's good mineral content without high poison content, unless you're buying some very expensive stuff like Douglas does.
Yeah. I mean, I do that, but I go. I mean, actually, depends on where you live, but most places in the world you can find natural springs like that get groundwater. Like usually groundwater is pure from like whatever. 30 meters, like 100 meters down, like 50 meters or whatever it is. So you can get like groundwater for free. Yeah. Like I recently bought these glass containers. They're called like carboys. They're used for making like wine and stuff. And they're like completely glass, like non-toxic, regular glass. So I just take them up to the mountains, fill them up, and then I have water on tap for a couple weeks, months at a time. So it's like there are things that you can do, like anyone can do it.
But if someone wasn't going to do all that, which a lot of people are not, you can get like mineral drops.
Then you just that's exactly. So you get RO water, like reverse osmosis water or distilled water. And then you get like something like Celtic salt or magnesium drops. Like, magnesium chloride or something that will stabilize the water, like mineral drops, like you're saying, trace minerals, it's called. And then that way,
get those.
The water retains its conductivity. Yeah. So nowadays, if you see some like, some of the Italian spring waters, the good ones, like there are some brands like that are not like owned by Nestle. Like you can find some like lower brands. They'll show a conductivity rating on the label.
Oh. Wow.
And so what that's saying is how electric that water is. And so that's why it's considered medicinal, because your body gets more electrons and you become more electric. Yeah. And that's the life force, like in the blood, like that keeps you that way.
Yeah.
Charged.
Well, I've actually run a distiller a lot. But of course,
distilling.
Like you can't recommend it to anybody because it's absolutely, kind of dead as is. So I've kind of you can get some really nice brands of like sea salts and stuff. Sprinkle a little bit of it in there, kind of shake it up, aerate it a little bit.
Yeah,
Get it going.
just a little bit will basically like realign the what would be the word for it? Because salt is an ionic compound, that's why it's salt, and so it'll activate the water more.
Yeah,
and make it safe for your body.
Do you give
distilled water is dangerous, like by itself.
Right. Yeah, if you're just not doing anything to it and just chugging a bunch of it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just got back. You go on with what you're saying. You were going to add something, Aristides.
Water. We're talking about water now. Brennan, so do you give any credence to like the water structuring thing? You say they sell all these like devices, structures your water. Like how real is that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So a lot of the Black conscious community people have gotten into this structured water, what do they call it? H3O2 and all this. These people. And they've brought out something very true, is that water that comes from fruit, so like fruit juice, like real fruit juice with life force in it, like that will be structured water already. Whatever it is, watermelon, papaya, etc., lemon juice. So that's one way to get it. Like that way nature packages it for you and you don't have to worry about hauling water around. You just buy a watermelon or whatever. And the watermelon, like if it's naturally grown, it'll create a taproot all the way down to underground water line, like underground water places where the plant knows to find it. It's able to have that intelligence, and it pulls up this structured water from the earth, and that's what makes the fruit taste good. Is the structured water, actually. That's why it's so hydrating. Like when you eat a watermelon or a cucumber, you're like, wow, like I actually feel refreshed. But if you're sitting there drinking like pop or water that's like tap water, like you feel parched still. You're like, man, I keep drinking, you keep drinking this water over and over, and then you have to start buying ice and stuff to make it cool you down. So structured water is real. And there's also an ancient Vedic way of doing it, and it's just using a piece of copper plate. So you just put your copper plate inside your cistern, and the copper will restructure the water, add electrons to it, give it a little bit of copper, which is medicinal, and then you take that out daily, and then you wash it with lemon juice, and it's ready for the next day. So whatever cistern you're using, you could use a cup, a mug, like a copper vessel, whatever. But the important point with that is you don't want to leave the water in there. And secondly, you have to clean it every day because it's reacting with other metals and things, acids, whatever's in the water. So, but you could do it that way. That's how the ancient Vedic people did it. And there's even like places like in Sri Lanka and stuff where these ancient castles were, where like these beings that ruled, huge kingdoms, like you could see how they stored their water, and it was like big copper lined like pools. And like they have the knowledge there in southern parts of southern India that didn't get invaded, like how they did it. And so that's how they did it.
Yeah.
And that structures your water. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a copper cup that I drink out of right here.
Yeah, the mug, yeah. So you just like keep it clean, use lemon juice, and that's all you need.
Tell them about how you put hot water in it and burned yourself.
No, not in this.
Brendan did.
Yeah, I was on the show or something. Douglas never let me know the time, but I was like, I put hot tea in it, and because it's copper, it conducts heat, right? Like pretty much the best heat conductor of all, other than gold. And it just like instantly burnt my hands, like literally burnt my fingertips. So that was just like a warning, to anyone who uses it. Don't put hot water unless you have like a sleeve or something to hold it.
Oh yes,
or like a towel.
Yes. Oh my God. So thank you for sharing that. That takes courage. So our lovely young lady in the chat has a question, and let me see if I can navigate my way back there without losing myself trying to do a number of things at once. Tricia Juarez says, do you guys have any stories of the high desert Yeti yub-yubs? By the way, she says, I am an Ayurvedic lifestylist too. So she's one of your peeps, one of your peoples there, Brendan.
That's good news.
Yeah, and so at any rate, so do either of you gentlemen know about these high desert yeti, these yub-yubs that I'd like to know if they're an American phenomenon or whether they were. It's high desert sounds like American Southwest, but I know that
it sounds more like Tibet or something.
Yeah. Oh, yes, here we are. So Trisha Juarez says, DDD, I am the one that brought you the copper rings for your water in Arizona some years ago. Do you still use them? Yes, honey. Oh my God, you're the honey that did that. Yes, darling, you're wonderful. Yes, I love you. Okay, so you're this wonderful individual. She is this incredible human being. Yes, we should rendezvous again. Honestly, I won't go into anything private about her. She's just lovely, and of course, she came down to see me in Arizona, and that was one of the few pleasant things in what was an otherwise just oh God, she saw me at my worst too, at my absolute worst. You have no idea how bad that experience was, just in general. And
yeah, I didn't know either until I went to Tucson.
Thank you. Tell people about that. Tell people about that, please. Yeah.
I mean, it's shocking to go to those kind of places, like especially coming from like California. Really is the richest state like in the world, like one of the richest places. Because like I went to Tucson, and no disrespect on Tucson, but it was jank.
Yeah.
Like the Target was like half the shelves were empty because people were just stealing from it, and it was like something you see out of a Wild West film, you know, like where there were like tumbleweeds going everywhere, and like it was it was dreary and like deserty. I don't know how to explain it in like polite ways, you know. I don't really want to say much, but it was, you know, like it was a desert. You know, it was interesting to go visit a desert.
Kind of. I mean, we say that, we try to convince ourselves that, but it's a desert. Yeah, it's so.
And the people were, you know, most of them were nice, but it was just there were some seedy characters out there.
Oh God, you tell me about it. You know, it really wasn't
like it's that classic Wild West. It's like the nadir of the Wild West.
Yeah.
That's the only way I could describe it.
Yes, and let's just put it this way: it's not even the people; it was something.
Right.
You know, I'll tell you something. For all her, how do I describe it? Noreen Helpand, of course, people might remember her. Certainly, Aristides doesn't. That's way before his time. Maybe vaguely, Brendan Zoget does. Any memories?
Yeah,
yeah. So,
wasn't she the one that's like related to what's her face? Or is that someone else?
No, Noreen Helpand's the young, half Jewish, half Japanese girl. I mean, I always think of her as young. I mean, oh my God, she.
Yeah, wasn't she like either in a band or related to some famous musician? I forget that.
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I remember she was related to some historical mass murderous communist. I remember that much. And
that's enough.
Yeah, and you know, and not to hold that against her, that would just be unfair. But she was,
no.
Yeah, but it was from her Jewish side, of course, the classic Judeo-Bolshevik. And by the way,
she was always supportive of you.
Yeah, I think that stopped. I think that stopped a while back. I wouldn't call her an enemy.
During like the revolution, right?
Yeah, during the revolution, right? Actually, it stopped then. It kind of stopped then because her trip. There's no other word for it. Was, I mean, you're talking about somebody who's half Jewish, half Japanese, which is a double Jap, a Jewish American princess and half Japanese, and she had a. She basically,
saying that probably didn't help.
Well, she used that term herself. She used that term herself, and that was her kind of affectionate term for herself, and she didn't mind it, but she flipped out on one episode, and things really weren't the same after that. I began to cut her off because there was just it just crossed a line that I didn't find, which is, you know, when people have seen me and how I behave with Brooke, and people know that my tolerance levels are extraordinarily high. they're higher than than pretty much anyone else you'd know. By that I mean any one of you out there would hardly ever know somebody with a tolerance level as high as I've got, but they just keep trying to push it. And people make a point of,
Only when it's chicks, though, which is fine.
Well, when it's chicks, my tolerance level goes way beyond any norms. It's way beyond.
Yeah.
Anyhow, Trisha Rao wears this. Okay, so she might respond again. I'm just kind of like keeping an eye on her. And love you, honey. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. And so, and all these wonderful people supporting myself. It's funny we bring this topic up. I do want to remember to credit the lovely Holly Kaditis Kiefer, who drove us down to Arizona. We never would have gotten down there without her. Of course, it might have been better had we never gotten down there for different reasons. But then she also...
I even drove by the Contiki where you guys were.
There you go. And you could see... that there was no venue for what was, Bruce Estenia's help.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's just crazy. Anyhow,
to call that a venue is shocking.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad place. It's
no. It was but it was just like a normal saloon.
Yeah. You couldn't do anything in there.
Right.
It was crazy. Anyhow, Trisha Juarez says, "I am going to Bacalar, Mexico on the water. This dusty desert mermaid needs to get back to the water and out of the wild, wild west." Yes, honey. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So she knows. She must live there, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of laughter involved with that. And, so by that I mean she's got the laugh emojis. And so she gets what we're talking about. Thank you, honey. And, I'm telling you, when it came to... what I can tolerate. What happened with Noreen was that she was, of course, very influenced by everyone else at Revolution Radio, which you couldn't help but happen. I got her a show, her own little round table, and then she began to just have a lot of people that were on there with her. She no longer has that. She probably couldn't sustain it. But it was just really sad because she became so influenced by, that kind of crowd, which if anyone listened to me in the Revolution Radio days, the first thing they would notice is that I simply was not I was like no one else on the station. And that was one of the reasons why I got the highest numbers, the highest hits.
Right.
The only person who could rival me was Sean David Morton, and he was on every goddamn day. So, and we all know what happened to him. And if you don't, there's no point in going into it.
And they would deliberately schedule people on your schedule block to try and fuck you over.
Yeah, they were.
Joy. What was that lady's name? Joyce and that other creature that was friends with her. Yeah.
And that's what Trisha Juarez is asking me. DDD, didn't you make a documentary in Tucson? And, oh gosh. Let me, I don't know how to respond to that. I'll just say yes. Yes. And, 4 periods. Because like I said the other night, it's funny we got into this, just the latest episode before tonight's, where I was explaining to Peter Moon when he brought up the Temple of Satan. And the individual who, Ben Estenius, people might remember, was the guy who did the Tucson Murders true crime tours. And she says, wasn't Noreen in the Japanese culture? I'll tell her American acculturated. But she was a member of the Soka Gakkai, and
oh, that's right.
Yeah, American how do I express this? American
that's just like a meditation cult at this point, I think.
Yeah.
Are they still political or?
Cultured, but yeah. I think it's hard to tell. I'd have to look into them. I haven't looked into them in a long time. American culture, but she was a member of Soka Gakkai.
She was just around here, so I think.
What's that?
Oh, I was sorry.
Okay.
I meant to be mute.
Oh, okay. So you were speaking to somebody in the household, so to speak. Yeah, and when it comes to, she picked up all this white grievance trip from the people at Revolution Radio, And so she says, "Oh, that's what I meant, cult." So, yeah, she didn't mean Japanese culture. She meant Japanese cult. Oh, yes. And yeah, when it came to Noreen, she picked up all that white grievance trip, and it basically got into this, like, when I was trying to make a comment, for instance, about, of all things, there was this Japanese ufologist. He appeared on Coast to Coast AM a few times, and he was this weirdo who lived out in the Pacific Southwest, out there in the Four Corners region, meaning, the desert states. And he would put on a cowboy hat and he'd sing country music, at which point, the only thing he succeeded in doing, in my opinion, was not looking like a patriotic Japanese American, but he simply looked like a cowboy who was born with mongoloid syndrome. Like he was like some kind of mentally retarded cowboy or something. He just it just was awful. And so I forgot his name. I'm not going to bother looking it up, but when I was trying to make a point about that, just kind of make a joke, I never got there. It's kind of like, with Brooke Gibson, you can't get anywhere because everything I start to say, she'll interrupt, and then she'll turn it into something else and redirect everything, and then say that you never get to the point. So you can't win. But with Noreen, it wasn't normally like that. But then at that point, when I started down that road, then saying, "Oh, look, Japanese guy trying to look white," only he winds up looking like, like a cowboy with Down syndrome is what he looked like when he's singing these country songs, wearing that cowboy hat, and I never got to that because she started screaming. I mean, she just started screaming, and it was like nonstop screaming, like I never even got to what I was going to say about cowboy with Down syndrome. She just, before I got there, saying about, Japanese guy trying to look white, it's like she went into this whole thing about, the poor white people, and, it was like just raving. She just started raving, and we couldn't get her to stop. We had to knock her off the program. And when we knocked her off the program, she still kept going at it in the chat. She just just a nonstop, wave of words. So years later, I contacted her again. But her politics, when we had her on a few times, it'd be complete right-wing crazy. Now, the funny thing was when she was on at one time with Brooke, their politics are the polar opposite. And so Brooke just won that round. She basically drove Noreen off the air. And Noreen, when she hung up, basically said she left because she couldn't speak rationally with that woman, meaning Brooke. And then, and that was, a few more times when I tried to reach out, she wasn't responsive. And, it's for the best, really. I mean, she is completely radicalized right-wing, just everything you can imagine that is stereotypical with that. I'm talking anti-vax, white.
What's wrong with that?
Well, anti-vax to a militant level, like you said yourself when I got the Johnson & Johnson.
Like me.
Yeah, well, it's like you said yourself about the Johnson & Johnson. It's one reason I don't talk about the vaccines anymore is because everybody that appears on this show is anti-vax. So there's just no point in my even, talking about it anymore. It's just, but you yourself said the Johnson & Johnson vaccine I got for the COVID was, by your account, all right, because just based on the old vaccine style. It was just where they take a bit of the disease and put it in you as opposed to the new mRNA. That's what you were concerned about. You were concerned about the mRNA vaccines. Right. I don't know if that's changed with you or something, but that's how I remember it.
No, I would say the same thing.
Yeah.
The only one I actually, was approved, that I said I approved of was the Taiwanese one, because it seemed like the most benign.
Thank you. And by the way, in Taiwan is where they had zero COVID, so it speaks for itself. I mean, the results say all.
It's almost like they actually did real medicine and science.
Yeah, thank you. Imagine that. Yeah.
Instead of profit and lies.
Yeah, I mean, your point's well taken. I mean, but
of course, that one was banned in all other countries. So. There just goes to show.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I mean, that says it all. The point is...
We don't really need to go further than that.
Yeah. Thank you. Just know this much. They had zero COVID in Taiwan, and the vaccine gets banned worldwide. So...
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, Trisha Ward says, infinite gratitude to you and all you do, DDD. Miss you tons. Just say no pharmaceuticals. Yeah, she would be anti-vax too. That's right. So, I mean, but that's just one point to be made.
I was just saying, I wasn't talking about the anti-vax. It was just, you were saying she's super right-wing, and I was just trying to be facetious, and I was like, what's wrong with that?
No, understood. It's probably the worst thing to start off with, because everyone on this program is anti-vax, and that includes Trisha Walrez in the chat. So
that at this point, that's kind of like,
it's almost like de rigueur. It's like, it's like
a moot point. It's like,
notice her TM in the chat, who's the young girl. We'll call her 88. You know what I mean by that. And,
like, everyone's getting scammed. It's like Trump versus Biden. Like, everyone's getting scammed. Like, can't you all see you're just in a line? Everyone's in the same line, getting scammed.
But when it comes to the but that being said, all the other points about right-wing crazy, like just radicalized, libertarian, it just all the talking points that I covered in my impassioned solo, the latest episode, would be plus points to her. So people can hear me deconstruct the Republican points that they made, that they said we're going to improve our country, and she would just be pro all of them, check off the list, even though she wouldn't understand anything that she's talking about. And when it comes to the, but mostly it wouldn't even be that. I mean, she probably, I have to amend that. She wouldn't talk about the healthcare. She wouldn't talk about the taxes. She wouldn't talk about any of that shit, because that would be beyond her. All she knows is that white people are getting screwed, and that, the white race is being replaced by all the coloreds. I mean, literally, this is what she'd say. Someone who's half Jewish and half Japanese, this is what she was coming up with as the preeminent statements, is they're trying to kill us all, Agenda 21, which, by the way, of course, Brooke buys into as well, so I guess they're united on that. The rich people...
I mean, to be fair, it's a legit, directive, but that's like...
Yeah, isn't it kind of redundant, what with climate change and mass migration? I mean, it's like, come on, let's get serious here.
It's like the Agenda 2030. I mean, it's the same thing the Soviets did. It's just like these 5-year plans, and it's like, no one's ever going to get that far. Like the system doesn't even work. Like, it can't even get...
Thank you.
Like, what are they going to do? Like, how far are they really going to make it?
Yeah, thank you. But beyond that, I mean, come on, look at the logic of this. Let's dissect this with you then, since you brought it up. I don't want to dwell on this, but
I didn't want to do
it. just for a second here, and Aristides, welcome to participate. Honestly, what happens? I mean, Aristides, does it not strike you as illogical that the extraordinarily wealthy, if they were to wipe out the majority of the population, what is the basis for their wealth? I mean, isn't the basis for their wealth kind of on the backs of all these poor people? So it's kind of like, who pays the taxes to support the state that these people are parasitizing off of? That, by that I mean the wealthy, not the poor. It's the wealthy who parasitize off the state, not the goddamn poor. So if you've got the wealthy saying, I'm going to wipe out all the poor, then who's going to pay the taxes for the state that is built to protect the wealthy?
Okay, how did this come about? From what?
We were talking about Noreen, and she was buying into the whole trip about the, this would be something that she would buy into.
Right.
And so it's like, well, we know the wealthy are trying to kill us all, and then replace the white population with the colored population, which is kind of like a subcategory you don't need to go into. You don't need to go there. It's but that was like the trip she was on, which was made more surrealistic and absurd because she's half Jewish and half Japanese, but she's promoting what's basically a neo-Nazi ideology that has nothing to do with, of course, the historical Nazism.
Kill people how?
It's through vaccines, of course, and shit like that. Just vaccines being one way, but any way they could think of. But apparently, the vaccines are the most convenient fallback that everyone keeps falling on. That and chemtrails. I mean, it's not that chemtrails are not real. Something's going on where, we got chemtrails. I mean, something's going on with that. But it's like everyone says, I mean, say for instance, if you're trying to kill people, there's gotta be a more efficient way to kill people than chemtrails. You've got to, like water.
Right.
All you need to do is just pour a bunch of shit in the water supply. And then they'll say, oh, they're trying to kill us slowly. Well, then why bother? I mean, I don't get the point.
Yeah.
Why? Oh, the chemtrails will give us cancer and all this good shit.
Right.
And it's like...
As if the like tempering with the food supply isn't enough. It's
Thank you. I mean, come
all
on.
of the extra stuff would just be a waste of resources. And
Yeah, come on.
Okay. All right. So okay. Depopulation theories, and
Yeah.
so I mean, if they're going to say you can't say they're trying to kill only white people with the vaccines, because it's not like they only gave them to white people.
That's
So,
thank you. But
Yeah,
like
they
I said,
gave them to everybody.
Yeah.
So then they're serious. They're trying to kill everybody. But I think you can't always think of extremes like, everything's totally legit, or they're trying to kill everybody. Maybe they're not. Maybe there's something in between. Maybe
there's only one thing that can be said for certain, and that's they don't want people functioning at optimum capacity that the human technology body can function at. That's a fact. And then the fact that they don't want people evolving. They want people doing negative actions that devolve them. Those are the only two things you could say for sure. Everything else is just either an experiment or whatever they feel like doing, like mad scientist level. But the two things for sure is they don't want you functioning at a high level or a normal baseline healthy level, and they don't want beings to evolve. Those are the two main goals. Other than that, I don't think there's anything that can be said for certain. Too many factions.
But I mean, I do think it's extreme just to jump and say, well, they were just trying to kill everybody. There could be other insidious things that are just more subtle than that.
Well, I mean, I would take issue even with what our man Brendan has said to a degree. I mean, it's kind of like when Brendan says, they don't want us functioning at the optimum level that man can be. I mean, it's like, dude, it's like, if that's the case, it's not like they need to do anything to make people any dumber or any more self-abusive. I mean, people do all that shit themselves. Your average person has no interest in bettering themselves. Your average person has no interest in ascending to a higher level of consciousness. Your average person is completely auto-destructive and self-abusive and grooves off the lowest emotions. Their concept of intellect is what they can figure out in gaming the next football tournament and how they can gamble. I mean, where are you coming from with this? There's nothing the elite needs to do to keep people down.
That's why I call them desperati. It's like they're not anything special. Like they're just desperate, like to control people. There's nothing else to do. Like you're saying, there's nothing else to do.
I mean, the best they could do is just encourage people to keep doing what they're doing. There you go. I mean, this is what's so frustrating about this kind of discussion. But Aristides, back to you with this. I mean,
there's cooler things to talk about.
Yeah, thank you. There's much better things to talk about that people, much more constructive. And this truly is negative. It's negative stuff. But this is where, this is where Noreen was at. So, and then...
it creates like a mental thing where like people can't get past it. That's why I like focusing on basics.
Thank you.
Because like there are certain things that like no one can, like you can't argue like, okay, you're a being and then you're going to die. Like everyone who's born is going to, like there's like certain things like, like you have to eat food. Like everyone that has a body like has to eat. Like so you talk about. That's why I like talking about stuff that's more practical.
But by the way, just to answer Tricia Walrez and what she brought up about the documentary in Tucson. So what happened was that Ben Estenius, who was my sponsor, we've now kind of covered what happened with Noreen Helpand, and Noreen Helpand, of course, just kind of like went by the wayside and. And that's her world now. It's just this negative trip. I mean, she's on this negative trip of white replacement theory, basically. They're gonna kill all the whites and replace them with coloreds, and it's to a polarity. She's got it down to the Manichaean polarity, where it's the Democrats are the evil and the Republicans are the good. Of course, if you confront these people about that, they'll say, no, it's something deeper than that, but that's all you get out of them. That's the way it was with Ian West, for instance. And you might notice that Viviana Sanchez hasn't been on here in a while. I do call her. She doesn't respond. But from what Nemo Albano told us, she's basically on the exact same trip, and probably why she doesn't respond to the calls. Kind of probably falling completely into that zone. And it is what it is. But when it comes to, say, for instance, the Tucson documentary, here we get into something far more insidious. This is something far more serious. So basically, the guy who was my sponsor for years, paying me $100 a month so that I could basically advertise for his Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. Benestenius, he's just an individual who has had an interesting background, was trying to make it himself into some form of let's do some independent movies kind of trip. And
the whole time I was down there, I just kept remembering that spiel you used to always say.
Yeah. Oh my God.
The Pied Piper of Tucson, and I was like, damn, like this place is full of murders and shit.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Well, isn't every place basically every major American city?
Yeah.
He was just familiar with that particular zone of criminality, and he hated it there. He always told me how much he hated it there. And it's like, well,
I could see why.
Yeah. And I was like, why? Yeah. Thank you. It's like, why are you there? Well, he kind of fit. Really? He had a dead body. He has a dead body buried in his fucking backyard. It's like, so.
Yeah, that whole place is haunted. Like the whole west.
No,
like,
let me put some specifics into this. Basically, there was a homeless guy. There was a homeless guy who used to see driving to work, and maybe sometimes stopped to give this guy some money. Maybe sometimes held conversation with him, but whenever you spoke to him about this guy, it's not like he named him like, oh yeah, Pete. Yeah, homeless Pete. And oh my God, what a tragic life. No, it was like, yeah, the homeless guy. He was the homeless guy. He was along the freeway. You see him. Yeah, okay. And then what happened was there was an initiation ritual with M13 gang, and one of the newbies had to initiate themselves by killing someone, by burning him alive. And so, they burned this guy alive one night and set him on fire, and he died, one of the worst deaths imaginable. So body was found, clawing at the air, all burnt flesh and exposed bone and shit, and smelling like charred meat and all the rest of that. Human flesh in particular is sickeningly sweet when it burns, and most people vomit at the smell of it. So they brought him into the homeless, right? They brought him into the coroner's mass dump site, so to speak, and somebody has to claim the body, and they don't really fucking care. If no one claims the body, they go into some mass disposal system or Potter's grave or something. Anyhow, so Benestenius claimed the body, and they said, okay. And then they said, what are you going to do with it? He says, I'm going to bury it on my property. And they said, okay, well, then can you prove you're a relative? And basically, somehow, I don't know how, and I don't care, he came up with they did some paperwork and made him the relative so he could go take the body and bury it in his backyard. That's Benestenius. Right. And so
I wonder if it was there's something going around on those what do they call those homesteaders, or those like freedom, where you can get out of the system somehow. And apparently one of them is if you have someone buried on your property at home, a family member, then you could somehow become exempt from taxes because your property would be declared as a
I think you're trying to provide a rational motivation for this that isn't there.
But it's still funny because it's like nowadays people were saying that like on TikTok.
I get what you're saying. That would almost make what he's doing make a kind of sense. However stupid that is, a kind of logic being followed by somebody who is bought into a fallacy. But no, it's more like a fetish. It's just like, the guy just buried him.
It's like you can't escape taxes like that. Like you have to be a functioning mortuary to be exempt from tax.
Thank you. So this guy, no, it's just he wanted the dead body in his backyard, and so he he took the guy and buried
he didn't feel, it wasn't like an empathy thing. It was just like he just felt like he needed
it couldn't be, because like when I'm talking to him about the homeless guy, like I said, it's not like he was referring to this guy like homeless Pete, poor homeless Pete. I got to know him, so I mean, if he had gotten to know him that well, he would have helped him out of his situation. You get what I'm saying? He would have said, you know what? So I helped him find a social worker, and we got him out of that. If you cared that much, no, it's like he didn't really know the guy at all. He just wanted the body in his backyard, and it was like, okay, it's so Trishy Juarez says, awesome, thanks for the Tucson backstory. Yikes, whatever happened to Christine Joanne Hart, DDD? Well, hopefully I'll be doing an interview with her again soon. I've just been so busy lately that what happened with Michelle Carmela Saldana last month threw me completely off because I had to put everything into fundraising to make rent.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but just to Caesar Soldozan, I'll get to what you're saying later. But right now it's too involved to get into right at this moment while we're on the subject. But when it comes to the documentary, that doesn't really give you the whole of the backstory. So here's the guy, Benestenius, and then he wants to film this documentary where I do this presentation. And so the man he hires to handle all of the technical aspects of the equipment is a member of the Temple of Satan. Now, I didn't find this out until they're filming the documentary.
Like the LaVey?
No, that's the first Church of Satan. That's the first Church of Satan.
Okay,
we're talking,
this is some other faction.
Yeah, Temple of Satan is the new shit where they're basically going all over the place, passing out pamphlets on how to teach your kids about homosexual sex, guys. Yeah, autoerotic stimulation and bestialism, how to fuck your pets and shit, and saying this is all free speech. You see, their bullshit is that this is really about the separation of church and state. So what they're saying is what they are struggling against or fighting for your rights against is the fact that the church is taking over the state due to the radicalized right. And so what they're saying is that the radicalized right is promoting the unification of church and state, and that basically all these churches have all these rights and to basically get educational funding, and that they can proselytize in schools. And because they're trying to counter this, they say that we're creating satire. And their satire is that we're going to show you how ridiculous it is. And so we want temples, statues of Satan built in front of churches and courts and schools. And we want to be able to pass out.
These guys, they opened in Massachusetts or something. They opened a temple and had a statue of Baphomet and then some other deity, some other negative beings, and then they were trying to invite kids. There was a kids' night, every Wednesday or some crazy shit.
No, and
Saturday.
By the way, there's nothing satirical about this, and so they keep passing.
No,
out.
They were on the local news. It was like a cult, like a church event back in the day. You'd see it on the news, like an Easter or something.
like a revival or kind of like it's like a recruiting night for the church where it's a proselytizing event. And so, and then they go to schools and they pass out pamphlets and they try to attack kids. It's all about the kids. They keep aiming at the kids. And so this is the guy, one of these guys that was hired by Benestenius to film me. And guess what? Oh, well, we couldn't film anything. All the film came out blank. All the recording came out dead. So He sabotaged everything, and this is what Benestanius claims. Now, I don't know who to believe, because I don't trust Benestanius. And either he's lying, or he is so stupid he hired a Temple, of Satan cult member to film everything, and the guy sabotaged it, and what do you expect? It's like,
Right.
So it's this. There you go. It's like you can't win. And then the producer, he hired a guy to act as kind of a director, and we tried to make an independent film while I was down there with Benestanius, and it was just this incredibly uncomfortable experience that I can't describe. The only thing I can describe is this. This is the parallel. If you ever see Star Wars, there is one scene where they have who's the old British actor who was with Christopher Lee all the time? He was the opposite Christopher Lee. He was Van Helsing to Christopher Lee's Dracula.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What was that?
To Chris.
Why can't I remember it? It's really important. Yeah.
We all go blank at this shit. So it was Peter Cushing. So
Cushing, yes,
if you take a look at the original Star Wars, Peter Cushing is in boots in one scene. Every time you see Grand Moff Tarkin after that scene, you see him from the ankles up or from the waist up. They never show him in boots again. All those other scenes you see Grand Moff Tarkin in, he's wearing big pink fluffy rabbit slippers and shit. And they're not showing it. And this is because Peter Cushing told George Lucas, those boots are killing me. I literally went home and I couldn't walk again, and blisters, big blood blisters, and he said, I can't wear those boots. And so he said, you get the slippers from now on, and we'll just film you from, the crotch up. And so that's what happened with him. But imagine what I was feeling with the Peter Cushing experience in these pair of cowboy boots that they had me wearing in the scene down there. And I was just under torture for 24 hours trying to film this. And it was just big blood blisters that were exploding and shit. It was just horrific, just a horrific experience. And, everything about that, the best thing I could say about it was his wife. His wife was a wonderful woman, felt bad for her. His ex-wife. He was living out in the middle of nowhere. Where he was out in the middle of some bumfuck mountain that was atop of a abandoned gold mine. So he's on top of an abandoned gold mine. And I'm talking about with, those underground fucking rails? The underground rails with, like, you see in Indiana Jones, where, remember the Chinese kid?
The mine carts.
Yeah, the mine carts. The mine carts. We're talking mine carts all over the place and shit. On rails. Mine carts on rails. And he's got this home at the top of it, and then he's got the grave of the hobo out in the bum out in the back, the homeless person. And he was telling me when he drove me up there, oh, I once raised millions of dollars by bringing all the donors here. We flew them in a helicopter, and we had all the homeless orphans that were being used as child soldiers in Africa march up from the distance there because I own all this empty land, and we set a bunch of fires so it looked like they were coming out of a war zone. So when we landed the rich people in the helicopter, they saw all these black kids coming out of this war zone effect out of the desert, and right away signed over $500,000 to me.
So he's a scammer.
That's not what pissed me off.
Right.
You know that. What pissed me off was, well, with your expertise in raising money, why didn't you do something like that for me instead of saying Douglas Dietrich is delivering a presentation in the Kon-Tiki where we can fit 2 people? Basically the satanic guy filming who's not filming anything, and the so-called producer. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's like, was this all just a setup? Just to create misery and misfortune? It was crazy. If you have the wherewithal to do that, then why set up what you did at the Kon-Tiki? It was just insanity. And then when it came to the producer, the last time I talked to Benestanius, I said, what happened to the British producer who was trying to direct us? You're not talking about the satanic guy filming everything, who filmed nothing. nothing at all. All of it blank and none of the sound recorded. You know, what happened to the producer, the British guy? Oh, God, you wouldn't believe it, Doug. I mean, that guy's like 30 years old and, he had multiple heart attacks and organ failure and then now he's dying. And I said, oh, okay. Why am I not surprised? And he says it all started after he was working with me. I said, really? You don't say. You don't say after he was working with us down there in Arizona, where he was in perfect health then. Yeah, isn't that amazing? Yeah. Anyhow, Bob Goodman says the explanation of the Satanic Temple was superb. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, all their bullshit is about free speech, and it's all crap. And separation of church and state. It's all about pushing their agenda, which is, of course, pummeling the children with proselytizing their alternative lifestyles, all in the name of satanic indulgence. While telling you they're doing it for your rights and that this is all satire, and if you try to expose them, point out anything, they'll just say it's satire and you're a sap and you're stupid for believing in it. So they make you look like a fool for protesting them. Anyhow, Trisha Juarez said, Kon-Tiki whoop whoop, bliss up dee dee. Yes. She was there! She saw it all! Yes! Right. I mean, no, she saw what happened in the Kon-Tiki. She didn't see all that shit up there in his abandoned mine shaft and shit. Right.
The British guy probably just got sick from the water there. Or the heat.
Yeah, God knows. But yeah, I'm convinced the Satanic guy did something to him. And he maybe he lured him into some alternative lifestyle experiment.
Right.
Yeah. And then he went home and started falling apart. Holy shit. So it's like, so that was like, the documentary, that's what happened to that. And, so it was just another trap, just another ambush. And of course the, lovely Holly Carditis Kiefer got us down there. Basically what happened was when they said, we want you down here to do this. And he was involved with Robert Lacey, who was that, Major League Baseball player. And they said, we don't want your manager, Lord Solomon, down there. And I said, well, I need a buffer. I didn't want to be with those guys alone. I did not want to be with those guys alone. I mean, they had this idea or this fantasy. They were going to go take me to strip clubs or something. And this is what I never get about people. Look, I understand, I'm very open about the fact that I'm a sexaholic, a pornoholic, that I basically appreciate the company of escorts and, of course, adult entertainers, all the rest of that. Why on earth would I want to share that experience with other men? This is what I don't get, is other men who constantly say, oh, let's do this together. And I'm like, why would I want to do it with you? It's something I would do alone. Because obviously I wouldn't want to be involved in some kind of tryst involving you. But then, no, they don't get it. It's like, no, they somehow think, what? It's like that I would enjoy myself with them or something. It's like, I don't really like the company of men in general. Even less so in a sexual situation. It's like, bizarre to me that people think this is a shared experience. It's kind of like one of the conferences I went to, really damaged young guy in a wheelchair. He was, had all kinds of issues. He would swear, by that doesn't bother me so much as racist epithets. So he was himself, of course, a minority, ethnically at least half Filipino, half Hispanic. So we're not talking somebody who's racist in any sane sense of the word, like a white supremacist would at least be on solid ground for some kind of identity. But no, this guy was in a wheelchair, he's all fucked up, and he's like, come on, Doug, come with me. I got a lot of pot, and he managed to get, admittedly, a waitress to sit on his lap. Managed to get a waitress to sit on his lap when he was, pumping her with pot. And maybe they went outside for a little spin, but then he's saying, yeah, I want to go to adult entertainment centers with you. He didn't say that. Strip clubs. It says strip clubs. Let's do the local scene. And I'm like, why on earth would I want to do that with you? It's like, okay, what would I get out of that? It's like, what do you think I would get out of that? I mean, are you out of your fucking mind? It's just all these people, they're nuts. And so there you go with that. But when it comes to the other question from inside the chat, oh yeah, I mean that doesn't even do it justice. So like I said, so Robert Lacey and Ben Estenius, they said we want you down here, and then you have no idea what they did to make certain I didn't get down there. It's like they said, okay, here's a rent-a-car. I told them, of course, I do not drive because of the judge who awarded me the SSDI made me promise I would never drive again. He's very much concerned about my road rage, my potential for road rage because of my complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm very fortunate he allowed me to keep my guns. And so it's like, and he did that on the condition I promised never to drive. I'm not going to drive down there. And they're like saying, well, we want to make sure that you don't bring any of these cunts with you. And I'm like, obviously they were setting up something sinister. Why would they not want me to have any company? You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
And then so I said, no, I'm going to bring company with me. It's going to be my manageress. And it's like, then they said, okay, then they withdrew all the money from the rent-a-car. So I said, so how am I supposed to get down there? They said, oh, you can take a train. So it's like, no, I'm not going to take a train because I have to.
If they had money for a rental that far, why didn't they just get a plane ticket? They're obviously scared.
Everything was meant so I wouldn't get down there at all. It was like, it was crazed. It was crazed.
All right.
So the only way we got down there was because Holly Kaditis Kiefer drove up, picked us up, drove me and Laura Lee Solomon down. Now, by the way, I lost everything getting down there. Just all the money that was spent because they wouldn't spend money on anything and withdrew all their money. None of the money they paid made up for that. It was complete and total loss. Just another wash, just another ambush. But then when we got down there, here's part of the sinister nature. Now, this is the funny thing about Noreen. Noreen was really into astrology. And I don't give a shit what people say about astrology. They don't realize if you got somebody who knows what they're doing, it doesn't matter how stupid they are or how intrinsically low their intelligence is. If they just know the methodology, they seem to get things pretty fucking right. And so she took my birth chart and she took my time and place born, place being very important, Taiwan, Taipei, Taiwan. And she said, oh, the two places that are the worst for you in the world were Australia and Arizona. She said they're like the conflict lines based on your birth chart where I would, be in, just going down there was, asking for it. It's like, don't ever go there was basically these two places. Both those places just wiped me out completely. So everything she said was true. Everything. Said,
when I cast your Vedic chart, it's like you were definitely not a desert person. Yeah. And those are like the two biggest deserts in the world.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
So definitely in future reference, try not to go to deserts.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and not to mention my experience in the Gulf, of course, and how
exactly.
Yeah, and so it's just anyhow. So when I went down there, then something about that place, and everybody went to shit. I mean, certainly the other thing was when we went down there, we got there so late. And I had to deliver the presentation within hours. And I tried to grab an hour or two of sleep. But, when we went down there to the stupid hotel that he said he had reserved, they said, oh, this hotel hasn't been reserved, for anyone. We don't know who you are. We're not prepared to receive you, that kind of bullshit. So it's just, more insanity. He obviously had no intention he didn't think I was going to make it down there at all.
Right.
So then he had to call him because we called him, of course, and then he had to arrange for something. So it was all bullshit. And then when I got down there, two things stand out. One was the behavior of the ladies. The other one was Robert Lacey. And remember, when you hire someone to do a presentation, you want them to be as well rested as possible because you want quality presentation, right? You want to honor your guest, and you want to, especially since I was the only guest, I'm his attraction. So you want to make sure they get a good night's sleep. You want to make sure that, but not only had he made sure I got no sleep, then Robert Lacey the next day said, "Oh, when I first started in baseball, yeah, I went a night without sleep on the bus when they drove us down to Mexico before we broke into Phoenix, and I had to do this practice game to show the people who would select us for breaking into Phoenix, show them our stuff." And so I pitched the best I ever pitched, even though I went, a night without sleep and had been through this horrible bus ride and all that shit. And I'm like saying, look, this is bullshit. It's not like I'm trying to deliver some kind of challenge, right? It's not like I'm trying to live up to some challenge where I'm like going to do my best despite all the fact that you make it worse for me. I mean, are you guys fucking insane? Like, this is how crazy these people were. So, that young lady saw me at my absolute worst. Literally days and days without sleep. And just nothing to eat.
Yeah, that whole story about, you didn't go into it now, but the driving, just getting there driving, it sounded awful.
No, it was when we were there. Then what happened was we had several days stuck down there between two different activities. He's trying to do the independent film and the, and the presentation. And during that time, there was spare time for the ladies to drive around. And because we had no hotel, I was in the car, the rent-a-car with them. Or it was Holly's car, I guess. I think it was a rent-a-car. But at any rate, Holly rented the car. That was it. Holly rented the car. So both these ladies driving around Tucson while I tried to sleep in the back. Or Phoenix. It was Phoenix, I think. And I tried to sleep in the back of this car. And I'm lying down, and they both started tripping. They started tripping with Laura Lee Solomon. They're trying to find her home she used to live in, where she lived with some ex-husband who constantly beat her and flogged her and shit. And then, Holly was looking for the place with this dog that she lived in a commune, and they had this pet dog. And the dog was miserable because it had a hard life. Like, its previous owner had constantly whipped and beat the dog. This little pug. Like, it was some pug-bulldog combo or something. Pug-bulldog combo. And then she said every night the dog would cry because it's having memories of all those beatings. And then one night it had enough and threw itself off the ledge and killed itself.
Holy shit.
And I'm like, I don't think dogs do that. I didn't say that out loud because I'm trying to sleep in the back, but I could hear all this shit. But because one was having PTSD and going into flashbacks about her husband beating her, the other one's crying because she's crying over this dog that she's convinced threw itself off the ledge and killed itself. They're both crying so hard, 3 times we almost died. It's like, first off, she had to keep... They took turns at the wheel because they were both crying so hard they couldn't see. I'm not exaggerating here. It's like they both took turns at the wheel because I can't see, I'm crying so hard. At this point, we're no longer talking normal. This is not normal. Okay, people don't do this. And then when every time they had to stop, and we're talking like stop because there's no other word for it. They crashed. It's like these cars that they almost hit. That almost ran into them because they kept running lights and shit. So then they get almost hit by cars that we're talking like you could take, those thin rolls of paper that Holly Coditis Kiefer or Laura Lee Solomon was using to roll their tobacco or pot in, that thin strip of little wrap paper, you could not squeeze it between those cars. That's how close those cars were. You might as well say they crashed. Shit. And, of course, they had to stop. And when they stopped, it was so violent that I was hurled forward 3 times, smashing against the 2 front seats. Each time. Like, we're talking like bowling ball force, where I'm like, I can't believe I didn't shatter any bones. I mean, I was like bruised all over my body. Like, seriously. It's like blue. I came out of that trip blue, all over. It was like, so, I mean, what was the point of that? It's like, oh, let's go drive around and remember our misery, and through this veil of tears, just almost die 3 times. It's like, okay, this is supernatural at this point. This is not how people behave. It's not normal.
There's a lot of like jinn and stuff in the deserts, like
oh, of course, the genie, yeah,
lost spirits and shit.
Oh yeah, I mean these chicks were possessed.
Deserts are ruled by Set anyway.
Of course, yeah, it's all Set. Yeah. Shit, he can have it. Fuck. Yeah. Oh my fucking god. It's like our lady Trish is saying, well, I'm glad I was there to help you through DDD. Yes, honey, believe me, I wouldn't have gotten through it at all without you. She's saying, oh my goddess, and Bob Goods was saying trauma bonding. Yeah, I mean, yeah, believe me. You people, I don't mean that in any negative sense at all. It's like, honestly, I'm not even doing it justice. If people could honestly, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's no describing. Like I said, both the trip to Australia and the trip to Arizona were some of the worst experiences of my life. Worse than combat. Of all the combat I've been through in my life, the violence I experienced growing up, those things are up there as the worst. Some of the worst experiences. It's just indescribable. No words for it. Oh my god. God. So at any rate.
Sorry we brought it up.
Caesar Solozan said, so what is the difference between the old National Socialists and modern neo-Nazis? Then he adds the...
Is that even a question? No, I shouldn't be rude like that.
Then he gives the asterisk / far right. And then he says, this might be too general to ask. In parentheses, he says, since Japanese culture was mentioned, but do you know any great works on Japanese history and culture, at least before World War II? Thanks, Dietrich. It's like, there you go. I mean, so, yeah, why don't you help me out here?
Yeah, I would say, first of all, the NASDP would be considered what we would call liberal.
Thank you.
Because they were trying to change everything.
Thank you.
They wouldn't have been considered, like, that. At that point, fascism was, like, that's why they were called socialists. National Socialists.
Thank you.
So they would be considered, like, revolutionaries, like, against the norm.
Thank you.
And of that time. So there's no, like, you can't really compare through time, like that.
Thank you.
And they're definitely not comparable to those white trash, whatever they are nowadays.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, it incredibly important to understand.
It's like culture versus not culture. It's like.
Thank you. Thank you. You're talking about Germany has literally 2,000 years of history to America's 200. And so there's no comparison. And
it's ignorant just to say, like, Nazis liked white people. Like, that's just crazy. Like, they never said that. I don't think.
No, they didn't. I
don't think they ever said that.
They allied with the minorities of the world, and this includes not just the Japanese and the Asian Indians, so many of who fought on their side, literally in German uniform. Yeah. As well as so many people of so many different races, including blacks. Yeah, none of this is known in America. It's completely hidden. So just understand that
they considered like the Indians and the Iranians like Aryans, anyways. Like,
yeah, true Aryans. They considered the Native Americans and
Native Americans.
Yeah, Persians, etc., to be the true Aryans, including Northern Indians. Yes, the Asian Indians of the North. Etc. Yeah, it goes on and on. We could go on about this for hours. Literally, volumes could be written on it. But what everybody has an impression of is the Hollywood Nazi, and what neo-Nazis are trying to emulate is the Hollywood Nazi. That's what they're trying to emulate. So neo-Nazis are emulating a chimerical canard, a shibboleth, just something that never existed, a Hollywood Nazi, which has nothing to do with real Nazism. So they're trying to imitate a caricature. They're imitating a caricature, and it's so there we have that. What I'm going to do now is take a short break again. You can imagine after that traumatic flashback of Arizona. It's worse than combat. Right. Fuck combat. I'm gonna go take a short break.
My phone is dying.
Oh shit! Oh
so
shit!
Someone
Hold on as long as
no.
possible. Aristides, are you there?
So sorry.
Yeah, I'm here. Kind of.
Help our man hold on as long as possible.
Yeah.
Talk with him. I'll be back
Yeah.
as soon as
All right.
possible.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Once my phone dies, though, it's like my headphones are plugged in. Like it's like a design flaw with the phone,
yeah.
so I kind of won't be able to come back immediately, if at all.
Oh, because you can only do one or the other.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, try to hang on, guys. Wow, that was that whole story. I don't think I've heard him cover that a lot. There was some.
Yeah. We shouldn't have brought it up, or I shouldn't have brought it up.
There was
But
what
it's
they were
okay.
trying to film something and film a presentation. What was this film supposed to be?
They invited him to do a presentation, and then they wanted to film some kind of. It was like some kind of fiction based in like some documentary based, or it was like a film. I think it was an actual like film, like a documentary style film, but they wanted it, But it was like acting was involved, Like, and they tried to have Douglas star in as one of the characters. And then,
what kind of documentary?
I forget. I don't know. It's been years. Something to do with the Southwest.
Oh, so he would have just been an actor, like just playing a role,
something like that.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
it wasn't okay.
Like a bioepic, or I don't know what they call it nowadays, like a historical epic, a historical something documentary.
Okay, so it wasn't really related to what he's usually presenting.
I don't think so. I don't remember exactly. This is years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, but just it sounds awful. And then when I finally saw Tucson, I was like, "Holy shit!" Like now I know what Douglas was talking about. Like how bad it was just even being there. You get like that. It's like a sketchy vibe. It's like super sketchy.
Yeah, never been out there.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like drier weather, but maybe not 100 degrees and dry. I mean, is there some kind of
no desert's horrible. Like I don't think any human likes a desert. Like usually,
like maybe high desert or more north. More higher latitude. Not.
I mean, even that. Like, I can't do like the dryness.
Oh, I don't know. I get so sick of humidity where I'm at. I just fantasize about it not being humid.
Yeah, true. I don't have to deal with.
I just hate to be
the West Coast
Goldilocks, but like.
Yeah. I prefer moisture personally, even if it was humid. But when the heat comes in, it's still really.
Yeah, I don't like it as much. Even worse than humid is like it's just totally stagnant. Like there's no.
Ooh, yeah.
That's even worse to me. It's just like
Right.
It's horrible. There's a breeze at least. But get those electrons flowing. Oh, I wanted to ask you. So we talked about like the water structuring and stuff. And then water. Electrical stuff like grounding. People talk about grounding, and obviously it's okay. Good to be out there, nature and stuff. And it's like, what do you think about like and they have like people who sleep on like a grounding mat. That was like, or that type of thing. At least you're somehow hooked to the outside ground while you're resting. I think that's interesting. I always wanted to try that. People swear that they feel better.
Yeah, anything helps in that sense. So if you can get some grounding done that way, then that's good. But it's best to just like stand outside.
Yeah.
Your feet on the ground.
But I mean, I mean, if you
or touching wood, you can touch wood. You can like stand on a wooden board inside your house if it's too cold. Touch some trees.
What if you got wood floors? I guess that.
That helps. That helps. Yeah. There's varnish. Okay. Usually they varnish them, but.
Right.
Best is to get like a piece of wood,
Right.
What's this?
And wrap,
I
like,
just got back.
proper
All I
wire
heard was Ben and Zoget telling us about touching wood. I mean,
Yeah.
the wood we wake up with in the morning that's all stiff.
Mhm.
Like, I'm touching my wood. Yeah, I'm feeling better
I mean,
already.
I don't think that's very grounding. I'm talking grounding.
It's grounding to me. That's there we are. Not that I mean to make light of what is being shared, but so then who mentioned varnish? Was this our engineer who said that?
Yeah.
Varnished wood or something?
Talk about people talk about grounding, like as far as like getting the electrons from the earth, and you're like kind of electrically dead if you're kind of detached from the earth. And of course it's great to be outside touching nature and touching the grass, run around barefoot, but if you're not doing that, some people like they have a thing where like they'll sleep on a thing that's like grounded to the outside, to help your body like change the electrons with the kind of build up electrons.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? Like you're
that
like
stopped pretty suddenly.
No, but that like when you're detached from that, you're like electrically dead. It's kind of like the opposite of like when you're at the beach and then like all the ions are flowing and you just feel so great. It's like the opposite of that. It's like you're just like dead.
Like the positive ions build up and then your blood coagulates and you lose the ability to oxygenate. That's like the base of what happens, and then it gets worse from there.
Yes.
So you're at a loss.
And this is scientifically vetted.
Yeah. So
I was thinking about trying that. Just running. Sticking a thing in the ground outside and plug it in, go to sleep.
I'm sorry. What? What is it that you stick in the ground outside?
They make grounding mats now where you can put them on your bed, and then that way it's like connected to the earth.
Okay.
There's like a wire that goes out.
Yeah, and then it grounds while you're sleeping. But
okay.
I would say that's not ideal.
Right. Yeah, that doesn't sound.
Anything's better than nothing. But.
No, it'll still change the electron. Get your electrons from the ground.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No,
it
that's
works
fine.
on a mechanical.
You never heard of this?
I mean, I've heard all kinds of things. I mean, it makes a certain.
But if you're
living
in like a penthouse, you can only do it with like a grounding pin, like in your wall socket.
Yeah.
I don't trust that. I mean, because dirty electricity or whatnot. Somehow it's
not American wiring. That's for sure.
Right. Oh
yeah,
God.
They do have those, but I don't really trust them.
Mm-hmm. And so aside from all of that, I think the two of you were magnificent tonight. So Brendan, you can't like plug your phone into a charger or something to stay with us at least a half more hour?
The simple answer is no, because it's like a design flaw with these new phones. Is I can't charge it and use headphones at the same time.
What kind of phone?
It's an Apple.
Apple. If it's a newer one, it's got the wireless charging. You can get the wireless.
I don't have a thing for it.
Yeah. Somebody gave me one. It's actually pretty cool. It's kind
of
of
down on there. Yeah.
I would be in the same situation as you, but they gave me. I've kind of used that usually only for doing this, but able to set it on there and it charges wireless.
Wow.
Right. And I have to work in the morning, so that's like another factor. There's like multi-factors going on here.
Okay. Well, hopefully you and I can catch up privately. We haven't. Last time we spoke privately, we had a very limited amount of time because you had to go to work, of course, and let people know to maintain you in their thoughts and prayers. I do want everyone to maintain Samuel Romero in their thoughts and prayers now that I think about it. Just want to say that much. Pray for him and his family. And certainly I am doing so. And everyone else, please do so. And as for Brendan Zoget, pray for him too, because by God, he needs as much thoughts and prayers as possible. So that's two people for us to maintain in our hopes that they stabilize. In the meantime, Brendan,
gratitude.
Yeah. Anything else that you want to make us aware of with yourself before you check out into the gentle night?
I think that sums it up. Everything's doing well. And
okay.
Yeah, just gonna work on myself more and do some evolutionary things and it's always good to evolve, properly. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And okay, so that's Brendan Zuckett. Thank you so much, and bless you.
Nice talking to you, Brendan.
And so with that, he's left. It's going to be me and Aristides now for a little while. We will see who else we can bring on. We'll go through another round of calls just because don't feel ready just yet to go into monologue. So we'll push some of these buttons, see who else responds. We're going to be a bit more selective about it this time, making certain we don't just hit anybody like I did last time, was a general just sweep. You kind of press the buttons for everybody, but this time we'll just hit those that might be awake and hopefully not disturb people.
I thought there was a way people could call in. You just get randos calling in, just get nutbags. We could just have fun with them. I mean, I'm sure it was that way when you did
Revolution Radio,
right? Yeah. I wasn't there, but I would imagine that's how it was.
It's no fun, believe me.
It's no fun.
When I took calls, you would have thought all anyone on Earth cared about was H.P. Lovecraft.
Really?
All anybody wanted to know about was goddamn Cthulhu and all that shit and occult spells and magic. I mean, it was, to me, it's like, I don't know what's wrong with these people. It's like incredible, but it's like this is where they're at. So other than that, we'll see if we can get some of these regulars on, and if not, then I'll try my best to move towards a monologue. What we can do.
Nice talking to Brendan. That was very, very, very pleasant. Unlike some of the other guests.
Yeah, he was alluding to that.
I don't even have to say, what I'm talking about.
Yes.
But I'm very, we had discussed various, health topics and modalities, and I am interested in some of that stuff. So it's very.
No, I mean, there you go. I mean, it's it really tells us, just how different some people can be. Of course, no point going over our latest episode's experience, but when it's certainly indicative of just so much that anyhow, maybe later I'll go into it now.
Which part of that?
I think it's best I don't start specifying. Probably best we just leave it at that. I just kind of alluded to our latest episode and to its experiences, but I think that we've got other things, of course, to talk about. We will move towards those subjects, and I think that we can still work with Aristides for a little while here. He seems to be still pretty energetic, and I would like him to kind of give us what impressions you got with everything I talked about concerning Arizona. What does that bring to your mind?
Yeah, I wasn't too aware of that. I don't think you bring that up too often.
I'm sure you could see why.
Yeah, and I was asking Brendan. So it was to film something. I was like, you were just going to be an actor? Was that like?
It was like Ben Estenius wanted to basically do an independent film in which he and I would both be actors. That's why a producer was there. This guy was British, and he was kind of a specialist in independent productions and trying to help us in this regard. So what I don't understand is El Nemo is like giving us some feedback here about a minute ago on Facebook. So I don't understand why he can't participate. So let me send him a message. And when it came to otherwise, what was going on with that was he wanted me to deliver a presentation on World War II.
Okay.
On essentially what would become the book, or elements of it.
Right.
And so he just made certain that it couldn't be delivered at all, if possible, but I did it. And but it was one of the most miserable experiences of my life. It was hell on earth. And
which was that? Any of the videos you have? Is that? Was that filmed? Like,
I told you
The
that
presentation.
he hired the Temple of Satanist guy to film it,
Yeah.
and nothing was filmed.
oh, okay. So it's none of the things you have posted.
No, nothing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's
Okay.
yeah.
But at least you were going to present on World War II.
And I
like the
did,
film-
and none of it was filmed.
and-
As always, it's just another ambush.
Right.
It's just a big fuck you.
but
Okay, none of
The
none
other
of it was
thing, the
recorded.
independent film, that was not related topic-wise to
No.
that.
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
That's just okay.
yeah.
So you just been playing some role that was not related to that.
Yeah,
Right.
no.
Right.
And
Well, I guess sadly your career as an actor just never took off.
So there you go with that. It is what it
Okay.
is.
Yeah, that's sound like a huge waste.
Thank you. It's just wretched. Just wretched. All I can say is that he provided $100 a month for more than a few years. What, maybe bordering on 10 years, actually, when you think about it. And none of it was worth it. That no way or shape or form made up for that experience. It was just hell on earth. Oh God! And so we are going to add Sammy Romero to the call. Let's do that. So again, everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. We are going to jump on this opportunity to bring him on board, and it's been one hell of a night in some regards, not in a negative sense, but definitely one of these nights that was food poisoning, like I said before I came on, from these mung bean sprouts, that were past due date. So
we talked about sprouts for a while, me and Brandon.
okay, excellent. So Sammy, God bless you. Our prayers for anyone in your family that needs them. Do share with us whatever you feel comfortable sharing, and welcome aboard. So glad to have you aboard, and share with us as well whatever you feel comfortable sharing about any conversations you might have had with Brooke that you feel might be might be open to the public. Don't share anything that you think might be she wouldn't want us to share, of course, but aside from that, speak about whatever you want. I mean, it must have been a very stressful night. So let us know first off how you're doing, and again, whatever you feel comfortable sharing about your loved ones, or any of yours. Your own.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah.
Fine. Who's on the call with you? You mind me asking?
Oh, this is. Let me introduce you. This is Aristides. Aristides is an engineer. For the present, we're keeping his last name just secret for security purposes, but I can give that to you privately. He wouldn't mind that. It's just we're trying to keep it from the public. But Aristides is in material science engineering, and so he actually used to go to some of these conferences where he met the Evanescer, Dr. David Lewis Anderson. And of course, met with Peter Moon, and I've given him some more of the background and whatnot. And aside from that, Sammy, and Aristides, this is Sammy Romero, who is a family man and a manager at Los Angeles Airport, and he works actually at the with the Hong Kong Airlines, the Cathay Pacific. And Cathay Pacific is undergoing great changes, so he's helping to keep things as stable as possible during this time. His brother Isaac is an engineer who has worked with many of the underground tunnels that Ian West used to talk about. Ian West would probably try and rape him for information or something. But here, both of you say hi.
Hi, Sammy. Nice to meet you.
Thank you for the introduction, Doug. You're being too kind. No, I just want to say that I'll talk to you about what's going on privately.
Sure.
To me, it's just fortunately how life goes is I'm a very blessed man. So I consider myself very blessed, very fortunate, very favored by the Creator, by God.
Have things stabilized? Have things stabilized?
For the most part, there's just a couple of details I'll go by. I'll run things by.
So we'll try and talk as soon as transmission is over. Are you going to be awake at that time? It'll be about that'll be 4 a.m. I guess. Well,
like I said, you know me, I'm kind of a night owl. Even occupation, but we'll
We'll make it happen.
it won't make it happen.
Yeah.
But like anything, I feel like I've been growing up these last couple of years.
Yeah.
With me being a father and just adulthood really coming into my life, not feeling so much as a young adult, even though I'm not too old, but but the one thing I've always tried to maintain is your faith. Life tests you, God tests you, and you have to be tested sometimes, and especially my background.
Absolutely.
The last couple of transmissions I've very and it's for a reason, like anything, any organization that is man-made has its flaws, as far as Christianity, quote unquote. There's always a dark side to everything. But for the most part, how my background is, I've had to really lean on it, especially what my father taught me, and that is faith. Especially, thinking back on the things that he persevered, being a man that worked here through a work visa, and really accomplished a lot, a little that he knew. So, in other words, when trials hit your life, at least in my understanding and my life experience, I've had to revert back to my roots. I'm sure both of you can attest to it, especially you, Doug. I don't really know our studies, but especially you, Doug. One thing about you and I, how we connect is our parents.
Yes.
That's one thing I've always respected about you, how much you talked about your mother.
Yeah.
And that's very I hold that in very high regard, because like the Asian culture and Hispanic culture or Latino culture, parents are a very big part of our culture. So to me, that's what I've used to, especially with your information that you relate to people. What I try not to do is not to dehumanize you, because unfortunately that's just how you can easily get sidetracked from the reality of the information that you give is very polarizing. It makes me think a lot about how much I don't know, and how much the more I find out, the more you don't know. You realize you really don't know while you're even discovering things. If that even makes sense. But definitely, I've been learning a lot about myself, and it's one of those things where you can't get overwhelmed. But even being a father, it's one of the things that I've learned is you start realizing your mortality. I've thought about more about just make sure whatever legacy I leave behind, it's secure, and my children, and so on and so forth. So that also made me really think about the men in history you talk about, especially Adolf Hitler.
Yes.
One of the things that makes me realize, in a sense of leaving a legacy behind, and obviously you're part of that legacy, which makes me really think about how much did he really knew about your mother doing what she did,
right?
And how much did he actually intended to let that happen?
Yeah.
Obviously, you see from that relationship,
yes,
or whether it's brief or not, it makes me think a lot, in the sense of, for example, when you talked about the last couple of transmissions, Ivan Sanderson,
yes,
talked about him alluding to the fact that a lot of these these slave babies, how
Yes.
they survived,
Yes.
and then being obviously the womb being very salty like the sea. It makes a lot of sense, and I had to relay that to my sitter, my babysitter. She's a Guatemalan,
Yes.
and to one of the things about you is that I have to not necessarily test your knowledge, but in a sense, run it by somebody that is not corrupted with academia. What I mean by that is,
Excellent way of saying it, by the way.
well, what I mean by that is, academia, especially U.S. academia,
Yeah.
has a sense of it's very much censored.
Yes.
It's censored to the point where certain institutions have a chokehold on it and don't want aspiring students or scholars really dig into what's actually at least a fraction of what's available to them. They just don't allow it. So I had to run it by my babysitter, and she said, "Yeah, that makes perfect sense." It's of a child surviving, and then I also alluded to her about, the saints. How I like how you put it. It's the sentient beings that dwell in the sea.
Yes.
Obviously, I've been following your work and your transmissions. So when I say sentient beings, it's a lot of things come up because a lot of it gets seared in my mind when it comes to information. Like one, for example, you talk about the old ones,
Yes.
but you also talk about the mermaids and so on and so forth. But it also made me think with these surviving slaves,
Yes.
but also the death toll that the slave trade caused.
Yes.
So how you talked about it, it fed a lot of these entities,
Yes.
and it also made me think about how very much it explains a lot of how, for example, you talked about the Bermuda Triangle and how Ivan Sanderson, pretty much talked about what was going on there as part of the whole his study.
Yeah.
And obviously it ended with his death, but it makes me think a lot about really how fragile this world is, in a sense of, even if you discover certain things, unfortunately, because especially where we live at, even when I relayed this to my sitter, it made a lot of sense. She said, it does make sense, and I believe that. But what I did appreciate about her reaction to it, it was very genuine and very straightforward, in the sense that she confirmed, and I'm not saying, well, she's not a Harvard grad or MIT grad. It's not what I was looking for. I was looking for a very straightforward a confirmation is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
I'm sure if I'm not making sense, but it's almost like you relaying this to, I don't know, Beaver, or maybe, someone that...
You think you understand that there's a folk wisdom that she possesses that has a greater sense of resonance with the truth than some academician who's going to regurgitate something, indoctrinate it. Just please continue. Yeah.
Right. So this also gave me a lot of... it kind of reassured me in a sense that what scares a lot of people is a lot of your information is very practical, in the sense of how you lay it out. It's very hard to accept because of the paradigm you live in.
Yes.
One of the things that obviously some of the people that are probably no longer here, I'm not even caught up with what's going on, but I pretty much already have an idea.
Yes, go on.
Really not boring. It's just It's not.
Understood. Understood.
What really makes me also think about is even if people accept it because of what their motivation is to let's say quote unquote follow you, it doesn't really let them because they're still looking for the child abusers. Oh, I'm in the hunt for child abuse. I'm in the hunt for Hillary Clinton, which is what it is. Everybody has their agenda, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'll give you an example. One of the things that I decided to do is, and I've told you this, obviously I like mob movies. I like any shoot 'em up movie like any guys.
Yeah.
But I've also, culturally, I've been looking up a lot of prison gangs, especially with, with being in California, the penal system. Unfortunately, I am Chicano. I am raza, and because of that, and obviously the judicial system, it's not a bad idea just to look into, and also I'm curious because the way Hollywood works is it glorifies, Al Capone and Bugsy Siegel and the Kennedys, and all these other ethnicities that are criminals. They dwell in criminality, except they're not locked up in Pelican Bay or all these other facilities. I'm not saying Al Capone didn't. He gets a movie.
That was because, again, tax evasion. Tax evasion.
Don't pay with the government's money, right?
All Uncle Sam wanted was his cut. Okay.
He probably had a bad, he probably had a bad accountant or a lawyer. You guys guessed the ethnicity. And it is what it is. But, anyways, what made me understand about that world is, for example, there are certain tattoos that if I would ever decide to tattoo, which I'm not a tattoo person, I probably wouldn't get, because in case I would ever be quote unquote locked up, I hope I never will, God forbid. I don't want to put on the wrong tattoo and end up in trouble. Yeah. Unfortunately, the penal system is especially with raza, it's very political. There's a lot of politics involved. And I'm not saying, it's blood in, blood out completely, but it's it kind of mirrors what society is now. And just a quick run, right now there's actually a ceasefire with the two major prison gangs in the California system right now.
Right.
There's a ceasefire and there's actually an alliance, quote unquote.
Wow.
But like I said, it's one of those things where it's probably temporary, but at the same time, it's a lot of just backdoor politics, and it reminds you a lot of Washington. Except this is just another society. It's too much the underworld. It's a world within a world. But what it made me realize about myself is I need to just, as much as it's interesting, you can't get overwhelmed even in that type of research, quote unquote, or that type of, that you can't get lost in what you're looking into either.
That's
because
right.
Then you're going to manifest it.
Yes.
You're going to start wanting, it's very easy to get overtaken by it, is what I'm trying to tell you. Kind of like how you explained to me when certain people are obsessed with, trying to catch that, that child abuser.
Yeah.
And they end up becoming one because, it's one of those things where you have to kind of have to step back and realize how blessed you are.
Yes.
And it's okay to those things, but it's not necessarily. I sometimes have to not overdo it, because overstimulating of data can really it's not always very healthy too. And back to what I told you about my sitter, when I relayed this to her and her answer, it kind of put me at ease, in the sense of I didn't get addicted by doing. I don't want to over research.
Right.
Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Thank you.
Because then it's like you're overdoing it.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all you really need to have, is that confirmation. But back to what I'm trying to tell you is, when you start, especially when you Doug start relaying this information and alluding to these things, these nuggets that you slowly release, because it's very traumatic. I've noticed a lot of your doings with Colonel Michael Aquino. It's not something you want to talk about. You don't.
Thank you.
You don't wake up in the morning and hey, let me like it's just. And that's one thing I do appreciate about you. Obviously, you use your method to cope with the traumatic experiences that you talked about.
Yes.
And that's one thing I can understand. That's one thing I respect about you, as far as, yeah, you use recreational drugs, but I mean, who wouldn't?
Thank you.
As far as what you've seen, right now I'm in a ER area, and I was hearing a kid scream.
Yeah.
It's very gut wrenching, and I had to leave because I have children of my own, and it's one of those things where it also plays in my head and makes you think about what you've experienced.
Thank you.
It's not. That's one thing too that I sometimes scratch my head, in the sense of certain people on your platform that get lost in a lot of this. Like I said, everybody has their motives, and it is what it is. But at the end of the day, the best thing you can do is to spread awareness.
Thank you.
Okay. Which I have is just, I kind of treat it like the gospel, okay? So those who are going to accept it, and those who don't. I've actually sent people your book, and I've never heard from them ever since.
Oh my God!
It is what it is. You have to understand too, and because don't get me wrong, Doug. Like I have to humanize you. I do.
Yes.
Because in a sense too, it's like, no, Doug is not. You're not Data. That's not you. Close, but you're not that. You're one of the very few Asians that actually have a personality that I've encountered.
Thank you. And by the way, that's not racist. It's you. Okay. It's not. It's
working with these Taiwanese and the Filipinos that I work with.
Oh my God! Yes.
God bless them. God bless them.
Yes.
But at the same time, it's like I'm talking. It's different. But at the same time, like I said, you're you. What makes you is you. By the way, earlier when I was hearing Peter Moon, was that Fran Drescher that was talking?
Oh no! It was the lady known as Maria de Angela, or D'Andrea. Maria D'Andrea. Not Fran Drescher, but that's cute. That's very funny. I like that.
Anyway.
By the way, in case you didn't know, you do remember Fran Drescher was apparently beaten. She was a battered wife, or I think she was his wife, of that Asian Indian house nigger who's trying to run as the Trump candidate, colored version in the Republican Party today. He was Ravi Swami. Can you help me out here, Aristides? Do you remember that guy's name?
Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. See, apparently he used to beat Fran Drescher half to death while either her boyfriend or married to her. So there you go. And now he's running for president. Thank you. Thank you. So Sammy just wanted you to know that, the tragedy.
Did she leave him? She left him, right?
Yeah, she left him. Yeah, and he had to come up with all kinds of excuses, saying, whatever. But that makes him as Trump as you can get, right? Because Trump was infamous for beating, Ivanka, or one of his ex-wives that he was, and she of course wrote a book about it. But people love these kinds of guys. They think that they're exerting manhood or something. But there you go.
I actually saw Barbie a couple weeks ago.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. No, it's a musical. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But it's one of those. I can see where it did have the effect.
Thank you.
It's an entertaining movie. It's just the musical. It kind of reminded me of Grease a little bit, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
But it's. I have to admit, Margot Robbie has some killer legs. I gotta give her that. But no, it was a very entertaining movie, and I kind of did get the message. And I think the reason it has an effect on politically because, and this is really talking about the last transmission that I was forwarding a little bit, is a lot of the baby boomers. Are really just dying off.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that generation is still not out here, and it's just the hate train. And I'm not saying the hate train is not going to stop moving. It's still full steam ahead. But at the same time, the climate we're living in, it's very much up for grabs. And I think I like how you put it before. I think we need to really amend our constitution and really become a civilized society like Europe.
Thank you.
This country being a country founded by European rejects, they should take they need to take a page out of that book. I just think because they're still fighting that, or in other words, because how can I say it? Because whatever in place now, especially, I mean, if you just look at Mitch McConnell, that walking mummy. It's just one of those things where it's very hard to change and to really input any change because to me there's still that insecurity of we want to do it our way and we can never be like the actual Europeans.
Right.
That it's just how do I say it? It's almost like a third world country that we live in as far as how these politics work. I'm not saying Europe is perfect. It's probably the same. It's just simple thing as just amending the constitution and putting limits on terms would help a lot.
Oh God, yes.
I've always made this point to, non-colored people, quote unquote, is why don't we have more Congress that look like me?
Thank you.
That like the demographics in this country.
Thank you.
You don't see as much. Why? Because it's still very polarizing. They don't want to see that, and I hate to sound like we're in 1920s or 1930s Jim Crow, but it's very much still alive. That's one thing that I've always agreed with you is they won the war as far as the South.
Yes.
Men lost that battle, and for what it is, I can respect that. It's just as a nation, we just not. It's just we're spinning on wheels, and that's one thing I do have to say is eventually it's just gonna crack.
Yes.
And January 6th it's gonna be worse.
Yes.
Because people react to change violently, and fortunately, we all know most of those people that attacked January 6th, what complexion it was.
Yeah, and how the police just initially just let them through, and just because of that complexion. Yes, go.
And walk them down the stairs.
Yes.
Let me help you kick that person. Look. Unfortunately, people are going to say, "Well, why does it have to bring race to it?" Because it's what it is.
I mean, well, take a look. I mean, you've got the Republican rhetoric about war against Mexico. I mean, do you think that they'd ever say the same thing about Canada or some other nation?
By the way, I don't know if people know this, but the Conservation Corps, they contract firemen from Mexico.
Thank you.
That come fight these wildfires. So, we don't all sell, elotes. And I don't mean to put it this way because, somebody from, bumfuck Mississippi might still think that. And there's still people that the majority of people still think that because of the media. And then, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying everybody that doesn't love me think like this, but everybody does still think like this because of politics.
Yes.
If you look at politics, you look at people that represent this country. I'm not represented. And that's one thing, quote unquote, white America does not have a problem with.
Yes.
Why is there, so many Asians in Congress? Why is, and so on and so forth. And it is what it is. I understand how this country is built.
Yes.
One of the reasons why I have to look into criminality and the penal system, because unfortunately, what I'm going to tell my son is, this is what you need to learn about this country and the penal system.
Yes.
It's designed to put you in there. People that look like you, is designed.
Yes.
And it is. I'm not saying that's what he's destined to, but one of the biggest reasons why I believe the lack of unity, especially within certain demographics of minorities, is people or certain minorities, especially, and this is just my opinion, especially African American community, they've forgotten who their oppressors are.
Yes.
And I hate to put it that way. Not that I'm saying it hasn't gotten better, but even in my community, you still need to understand that these systems are built for you. And if you need to understand who's your enemy, kind of like you talked about, the Kings of Edom,
Yes.
and the whole network. What you're doing is you're creating awareness of who's your enemy.
Yes.
If you're the enemy, then you're already lost.
Yes.
And part of it is part of the mind war.
Yes.
And I don't mean to be all over the place, Doug.
It's fine.
It's one of the things that really, it's seared in my mind in the sense that it starts with the mind.
Yes.
If you're defeated mentally, if you if you don't take your information seriously, then you get blindsided. But at the same time, when that fear kicks in, and it's very paralyzing, it's even worse, and they revel in it. When people don't take you seriously, and all of a sudden, certain things start happening. And it's one of those things where it's part of your validation. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yes.
A lot of people are not validated You're validated because as much as Colonel Aquino was the enemy, he also validated you.
Yes.
And that's one thing they don't like.
Yes.
You can talk about, the enemy. The problem is you knew him very well to the point where he respected you as enemy,
Yes.
which it speaks volume. And it is what it is. But at the same time, back to my ramble, it also makes me at least respect more information and take it in. But at the same time, I can't get drunk off the information and just, how could I say it, overstimulate myself to the point where I'm just taking the information and not at least putting it to my benefit to at least have some type of awareness, at least to my family.
Yes.
And this is why it's one of the reasons why I don't really panic as far as what's going on in this country, and not because I'm not concerned, obviously, but if I can't send you $5 for water,
Thank you so much for the water you sent, by the way. Quite the lifesaver. I do want people to know.
Well, here's the thing too. It's because a lot of people, when they hear this information, you can rally somebody, but a lot of people just take it and just hoard it. It really does. Like I said, it does start with at least supporting you.
Thank you.
That's one of the things where as a friend, I tried my best, and like everybody in this platform, at least people that support you. It's one of those things where you have people internationally helping you. I think that's very motivating in the sense that people see that you have supporters. Yeah. You can even when someone tries to, like I said, kind of bum off of your support, you can still rally and at least support yourself. It is what it is. What happened was what happened, but it does show that you are supported, at least to the point where you're not homeless. At least,
yes,
it's very good. Yes, could you say right now that I'm trying to use you as kind of like not to get my mind off of things, but it does help.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm happy to help in that regard. It's therapeutic to be able to speak on air and to share with many other people the general observations that you have to share. And it's valuable. People, of course, many of the listeners need to hear from someone who basically, we have to admit to the fact that many of our listeners don't hear too many other perspectives. We are stuck with so-called alternative media, which is overwhelmingly a lot of white reactionary grievance. And so you and I provide something here on this platform different from that. And it's a much needed relief for many people. Certainly one of the points that you brought up that we're all going to have to deal with is the aged people who dominate our government, and they're overwhelmingly white, and this is called a gerontocracy. When you have people who are in government that are overwhelmingly just inches away from a life support bed, this is called a gerontocracy, and it's a catastrophe. It's destroying our country. Basically, when we're talking about, say, for instance, Nancy Pelosi, who just recently was forced to retire because of her age. We have Dianne Feinstein. I don't even know if she's even retired yet, despite the fact she's diagnosed with Alzheimer's. The Democratic government, or the Democratic Party, that is our only hope for fair governance. Despite its flaws compared to the Republicans, of course, it is still liberal progressive. You're talking about people who are averaging at this point 80 years of age. And of course, this is because they're overwhelmingly white and they're old, they're white. They threw the young squad, that they called the squad, all these young ladies under the bus. You don't hear of them anymore. They've silenced them. This is intolerable. We're basically having this old people lead us down the path where they still think they can cooperate with an extremely radicalized Republican Party that is literally siding with the Russian enemy. Say for instance, when Brooke Gibson was seduced by RFK, thinking that, and our man Peter Moon came on saying, oh, he's the most exciting politician in years, and at least Peter Moon relented after I pointed out all of the children's deaths that RFK was directly responsible for. When, of course, he went down to Samoa and said, don't take any vaccines. And a bunch of the kids died of measles. So this is something that I said was directly Adamic. And he, of course, is promoting this Russian propaganda when, Brooke started saying, oh, yeah, well, the Russians are upset by NATO expansion. I said, that's Russian propaganda that RFK is regurgitating, because she was quoting him. And he's basically Trump for the Democrats. So all of this is, of course, just outrageous. When you take a look at when it was September 2019, the Democratic primaries were really starting to heat up, and Joe Biden was struggling to keep it together. And there was a debate that month when he was asked about the racial inequality of in schools, and his advice to the parents was something that was just out of this world, like something a senile man would say. He said, play the radio, make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. Record player! Make sure kids hear words. 78. He was 78 at the time, and he became the oldest president, older than Ronald Reagan was when he left office, and older than all of his living predecessors besides Jimmy Carter. But compared to many in Congress, he looks like a tiny little baby. At that time, that was when Nancy Pelosi was already 80. The majority whip, Jim Clyburn, and the majority leader, Steny Hoyer, they were 81. Dianne Feinstein and Chuck Grassley, Alaska's lone representative, Don Young, all 87. Both my mother and father died when they were 87. Granted, it took a lot to kill them, and every effort was made on behalf of the medical industrial complex to do so. But nevertheless, they both died at that age. It was then that they already had reported sources that Feinstein's short-term memory was so poor, she completely forgot as soon as she was briefed on a topic. And she would accuse her staff of failing to brief her right after they briefed her. These people shouldn't even be loose on the streets driving a car. They're a danger to others and themselves, let alone governing us. They're not even young enough to be baby boomers. They're part of the silent generation.
Yeah. You know what this reminds me, Doug?
Yeah.
It reminds me of when Isaac talked about when he used to work for the Dodgers here in Los Angeles. Yeah. And he used to literally see Tommy Lasorda. They had you know who Tommy Lasorda is?
Yeah, vaguely remember. I know my dad knew him quite well, not personally, but he would speak of him often because of the baseball. So go on. Yes.
Okay, Tommy Lasorda was their old manager, but he's kind of like he's pretty much a mascot at this point, okay, especially his latter years. But they still kept an office in Chavez Ravine or Dodger Stadium. They still had an office for him. Yeah. He used to go into work in there and just sit there.
Yeah.
But they had to take away his license.
Yeah. Because
he almost killed somebody.
Yeah.
And he had this big long boat Cadillac. He was still stuck in that era of, the 70s and 80s where he still thought he was a manager.
Yeah.
And eventually he just became. He used to pee on himself.
Yeah.
Change. He had a nurse there that would change his uniform, but to the point where he just was just a big baby.
Yeah.
And it's just they at that age they just become very just not aware. And when I see someone like Mitch McConnell, who has a lot of influence, quote unquote, especially regarding legislation, it just makes it just, if someone can really think about this, okay, if we just know this just verbatim as far as just looking at things how they are, imagine what we don't know. Okay. Yeah. Imagine how the hell we were supposed to win a Second World War.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
It's one of those things where we really have to start thinking, like, do you really think we were the victor? With just incompetence. And that's one of the things, obviously, working around government contractors, that things happen by accident a lot of the times. Things work by accident. Some things you just don't want to know how they work.
Yes,
but
it's like making sausage, except worse. Go on.
Right. It's just like I told you, I used to work alongside a military contractor. The operations manager was ex-Air Force, and he used to try to pull that military shit on me. Oh, shake my hand. In the military, man. What are you talking about? It is what it is, But it's one of those things where it confirms a lot of what you talked about in your book, The Roswell Deception.
Thank you.
Demystification World War II, just to put it out there, where unfortunately it's gotten worse. It really has. We denigrated to the point where it's just on autopilot.
Yes.
Who's that one lady? Marjorie Green?
Yes, Marjorie Cameron Green, I believe. Yeah, go on.
We have these people in politics, and I understand. It's just government works how it works. But at this point, someone in my demographic, who I am, as far as my color and complexion, again, I have to say it again. Sorry, my race card is platinum. Sorry. Okay. You really start realizing and just start taking things into account that how much control I'm really not, as far as, I'm not saying change, but it's like to a certain point, I don't care. I don't know if that makes sense or not. It makes sense to me, but to a certain point, things are going to happen how they're going to happen.
Yes.
And eventually, you see it coming.
Yes.
You see January 6th, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. It's going to happen.
Yes.
Because of how the system is. And it's just confirmation. It's all it is.
Yeah.
Definitely, thank you for letting me,
No, it's important to validate everything you're saying, too, so that people understand this isn't just some... Yeah, go on.
Rebuttal? I kind of want to see your reaction. Can you give your rebuttal to what I've talked about?
Absolutely, and by all means, stay with us as long as you can. The environment that you're in right now apparently is still the hospital. So I'm of course, it sounds very quiet wherever you're at. So I'm impressed at the reception you've got there. And sometimes in hospitals they have the worst reception imaginable for cell phones. So, but you sound as if you're in a studio with us. So it's worked out incredibly. Very important.
The only thing about this hospital where I'm at, I am surrounded by homeless and drug addicts.
Jesus.
And the ER room is a trip. Mm-hmm. It's like I'm in a psych ward. Okay, I literally I should have brought a bat with me to guard my wife, but it probably tickled them. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where, hey, just talk to the wall. But it's one of those things where
just so people understand, he's there for a loved one. He's there for a loved one. He's not. Go on. Yes.
No, I'm not in a psych ward. No. But definitely, it's just you make the most of things. That's one of the things too that I've learned from my parents is
yes.
You have to. Yes, it's good to react to things. It's good to be angry at things, but you still have to continue. You kind of have to. You kind of have to pick yourself up in a sense, especially mentally, especially your emotions. Me, being the head of household of my family, a lot of times I have to find ways to, and you talked about this, a third space. Yeah. I've tried to use this platform as a third space, and it's very interesting. Down to what Peter Moon talks about. I take that into it's. A lot of it, it's some of the things that I don't understand, but it's you still find a common ground. Is what I'm trying to tell you. Even when he talked about the whole evangelical, his experience, it made me chuckle a little bit because I can see his point of view, and to a certain extent, I can understand. And a lot of it is really, how can I say it? My own personal experiences and my background, you can't put that on anybody to understand. It's your own special experience. Almost like me, not knowing that, David Carradine was not Asian. Why? Because it's just. Unfortunately, I always thought he was Asian. Like for a long time, that was the most Asian guy I knew. And guess what? He's a good actor. But it's just goes to show you that it's your own point of view. Obviously, I don't think that way. But for being an actor, he sure damn was he was a fucked up person as far as how he was. But that that was his thing. How he died. It is what it is. Yeah. But what I'm trying to tell you is, at the end of the day, I do appreciate your platform, and your platform's very unique. It's not how can I say it? It's one of those things where people come and go. People become. How can I say this? I'm surprised people become very vengeful towards you.
Yes. By the way, just out of curiosity, since finish your thought. We'll go to that later. There's something morbidly entertaining I want to follow up on. But go.
What I'm trying to tell you this, okay? Yeah. I don't take things personal when it comes to even yourself as a person, okay, Doug? I've learned to. How can I say this? I appreciate your information, which you bring, but I also know my place in the sense of my responsibilities. I can't put my problems on you. I can't put my insecurities on you. And really, if what the information that you relate to me, it helps me. But at the same time, if I can be a help to you, I do it. And that blesses me. It kind of, it evens me out, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
I have to balance myself because one of the things that we start becoming is abusive. And we start, as far as quote unquote friends, when you want to be friends with somebody, you don't want to be abusive in the sense that it's only a one-sided. Oh, well, Doug, let me get on your show because I want to play this video for you.
Thank you. Oh, my God.
What I tell you really is the information you relate to me as far as my point of view, as far as how I relate toward things, because a lot of it is how I process it. And a lot of it's out of this world, what you talk about. And I still remember a lot of stuff. It's just a lot of stuff you talk about. It's very ugly, but for a reason. The reason why I understand it, because the fact that I can't stand hearing a child cry in agony, yes, that also confirms to me a lot of why you don't talk about certain things, or you don't want to get into that. You don't want to get into Johnny Gosh. Why would I want to get into that? You know,
Yeah.
I don't want to get into, all these terrible subjects. Don't get me wrong, there's a time and place.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you can't stay there. That's one thing I've learned even in my relationships with women.
Yes.
Women will challenge you and bring up conflict with you. But it's up to you as a man not to stay there and not. You kind of have to break out of it, because a lot of it, they're very emotional. And I hate to bring this subject because I'm very random.
Yeah. It's
But
fine.
I have to. Don't get me wrong, I'm considerate, but at the same time, I can't stay there, because then this is not healthy. Like I said, I don't know where that came from, but it is what it is.
No, I know where it came from, but we'll talk about that privately. Go on.
And really, that's just how I cope with things.
Yeah.
But definitely, please rebuttal. I mean, that's one of the things that's really on my mind as
Yes.
far as information, the little that I've tried to. Because, I have a lot of things going on. My world is changing. And I'm very blessed. I'm very grateful. Okay.
Yes.
God has humbled me a lot, in a sense of very, very much. I think about my father a lot, and I have to bring that up, because it's like almost reminding you.
Yes.
Okay. I have to humanize you too, because you do reflect on your parents a lot too, especially your mother.
Yes.
I don't know. It's one of those things where it helps me as an adult. Almost, I gotta say it. There's a passage in the Bible where it's like, this is how I'm gonna relate to you. Okay. When I want to get in the presence of God, okay, I revert to as a child, as far as how can I say it? Vulnerability. Okay.
Yes.
When I want to get into the presence of God, I want to be vulnerable.
Yes.
You want to take in the presence of God. So that's the best way I can put it to you, because what this world does, it does try to rob you of that, especially what's going on. I'm not saying I don't go around doing this. It's obviously in the privacy and the place where I can do this. This is what temples and churches are very important, as far as if you really use them for what they are. Even you say you meditate. It helps me a lot as far as an adult, and I can be the person I can be, because it's one of those things where you see the ugly in people, especially even in my family. I've had to see that people hurt me, and vice versa, and that's one of the things where I'm starting to see why you've had to ostracize people from your life.
Yes.
And it's one of those things where I have to come into my adulthood, as far as me, just being aware of just how it works. And people can re-enter your life, but at the same time, if they're not in the same space that you are, they're just going to just create disruption, and it's not how you want to live. But
That's right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. It's so important. And when we come to talking about some of what Sammy and I are bringing up, a lot of this may be considered, shall we say, just a lot of listeners may be uncomfortable with it when it comes to these issues. So a gentler way to kind of introduce people into some of the aspects of what Sammy was talking about that are impacting all of our lives. Aside from the fact that we're not represented either ethnically by the demographics of this nation, We're not represented by age either. Just there's too many elderly people in government now. It is dominated by them. People over 50 years of age make up only about 34% of the U.S. population, but 52% of the electorate because they have time to vote. Whereas younger people are working like Brendan Zogit, who was just on, double shifts just to get by. And it's not only the political power that brings us back to monetary issues. Americans over 55 years of age own 2/3 of the wealth in this country. And so you've got this demographic there where there's more and more people of ethnic or mixed race heritage. And yet the power imbalance between the old and the young is more and more exaggerated with each passing year. For one thing, there's simply more old people than there used to be. Basically, the 2010 census reported that the number of Americans over 45 increased by almost 25 million since the year 2000. I mean, people are simply living longer. So the current generation of late middle-aged and post-retirement Americans are called baby boomers. But like I said, the people at the highest levels of government aren't baby boomers. They're from the generation between, World War II and the baby boomers. There's all these questions about why is it like this? Why can't young people run for office? They face a lot more barriers than old people do. There's only a finite amount of people who can credibly run for Congress. And you need money. You need the political skills, which usually come from being educated as an attorney. And you need the network, where you've had, you're born in a good family always helps.
Yeah, and you also need to already be paid off. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, I mean, why do you think that you have, whether it's our old man that's literally our president, our other one running, and our old guy that's sitting there with having strokes online on the internet, I mean, the reason they're still there, or even Diane, whatever her name is, like all these people are dying in front of us.
Yes, literally.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally dying on TV, and they're allowed to. And here's the reason why: because they're paid off because because what we allow is the drug companies and the whether you go in pharmaceuticals or whatever was bought off, whatever they're trusted by those networks because we allow that. In our campaigns, it is allowed for you to be bought off, and pretty much the only way you get there is to be bought off. And they trust these people at these ages because they know how they're going to vote. They know how they're going to vote, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's easier for them to continue to have, whether it's any of these people. I'm not going to just name names, like all of them on both sides of the party. They trust. On both sides on any party, they trust those people that are old because they've already bought them off for a while and they know they've got control, versus every time they bring somebody new in, they got to make sure, do you have control? And are they going to vote the way you want them to vote? Right. Mm-hmm. Which we shouldn't even allow. I don't even know why we allow that.
Right. And, I'll get into some other things when Sammy returns. I'm going to tell him, please let us know when you return.
I'll get off. Sammy was
no. Sammy, you know what's going on with Sammy? I'll talk to you about privately later.
No, I don't. I do not know why he's in the hospital.
He's not in the hospital. A loved one of his is in the hospital. Oh my God, I didn't even notice that Dan Vandermeulen had joined us. So by the way, Dan, I'd like to introduce you to everyone. Dan, this is Brooke Gibson. She's our Grand Madame from the South, and she's a Southern belle of some distinguished family lineage. Of course, we have Nemo Albano with us in Australia, and he has been made a moderator recently, as has Aristides, our engineer who specializes in material science. I'd like you all to meet Dan Vandermeulen. He is, of course, in Nederland, what Americans call the Netherlands, and he is a nutritionist who specializes, I believe, in I'm trying to think of the term here, I forget. But let us know. Tell us, introduce yourself again. I remember, of course, maybe homeopathic medicine. I'm not quite sure if that was your specialty, but you are actually come from a family that has deep connections with many black people, which I believe is through Africa. Am I wrong on that? Or you can give us some details.
To Nigeria.
Yeah. Okay.
And from South America to Suriname.
Okay.
That's the country above Brazil.
Yes. Excellent.
Yeah.
And so wonderful to see you.
But there's so much history that people don't know,
Yes.
even the black people themselves, and that's a really long-running con.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And just so people understand, the Dutch, of course, had their own Vietnam. It was Indonesia, where after World War II, they fought a long guerrilla war against an insurgency, and ultimately they have their share of post-traumatic stress disordered veterans. Yeah.
That's also a really strange story.
Yes.
Because in Indonesia, people know about VOC, like the Dutch, that's the East Indian Company.
Yes.
But first, it was organized by merchants.
Mm-hmm.
And the king signed a bill that they were allowed to do anything they want on the sea. So they could be judged. They could not be persecuted. But the story that we hear here at school is that it was a trading company. But it was far from that. They didn't trade. What they did, it was like a military operation.
Yes.
What they did, they were like pirates, something like that.
Yes.
And the story I typed, what I found really interesting, you told about the kamikaze in Japan.
Yes.
And that all the Mongols, that they died from the tornado.
Yes.
But the strange thing is that the same thing happened here in, I think it was 1580, when the Spanish and the Portuguese, they attacked the Dutch and the English. It was called the Spanish Armada.
Yes.
Every boat they had, they sent our way, and the same thing happened.
Yes.
A great storm out of nowhere came and wiped them off the face of the earth.
Yes. 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 Incredible. Quite a true story. And
that's the connection between Dutch and the Japanese. So that got me wondering.
Yeah.
And it's also...
Well, you realize the Dutch were the only Europeans the Japanese would trade with. They allowed the Dutch to have their special islands, and they were allowed special access to Japan that no one else had. So go on.
It was called Batavia.
Yes, thank you.
And the thing,
go
the Catholic Church, they divided the world, like everything beneath the equator, I think was Portuguese, and everything above was from was owned by the Spanish. And when they attacked the Dutch and the English with the Spanish Armada, they lost almost every boat and man they had. But the thing is, what is it called? We got like a Reformed church.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it's called in English.
Right.
The Protestant.
Yeah, that's what they call them, Protestant Reformation. Yes. Go.
The Protestant. They said, "Look, God is on our side," because they wiped all the Catholics out. And the thing is, they didn't recognize the Catholic Church or the Vatican because they thought they were evil.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if you go into what Vatican Hill is and what there used to be before the Catholic Church got there, it was a place where they worshipped a god, but not the god. That's the Catholic god.
Yes.
They're there for a purpose, to direct their energy. Well, the Protestants won, and they took over the world. And because they didn't want to recognize the Catholic Church, they say it's bullshit how they divided the world, and we're gonna conquer it. And because God is on our side, we can do whatever we want. And that's what the king said. That's why he signed this bill, because God would be the judge. But God wasn't the judge, they were the judge. A thing also is in Amsterdam, they got great arms smiths. So what they did, they built longer cannons. So when like a Spanish ship was in reach, they couldn't fire back.
Right.
And the thing is, they called it a trading company. What it wasn't. It was like a war company.
Yes. It was a corporation with its own military, basically like its own mercenary force with which it conquered an empire. Go on.
Oh, and the most crazy thing, it's a governmental document that has just turned up. There is this thing signed by the king, and it says we need sugar, coffee, tea, and it's drugs. Opium.
Yes.
Those are things that we need for the people so they get addicted.
Yes.
That was so they had like a steady income to finance their whole operation. So that's what they did trade or stole or whatever. But what they did, they wanted to kill every Catholic they could.
Right.
So with their military ships, they went around the world. And there was this Portuguese guy that drew maps of how, so they knew how they would have to sail. And they took their routes and just followed them and killed everybody on that path. The Portuguese and the Spanish, they had a lot of fortresses along the coast of Africa. What they did, they just sailed, they went into the bay, they would just blast them with cannons, and then when everybody was dead, they would take over. But they did not kill like the indigenous people, because they needed them to build stuff and to keep stuff running. So in the beginning, they did not trade any slaves. They just used them to run their operations. That only happened when they got to South America. Like in Brazil, they killed everybody. Nobody was left.
Wow.
But the thing is, the Portuguese already had plantations with slaves on them. But because they killed everybody, they could not get the stuff back. And nobody was producing anything. So that's why they needed people to work there. So that was the main reason they did that. And later in Indonesia, it got even crazier. It's called the WIC. That was founded by the government. So it was a trading company, but they were trading slaves. And the Indonesian people, they had nothing to say. They could even, they had to convert to be a Protestant. If they didn't comply, you would be killed.
Yes.
And the crazy thing with World War II, after they supposedly won, the Indonesians had to fight the Japanese. If they didn't do it, they would be killed by the Dutch. But after the war, the Dutch men who survived the war, they were sent to Indonesia to fight. So the war never stopped here.
Yes, that's right.
That's fake history. People don't know that. And but the Indonesian, they rebelled. They were like, if we can get the Japanese off our land, we can get the Dutch off our land. And the Japanese even helped them.
Yes, that's right.
I have a colleague. He is from Indonesia. But the strange thing is, now, like after that, what happened on Indonesia, people could choose. You could get an Indonesian passport and you would stay there, or you became Dutch, but then you had to leave the land, and then you had to come to Holland.
Wow.
So he got here when he was like 10 years old. They didn't know anybody, and they were put up in like government housing. And like some of the family is there, some of the family is here. And the Dutch government, they said that like in the Molukken.
Yeah, Molukken.
Molukken
Islands, yeah.
They said you will be independent, but all those people are still here in Holland, and we're now 60 years later, still didn't happen.
Wow.
But there are more and more protests. And for Suriname, the government, but it should be the king, they never wanted to apologize for the slave trading and what they did to the people, because they were scared that they had to have to pay. Because the one who got the riches is like the royal family. This year, they announced that they would make like an action. They would make a statement that like they're sorry for what happened.
An official apology.
Yeah, an official apology, and that happened like 2 months ago. But what I heard from like relatives, all the people that were there, they were all like, it was not really for the people. It was just a big show, and all the people attending were not people that like, it was just people from institutions.
Wow.
So that were like people working for governments. So it was not for the people. And they said, yeah, we will not pay you anything, but we will. They will fund an educational museum, so they can indoctrinate the people even further.
Oh my God!
So crazy. But people are rebelling and they're not accepting. So, and there are crazy things happening here right now. There have been some scandals here in the Netherlands. We have like a sort of a digital ID already. The governments, they know everything about you. And like with the taxes, they profile people, what they're not allowed to do. And people with low income and of different races, especially black people. They target them for investigations, like, did you pay your taxes? But here you can get money for when your kid goes to like daycare. And although they targeted those people, like if you made one mistake with it, they ask ridiculous amounts of money. Like if you don't pay now, like the next month you have to pay 10,000 euros and it will multiply. So, and they're asking that money from people that are like the poorest people in the country. What happened is that they could not afford to pay. So the government, they take away all your stuff. But what they also did, they took away all the children.
Ooh.
And what has recently surfaced is that 500 children died of unknown causes that were taken away from that group of people.
Oh my God.
People are starting to ask questions. And one of the politicians said, this news, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I'm almost becoming one. Because like the percentages are so crazy, nobody can explain it.
Yeah. No, it's outrageous.
Yeah, and like the prime minister that we got, like 4 years ago, he was saying, "We're gonna fix it, and everybody, nobody has to pay anymore." They did nothing. You know, I think there's one person that they helped. It's crazy. And the crazy thing, like they if you see how much money they send to Ukraine, and people don't want it. People don't want it. And the most dirty thing, like the guy did, his name is Mark Rutte, and he did it before during the COVID. During the COVID, he said those problems were already happening at that time. So the government, they fell, so they're not in duty, sort of thing.
Right.
But you have to wait till the next vote to choose different people. But they say, yeah, things still need to be addressed. So we're still the government, but we're not really, but everything has to keep going. But the thing is, they're not bound by rules. Because like he said, yeah, I'm not the boss, but I have to do all the things of the boss, but I'm not liable because I'm not really the boss. That's how they play it. And that's how they got all the COVID restrictions done here in the Netherlands. And now there are some rules that the EU wants to implement. And if they would just do it, people would go crazy. And now they said like there's a lot of foreigners coming to this country, and it's different here with how the politics work, because there are like 20 or 30 different groups that make up one government. They're like most of the time
coalition government.
Yeah. The 2 or 3 biggest, they rule. And they said this problem we cannot solve, and we cannot work together anymore. So it's over. But the thing is, he still can do anything he wants. And he even told to one reporter, I'm more powerful now than when I'm in government.
Wow.
And what to do now is that they are putting in EU rules that are crazy. Like in the future, if you have a problem here, and you go to a politician and you say this must be fixed, they can go to their EU member, like the one who's in that government, in the EU government, but they cannot do anything because the rules say if the EU says this is the law, then this is the law, and you can't do anything about it. And what they want to push is like the digital ID and digital money.
Oh God, fuck that. Yes, go on.
But the dollar and the euro, they're the same thing. It's really connected.
Yeah.
It's not it seems like it's like a currency that is apart from another, but it's the same thing, especially on the digital thing. And it's also crazy because our queen, she's from Argentina.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, that's where all the Germans went, right?
Yes, that's right. Oh my God! So the king wound up marrying an Argentinian, right? Something like that.
Not suspicious at all. His dad was a Hitler Jugend.
Ah, okay. Oh my gosh.
That's also crazy. Like I work in this nursing home,
Yes.
but some people get dementia.
Yes.
And there's this one guy. He worked for the. Yeah, we had a queen. She was like the ruler, and he was the husband, but he was not the king.
Yeah.
Because he was married into the family. But this guy was a high-ranking police officer, and well, he got dementia, but he got to talking, and he was stationed like at the house of the queen.
Uh-huh.
So he was telling some really interesting stuff.
Wow! Oh my God! And this is at the facility where you work.
Yeah.
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 And,
Yeah. I work mainly with just sick people, but we also have like this one layer of the building is for people with dementia.
Ah, okay.
It's not where I work, but I go there sometimes. And
it must be hard to work like that. How do you keep your spirits up? How do you keep a good mood when you're...
Oh no, it's a lovely job.
Yeah.
Like even my vision is, look, people are sick,
Mm-hmm.
but they're still alive.
Mm-hmm.
We try to make the most of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like people are in bed all day. They can do whatever they want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the patients are becoming like your second family.
Oh, wow. That's incredible. I mean, at the same time, yeah.
It's cool. Like most nursing homes, people are supposed to live, like when you get to live there, the life expectancy is 9 to 15 months. We have people that live for 20 years.
That's fucking incredible. That is incredible. Yeah, most of the time, as you said, nursing homes are where people usually go to die. So if the
some do, but we take good care of them.
That's
But
amazing.
it's also a mindset, and like if you treat people like, oh, you're so sick, they're gonna be sick.
Yeah.
But if you treat them like normal people, I think that makes all the difference.
It's so true. Oh my God, that's so true.
It was so funny when COVID hit.
Yeah. Go on.
Everything was closed and they were not allowed to see family. And
Right.
I just opened all the doors and I say, they're old, they don't know what they're doing.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so how did your family like I said, I looked at your channel, Bite Tweet, your Bite Tweet channel on YouTube.
Oh.
So is that your child, the young black child on the bicycle? That's you helping him learn to ride a bicycle or a tricycle, right?
Oh yeah, no, that's my neighbor.
Oh, okay.
But it's my kid. He rides a little dirt bike.
Oh, okay. So
And I love riding a motorcycle way too fast.
oh, okay. You love riding the motorcycle.
Yeah.
Way too fast. Yeah. So
Last year I got up to
Mhm.
80 kilometers an hour.
Oh my God! Yes. Where do you do this on Dutch roads or what?
Oh, in Germany. In
Okay.
Germany, you have the autobahn.
Okay, right.
But you're allowed to go to 50 kilometers an hour, and if you go past that, they don't really like it, but they don't do that much.
Right. Wow, that's incredible. And so how did you meet your wife, the mother of that child, from Nigeria or someplace else, Suriname or?
Her mother, like Suriname was a colony of the Netherlands.
Of course, yeah. All of the Indonesian archipelago was, as you said, the Dutch East Indies Company. It basically ran an empire that was one of the largest in the world, and one of the few colonies like India for Britain that really made the colonists truly rich. They
Yeah.
and
And they didn't. One thing also to realize is that after the war, it's like it was still a colony,
yeah,
and they didn't want to give it up.
yeah.
And not so long ago, I think if you
Oh, it's
think
like
about
yesterday in history's
colonies, you think
yeah.
like that's ancient history. No, really not.
No, the scars are still there for many Dutch people who were there, and of course the Dutch had colonized South Africa. And do you have any relatives among the Boer population that had fought the British?
No.
Okay. Yeah. So again, go on.
You know also what is really crazy and that people don't realize.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
when they were
yeah.
took as slaves,
Yeah.
your name would be taken,
Mm-hmm.
so you would be nameless. You would get a name, you would get a surname, and the surname would be the name of the slave owner. But the people still have their slave surname.
Yeah.
It's crazy,
Yeah.
and they don't even realize.
Yeah.
They don't even realize. Like,
Right.
how can a black person have a Dutch name?
Thank you.
Surname?
Yeah. Thank you.
Think that. But yeah, I ask my wife sometimes, "Are you not bothered?" She says, "No, I'm not bothered at all."
Wow.
But there are many of those things that people don't realize that are still in our culture. It's the same thing as we went picnicking.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that means, picnicking?
No. Could you explain that, please?
It's called pick N-word.
Okay.
And what they did,
Ooh.
they would fill the basket with food.
Uh-huh.
They would go to a hanging.
Oh my goodness. And witness the hanging. A lynching. Lynching.
I'm going.
Yeah. Oh my
And my
God.
wife said, "Oh, we're going picnicking today." I was like, "What are you saying?"
Oh. Oh my gosh. That's
There's so much hidden in language that is still
yeah.
crazy if you know. But
Yes.
it's a lot of things. It's so in your face, you won't even know.
Yeah.
Like the one crazy thing
Yeah.
about Amsterdam.
Yes.
If you look at the shield of Amsterdam,
Yes.
it's a red shield.
Uh-huh.
Do you know who owned Amsterdam?
I've forgotten.
Rothschild.
I'm sorry?
Rothschilds?
Okay, the Rothschilds. Yes, go on.
Yeah, Roth is red and child is shield. There's a red shield.
Uh-huh.
And also one thing, like in Holland, you see a lot of lions standing on two legs.
Uh-huh.
That's not an animal. That's
The
a
royal
beast.
yeah, okay. That's
Yeah, it represents the beast.
yes, it represents the beast, or wouldn't it also represent the royal house? Or maybe the Masons? But the royal house, at least, I would think, right?
Yeah.
Could you tell us a bit? Yeah, go on.
The Dutch, like the guy who was like the was in the Hitler Jugend.
Yeah.
He's called Bernard.
Yeah.
He's also the one who. Oh, let me look it up.
Right. By the way,
he's the one who started the Bilderberg.
okay, interesting. The Bilderberg Group. By the way, Brooke Gibson has rejoined us, gracing us with her presence. And our man Nemo Albano in Australia, in terms of the pick-nigging, he says it's probably spelled P-I-C-K, then a space, and then nigging, N-I-G-G-I-N-G, right? Pick-nigging is what they used to say for the bringing the food to watch the lynching, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that, I suppose.
I don't know. I don't know why you're talking about this. You actually said the N word earlier, which is why I called in, because you know I don't like that word. You plainly said it less than 30 minutes ago, Douglas.
Yes, I was talking about that horrible Asian Indian who's running for president.
Blah, blah, blah. I don't want to hear it, okay? Also, like, whatever. I mean, there's a lot of horrible things we don't need to talk about. Also, the Rothschilds, though, I do like you said that because I told you about the giraffes they breed.
Oh my God! You're kidding, right? You're kidding.
No, what was it they eat? They have the Rothschild giraffe, which is the only giraffe that eats actual meat.
It's honey, they're well. Look, I don't know them personally, but I would.
You don't, because I feel like you do. I mean, you're not asking for money every week, but you totally know the Rothschilds, like I would think, because they're so poor too.
Just to clarify, herbivore animals have been known to eat meat if they have nothing else to eat. They'll eat their own kind if they have to survive.
Oh, yeah.
I will eat you if you continue to talk.
Yes, please eat me
out. Dan,
I'm
this
just kidding
is.
you. I lied. I'm just giving you.
Yes, of course. This is the charming Brooke Gibson, and I was going to say with the Rothschilds giraffes. Here would be my understanding of that situation is that being very wealthy, they were able to finance a game preserve and therefore got a species of giraffe named after themselves. Or perhaps a new...
You know what? You always believe in the good of life. But then you fucking go suck blood off people and you know all that horrible shit you've seen. I don't know where you're all of a sudden being like, but the Rothschilds, you said they're not bad and they would never make blood-sucking giraffes. Oh, whatever.
But honey, what would
be the purpose of making a cannibalistic giraffe? It'd be a waste of money and effort.
I don't know. What's the purpose of the majority of the things when you have trillions of dollars and you just like sit around with nothing else to do? Douglas like just comes up with bullshit and has strings all over his house and you don't even have that. So you guys,
I do not have strings all over my house, honey. Please, don't give people some misimpression of what's going on.
He does. I'm just letting you know. You know how they have those old 80s movies and the people like the detective has the streams and he's figuring out how things work?
And conspiracy, it became what would be called a trope or a meme for conspiracy theorists that they would start piecing strings together. I believe they show something like that in King Kong versus Godzilla, the latest version, where they have somebody who actually has these strings all the time.
It amazes me that you saw that movie, but you've seen nothing good recently.
Yeah, that was a while back. That was really well. But by the way, I was going to ask our man Dan, who should get on camera because he actually looks cut and buff and ripped, and he looks the way that our man Andy, or was that our German man's name? I'm trying to remember.
I don't even know, but that's the first.
There he is. He's on camera for you. Now you can start swooning the way all the other chicks did. Yes, he looks the way that our German friend.
Not spelling.
Yeah, whoosh. He looked.
That was what our German friend said he looked like. He's like, I look like this one.
Andre!
I was so ripped.
Yeah.
We were waiting for this ripped picture. And I'm not going to say what the picture looked like when he got it.
Well, he looks like most people who are aerobically fit. He looked like he was dying of consumption.
He looked like he looked like he was dying of AIDS.
That's awful. Yeah, so Andrei Numizhevsky looked like, anyhow. So he was saying, this was the best I was ever fit, and we were expecting someone who looked like Dan Vandermeulen. Don Vandermeulen. By the way, Nemo says Don is awesome and has a nice accent.
Yes, Dan is awesome, has a nice accent, and you have a crush. I know Nemo or whoever.
You're just jealous.
Brooke, you've got to stop being so vicious to people.
It's obvious. I mean, come on, dude.
Your humor.
I just appreciate European people a lot.
Yes.
I know, you appreciate them. Do you have your hand? Where is your right or left hand right now? as you look at him.
Yes. Now, Brooke, so Brooke's all excited now at seeing you, Dan, and she projects this onto others, just so you know.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm so excited. And also, I don't have a dildo anymore because, anyway.
Yes, that's right. Hey, by the way, I should show you covers of books, pornographic novels I used to do illustrations for the covers, and they would have these kinds of titles that would be kind of like a kind of template for the titles. Something like Raped and Ravaged, Newlywed. It was always a pair of words, or Lashed and Licked Landlady. It would. I'm saying actual titles. Hung Strung Housewife. Now, if I were to write a pornographic novel about Brooke's latest victim, the Uber driver, I would title it Raped and Reported. Literally, this is like she rapes him and then she reports him. It's incredible. I mean, there's real injustice in the world, and Brooke is exemplary of that kind of predatory person that lives among us. You think that they're normal. You think that they're good people.
I was bored, man. What did you expect? Like, I was like, I'm bored.
No, admittedly, he just took it. It's incredible to me. I mean, it's there we
And
have.
what was so sad is to watch him walk out like he was like some rape victim. Like, I felt like he did the walk of shame like girls do. Like, oh my God, I was just raped.
And you were customer number 666 on his record.
Yeah, so that's what I thought about later when I reported him. When I saw him was customer 666 and he told me he went to Christian school, I was like, he's really going to take, like, I just went to the devil's house because
yes. I don't blame him for concluding that. I mean, I feel that way myself. Raped and reported after talking to Brooke. Yes. But anyhow, Dan has much to say. Maybe, Dan, you can tell us about
I would so rape Dan in a heartbeat. That's some good-looking muscles right there, Dan.
Yeah, show it to us again, Dan. Yeah, give us that buff, cut, ripped look. Yes, do you work hard to maintain that, or is it natural, or you do?
Is it natural?
No.
Yeah, he just. You know what he does? He just eats spaghetti every day and waffles, and he never works out. Like, is that natural? Okay.
I do work out, but like in my field of work, you have to.
Because you lift people. You do lift the elderly. You lift them a lot, right?
Yeah, like we have like cranes and things like that, but yeah, you still need to turn people, and yeah, it's still.
You lift them into a pig farm and drop them over.
She says you feed them to the pigs. Is what she's saying.
No.
Damn, he's young enough to have fucking braces. Jesus fucking Christ, Brooke. He's your
got
age.
Braces?
Yeah, look at him. Look at those braces. Jesus Christ.
I can't see that. Oh, you do, dude.
Jeez.
Yeah, I got this is the second time I got braces.
Oh, you're rich.
I got them when I was like. I got them
rich.
when I was like 16, but the hospital they messed it up, so I needed them again.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I had them when I was 15, and I don't prepare. I doubt I'll ever like everything that I can think of that I want to do to my body. I doubt I will be able to afford. This tooth moved. I think I will have these braces again. But
I
again,
got a lot of headaches because my teeth were they were turning. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's hell. I'm so sorry to hear that. By the way, go on.
When you're older, it's not a lot of fun because your jaw gets stiffer.
Yeah.
So
yeah, my daughter had to have jaw surgery. Actually, we had braces on her twice. Actually, before she was 20, and jaw surgery. So I do understand that, but that usually has to do more with your jaw too, as well. So you're sure you don't have jaw surgery?
Yeah. So her daughter had what I had. Her lower jawbone was actually unhinged.
Yes.
Yeah, incredible. And so, as for yourself, perhaps you could tell us a bit about the Dutch tradition of this that is very controversial in the United States. I'm going to enter it here into the text box. Can you tell us a little bit about this character in the United States? There's a lot of people upset about.
You want to be really upset? I have the outfit right here. A But there's a lot of misunderstanding about Zwarte Piet.
Yes.
It is a Germanic tradition, and like the Black Piet, it's way older than what they tell you.
Okay.
You can refer it to slavery, but it's older. Yeah, because the Piet has to do with he's like a devil.
Yeah.
And what it's yeah.
So basically, this
It's supposed to be like a devil and make everybody scared,
right.
but even like grown-ups. And the thing is, in Germany, the old Black Piet is making a return.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
So basically, what you're talking about is Douglas, because you said older. I mean, like what you just described is the devil and older than slavery.
Yeah, like, what we have here is like you have Santa Claus, and we have Sinterklaas.
Right.
He was a like a church figure, like a priest in Turkey. What he would do, he would.
Well, that's where Santa Claus came from, originally from that whatever that priest.
No. Santa Claus is coming from Finland, and there you have Father Winter.
Right.
And it comes from there.
Yeah, and the Laplanders were the elves, right?
And it's like a celebration of that winter is coming.
Right.
Well, do y'all know who the opposite of Santa
But
Claus
the Sinterklaas, he was like.
There's an opposite guy though. Do y'all celebrate him? Because we don't have that in America, but I know in
Knuckles.
Yeah, that crazy old man that's.
Yeah, that's the Santa Claus, Sinterklaas.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I pictured.
But he was a Turkish